Welcome to all of our guests who are joining us this afternoon. My name is Scott Thielen. I'm the CEO of Yakima Union Gospel Mission. And we're here today, we're in the downtown area of Yakima, down by Olive Garden and the Capitol Theater, because today is World Homeless Day. It's the life work of what we do. And we are inviting the community to be part of this conversation. I'm sure it's not surprising to you that homelessness is a stubborn and complex and often misunderstood problem in our culture. And the mission has, for 86 years, 89 years, almost 90 years, been at work trying to address this need. But we can't single-handedly address all of the challenges that homelessness presents us. So the point of today is that we would have the opportunity not only for the mission to live out by our actions the faith that we profess in Christ, but also to invite the community to have a voice and to speak into this challenge that we're all facing. Homelessness is a big challenge to communities like ours, and we need community-sized solutions. The mission will continue to be a key player. We're going to continue to do the things we've always done as a way of showing the love of Christ, but we want to be better partners as a community as we address these challenges. So today, we're working at the collaboration of how we as a community address this. And it's the reason for Conversations on a Bench, and that's why you're here. Today, and for the next 24 hours, I'm going to be sitting on this bench, and I'm going to be having conversations with people from all around our community. I want to make a couple of things clear because when the mission engages with the public, sometimes there's misunderstanding. So let me just explain a couple of things. First of all, this is not a fundraiser for the mission. We're not interested in making that the focal point of this. This is about a conversation in the community. It's also not primarily to showcase the mission. We are going to talk about what we do, and we're going to have some folks who share about it. But our goal here is to be community-minded, to have a respectful and profitable conversation with the community about people, with people from various perspectives, but about this challenge. We're going to hear from current clients of the mission and other organizations and former clients who have themselves been homeless, and they've often been trapped in substance use addiction, poverty, other things that have really stood in the way of their progress. We're also going to hear from donors and supporters, from local community partners and policymakers. We're going to hear from YUGM board members. We're going to hear from fellow ministry leaders. We're going to actually go live at key times to talk to mission leaders in Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington, and Houston, Texas, and learn what is happening in those communities as well. Every conversation that we have today is going to be informal, conversational, live streamed, but also brief. These are going to be fairly brief conversations. So we hope that as we have opportunity later to share some of this, that you'll come back and take a look at those things that you find of interest. Here are some of the folks that we're going to be talking to. I think it might be good to share some of these names with you. We're going to be having someone from Salvation Army here to share about the work that that organization has been doing for a long time and what they're doing in Yakima right now. Lisa Sargent. Debbie Walker, who's the YUGM Director of Hospitality, is going to come and talk about our meals and how many meals we serve, certainly, but why that's important in the work we do with folks who don't have a place to be. We're going to have a visit from Lieutenant Ryan Wisner from Yakima Police Department, and he's going to talk about the law enforcement perspective and how that works and what we can learn from him. Misael Hernandez is a gentleman who is a pastor. He is from Mexico originally. He also is on the board of the mission, and I'm very eager to have him share about his perspective as someone who's a transplant to the United States and what he sees are the challenges for those who speak Spanish especially. We're going to have several clients from our programs who are going to share. We're going to have a visit from Esther Magasis, who is the Director of Human Services for Yakima County. And I always love enjoying time with Esther. She's a delightful leader, and we appreciate her being here as well. Steve Griff is a volunteer, a retired pharmacist. He's going to share about why he volunteers at the mission and why he cares about those who are homeless and having challenges with that. Buzz Rowe, a fruit grower, you might know of Rowe Fruit, and Buzz is someone who has had a long relationship with the mission as a former board member. He's also currently involved, and I want him to share about how he's engaging with our clients and what that means to him. Ken Brackenier is a mental health counselor, a specialist in the Yakima community, and I'm delighted to have Ken come and share about his experiences as well and what he sees particularly are the challenges around mental health and how that impacts homelessness. Alicia Tobin, who is Executive Director of Safe Yakima Valley, is going to be with us. Dr. Christy Trickett, who heads up the Care Center Ministries at the mission, is going to be here to talk about physical and mental health and the impact that has. Sean Gutierrez, who leads a ministry called Celebrate Recovery, one of several locations, and Sean's going to share from his own lived experience, but also why that matters to have a community where people can be safe in their recovery. We're going to also take some time to talk about, for those of you who are familiar with our thrift enterprise, you might know we have 4 stores. We're looking at opening another one, and why it is that we do that. And we're going to have an opportunity to hear from Autumn Bernier, who's the VP of Enterprise and Analytics, and that'll be delightful to hear. Derek Johnson's going to be with us. He also is a former staff member, but now works in the community as community coordinator for Safe Yakima Valley, rather. We're going to have Daryl Gill, who's a very experienced resource for those in recovery, and I love his heart, and so we're going to have an opportunity to hear from Daryl. Jason Johnston is going to share with us about transformation, and Jason is the Senior Director of Client Services at the mission. And Jason has the opportunity to see a perspective that most of us don't. And so I'm eager to have Jason share about what he has learned in the years that he's been with the mission. Commissioner Curtis was going to be with us. He's out of town and unable to do that. But he recently made a presentation to the chamber, and I'll share a few thoughts from his presentation as well. We're going to have an opportunity to hear from Marty Davis. Marty is the Senior Director of Operations at the mission. And in particular, what Marty's going to address and unpack for us is how the mission plays a role in distribution of both goods and food. And there's a lot behind that, millions of dollars of effort that are involved, and I want to have the opportunity for you to hear from him about that. We're also going to hear from Tyann Whitworth, who is the Senior Director of HR at the mission, and in particular to try to understand what is it that motivates people like employees at the mission or other organizations. What is it that motivates people to want to serve in these kinds of roles? And there's some really fascinating qualities that we see in folks who are motivated to serve this way. And so we look forward to that conversation. We're going to hear from Chris Romero. Chris is the Discovery Program Manager, which is our first step in the recovery program at the mission. And he's going to explain why that exists and how it works. When someone comes out of the shelter, it's a big step to decide to take a step forward like this. And Chris is someone who's got just a great opportunity to share with us what it's like and how we can help them. We're going to have another former client share, Sarah Palmer, who also now, as a graduate of our program, is involved in mental health in the community. Dave Hansen, who's the Executive Director for Sunrise Outreach Center, also pastors the Vineyard Church here, Christian Fellowship. And Dave has been a good friend and a partner with the community around these challenges, and we look forward to hearing from Dave as well. Dan Brown's going to be with us, who is the Executive Director of Love in the Name of Christ, Love Inc. Some might know it as Love Inc. And it is a ministry that really crosses some additional boundaries with the mission. We share some of the same challenges, and I look forward to Dan being able to share a little bit about the hope that he's seeing in the community. And then we're going to, at the end of the time period tomorrow, same time tomorrow at noon, we're going to wrap up just a few minutes before that with a national connection. And periodically we'll be doing this, having a national connection with other organizations, missions around the community, around the country. The mission in Yakima is part of a group called the City Gate Network. And if you think of other organizations like ours that are involved in the work of homeless prevention and services, there's a lot that we have in common. We learn a lot from one another. And so today, not just in Yakima, but in nearly 100 other locations, there are other missions and organizations like ours who are doing this today, creating an opportunity for conversation in the community. And I'm grateful that we have the opportunity to be a part of that. If you've not heard about the City Gate Network, you can find more information about them by going to citygatenetwork.org. And if you haven't, you can track more of what's happening in these conversations by going to conversationsOnAbench.org, and you can track what's happening in the country in these other conversations. There are a lot of interesting things that we're going to get into. A lot of variety is going to be shared in these conversations that we're going to have. I'd like to share something that is actually a letter that I wrote in one of our recent newsletters, because it addresses, I think, the way we think, or the way we want to think about those who are caught in this cycle of not being able to break free. And I hope you can hear my heart as I share this. This was written to our supporters, but I'm sharing it with you as well. I called it Resiliency. Insanity has been popularly described as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Yikes. By that definition, a person might begin to question doing anything more than once. I hope you can relate to that. But in truth, learning to get up after being knocked down is actually a virtue. Jesus didn't hold back when he said, "In this world you will have trouble, but take heart, I have overcome the world." That's from the Gospel of John. According to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, resilient people are able to become strong, healthy, or successful again after something bad happens. And they're able to return to an original shape after being pulled, stretched, pressed, and bent. I don't know if you've noticed, but the culture of our times has become generally negative, distrustful, quite self-righteous. Promises are made but not kept. Lying is disguised as truth, and solutions fail but are often defended. Certainly, the money spent to eliminate homelessness is a case in point, and I want to be blunt. Homelessness is a stubborn, complex, widely misunderstood problem. However, while the mission cannot single-handedly solve the problem, we have stood in the gap as we can. I'm proud of the way that UGM has stood in the face of opposition and challenges over the years. I'm also proud of the men, the women, and the children who, once trapped in disillusionment and hopelessness, have found help for change through the staff and volunteers at the mission who faithfully share the unconditional love of Jesus. He loves us. He himself overcame ultimate opposition to show us his power over sin and death. And he calls us to stand with him as overcomers, as people who are resilient. Together we can be resilient people to overcome even homelessness. Will you stand with us? The reason I wrote that is because some of the most courageous people I've ever met are people who have been homeless and who have made the challenge, taken the challenge and made the decision to step into a process of change. And it is amazing to hear the stories of these men and women and the ways that they have experienced life and the change that comes because of that decision. And having a support system like the mission to be available to encourage them, support them, protect them, hold them accountable, and eventually walk with them through that celebration of completion. We are so excited to have former clients who have graduated and moved back into the community, who have equity. We'll talk more about some of those things that we do and the reasons we do them. We'll talk about some of the details, but I think you're going to be particularly blessed by the personal stories that you're going to hear from these folks who share from their own experience. We're glad you're joining us. We look forward to the next 24 hours we share together, and we trust that it'll be a blessing to you as well as it is to us. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Yakima Union Gospel Mission Conversation on a Bench. We're just starting out with some of our guests, and our first guest today is Lisa Sargent, who is with the Salvation Army here in Yakima, and we're going to have an opportunity to learn more about what the Salvation Army is doing in our community. They've been around for a long time. They're part of the community solution, and they're going to be part of our conversation as well. For those who don't know, the mission has rented this park today for the next 24 hours, or now 23 hours. And we are going to be here all through the night and having just a whole bunch of conversations. So if you're just joining us, stick with us. It's going to be really fun. We're going to hear a lot of variety, and we're going to start with Salvation Army. So when you think about, and thank you for coming, Lisa.
Yeah, of
We
course.
appreciate you being
Yes, definitely.
When you think about the challenges that our community faces, what is it that our community needs? How can the community do more to address some of these needs? And in a way, I'm asking, what's Salvation Army doing, right?
Yeah.
Because it's important.
Yeah. And we say we're the best kept secret. Probably you recognize that too sometimes.
Right.
But we have a food pantry. I mean, just start right there with the food pantry. And over the last year or longer, we've seen an increase, of course.
Good.
And good.
Yeah.
And good that they feel comfortable to come
Right.
to the food pantry. Because, over the years, there has been sort of a stigma, that food pantries are for people that don't have money
Right.
or for whatever reason. And we want to erase that because the food pantry is for everybody. I know professionals who have expressed the need for using the food pantry, and just because of hard times, whatever that might have looked like for them. Maybe they, got their hours cut, or just lots of different
So you
reasons.
have seen an increase in the numbers.
We have seen an increase in numbers, and we are very intentional at our food pantry. We want to make sure that those that come into our place feel at home. They're our guests.
Yeah.
They're not our clients, but they're our guests. And we intentionally want to make sure that they feel provided, of course, but they feel dignity and they feel hope.
Excellent.
And we have a great staff who is leading the way.
That's good.
With that. Yes, that is a big different dynamic
Right.
than years past,
Right.
right? And we even clients, guests, sorry, I'm
Yes.
still
Yes.
bad at that. Thank goodness the staff is much more better than I am. But the guests are even engaging in conversation.
Wonderful.
And their other needs.
Okay.
What can we help with? What extra need do you have? Maybe it's just a conversation. Sometimes they just need to sit and vent.
Yeah.
And
But it sounds like they feel safe enough.
they feel
with your
safe.
team
Exactly.
where they can do that.
Yes.
That's
yes,
really great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we also have a clothing closet. That's what I'm calling it right now.
Yep, okay. Maybe a rebranding in the
Right,
future.
exactly. Yeah, because this new building that we got.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that.
But yeah, and even now we are partnering with United Way and Rod's House with this clothing, household items.
Excellent.
And again, it's a shopping experience for those who need.
Right.
And so whether they're coming into the our building for food pantry or the need for hygiene or clothing, we're there, and we're there to support them.
That's great. So, Salvation Army has a long history. The mission in Yakima started in 1936, but Salvation Army and other missions around the country started in the mid-1800s, right?
Yes.
There's a long history to this because poverty and homelessness and disadvantage economics, those are realities that have been with us for a long time. And you've obviously, as an organization, but also locally here, been working at that. I'm really encouraged to hear that your guests feel safe. Because it's a culture where maybe they don't.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Typically.
Yes.
And I'm really grateful that that's what you're seeing. That's really good to hear.
Us too. We didn't necessarily intentionally was thinking that way. It just kind of organically happened.
Yeah.
And then we started thinking, okay, there are guests. you know, and they have needs and wants and, you know, again, all that I said, that dignity and hope. And so it just kind of organically came together. And again, I contribute to the staff for their caring of others and, of course, our community.
I love that, because that is such an important need, particularly in times like now when economics are down, or where it's hard to make your dollar stretch far enough. That they know that there's a place they can go, and that they're going to be treated with dignity, with respect, those are people who may never come to the mission, who may not need to come to the mission, but because they can go to Salvation Army, they're going to find solutions that they need to have.
Exactly.
Now, you've been operating out of a building on 16th, and that's about to change, right? Can you explain a little more?
Yeah, so we have 2 buildings over the years. We've had 2 buildings. So 6th Avenue, we are still operating the food pantry.
Are you really?
Yes.
I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
That's why I'm saying that, because so many people don't realize we are still operating out of 6th Avenue with the food pantry. And, you know, we have 80 families a day, so the word's out there, but I'm sure there's more that has the need as well. So we're still there. We're definitely there through the end of the year. We'll see what happens then, and we will definitely notify, you know, the community of where we're at and what's it going to look like.
That's the food piece.
Food piece, food, case management, clothing, everything. Basically, right now, everything is at 6th Avenue services. So our 16th Avenue building has been our youth programming, senior programming, church services. We are still having church services there on Sundays, 10 o'clock this Sunday. Just put in a plug in. And then because we are in a transition period, the 16th Avenue building will close here in the next few weeks. We are transitioning. We're moving items to our new building, which is North 4th Street, 509 North 4th Street. So we're cleaning out that building, getting stuff stored over there, and doing all we can over on 6th Avenue.
It's exciting to think about this new space. That was the
and
Champion
tiring.
Center over by Miller Park, which, I mean, that community is going to be so blessed by having this kind of resource. So tell us about where you're at in that process. How's that going, and what are your needs?
Yeah, it's so exciting. And I just want to share too, when we had our event, our launch of the capital campaign, but an event for the community over there, they really embraced us already, I feel like. There was a lady that asked, basically it was, you know, how are we going to work together? How are we going to get things cleaned up? How are we going to do this? And I said, I have no idea, but you and I are going to work together on that. So that's reassuring and encouraging that they're ready for the Salvation Army to be over in that area and providing and serving. So in that building, it's a very large building. God has given us a gift. He has given us an amazing gift. And sometimes people say, what are you going to do with the building? I said, well, I already have it filled. But so we can expand services.
Awesome.
So our food pantry is going to be much larger. You know, it's pretty small right now, but it works and we get it done. But again, it'll be a shopping experience, shopping carts, and more food we anticipate to be able to put in the Hope Market is our food pantry. And the items that each nationality, is that right? That would need. So we are focused on food that is relative to everybody and their needs.
That's great.
Yeah.
And that you will have more space now.
Yes.
To create more options and for meeting that need.
Exactly. Yeah. And so Hope Market will be on its own building with case management as well and some hygiene items. And then in the community center, we'll have our youth programming. Again, we can increase that because of the space. Our senior programming, our lunch program, again, more space, able to create.
The 16th Avenue location just doesn't have that room.
Right, it
And
doesn't.
this is going to be such a fun thing, watching how you can be creative.
Yes,
And enlarge
exactly.
what you do.
Yeah, we already, are talking, GED classes, parenting classes, strengthening families,
Excellent.
and just the relationships we've built over the last few years and somewhat recently too, asking them to help support and what can you bring? How can you, utilize our space?
Yeah.
At our launch in July, the nonprofits, we had, I think, about 19 nonprofits there, and
Awesome.
talking to them about, hey, do you think you could come 1 or 2 days a week in this community space?
Yeah.
So those that have questions and needs can come there.
Excellent.
And not go here,
Right.
here, and here.
Right.
So
That's really great.
super excited to see where all this lands and get going.
I don't know if, you've been in Yakima for a little while.
A little while. 52 years.
I don't know if you remember. Do you remember the Holtzinger building downtown where the mission was going to relocate?
Kind of.
Okay,
But I know the building. I know the name.
So the mission started in 1936 down on Front Street.
Yes.
And then there was a decision to move to this fruit warehouse. And it was exactly the same vision. How can we create a space where we can bring these nonprofits together? So we provide services in one place, and it burned to the ground, right? So the Lord had a different plan.
Right?
That
that happens, right? Yeah.
And our current location doesn't really, that's not the vision for what we can do in the space we have.
Right.
But this is so cool.
Yeah.
To know that you can take that facility and use it in ways that will actually help the people who are looking for assistance.
That's our plan. Everybody's welcome.
That's awesome.
Everybody walk in the door. Come. There is something for you.
Yeah.
Whether it's volunteering, whether it's a hot meal,
Right.
whether you want to come take a book, we're going to have a little library out there. It's for everybody, and
Awesome.
everybody's welcome.
Are you getting good response from other nonprofits who want to lean in and become part of that?
Oh, yes. I
Starting
kind
out?
of, it's really busy right now. And so I feel like I'm neglecting sometimes.
Yeah.
But again, just that previous conversation, and the event was so great, and the conversation, there was a lot of, yes, let's do this. So as we rev up and, get going, I'll have to, talk about that again.
Excellent.
And, but I think we will have good support. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Our plan is to be in the building in January.
Okay.
So, real estate and all that stuff goes,
Right.
you never know.
Takes time.
But it takes time.
And it
But
takes money
January,
too, right?
And it takes money.
So where are you at
And
on that part?
We're still in the capital campaign. We're still needing to raise $750,000.
Okay.
We've raised about 80, maybe 100,000.
start.
It's a good start, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And we know it'll happen. It'll come. And how we even got the building in the first place was a trust gift that really wasn't on our radar.
Wow.
And I got a call from our divisional commander, and she said, "Lisa, what are you doing?" I said, "I have 10 minutes. I'm going to be doing a wedding."
Right.
And she told me about this trust, and that's what got us started.
Awesome.
Really, yeah.
What a
Otherwise,
gift.
we would have been,
So when you use the word gift, it's a literal
truly
definition.
a literally gift.
Oh, that's great.
Absolutely,
That's
absolutely,
awesome.
yeah. Otherwise, we'd be raising like $5 million.
Yeah.
And
Now, since you obviously have to raise the funds and pay for this and so on, are you able to fully occupy all the space, even though you're not at that point?
I think we will, between our Fresh Start, the clothing closet, and household items, we want to offer that also as a learning experience for those that want to get back into the workforce. We want to, offer that. And then between the classes with the GED and financial, another space there, our after-school program, we're going to put a gym in. It's not...
Okay.
The upstairs kind of can be a gym, but we're going to put a gym on the lower level, and then the upstairs will be our feeding programs,
Okay.
So...
Well, it sounds like you've got your plan well mapped out.
I've got a plan.
Right? and the building is a gift that's given you now
Yes.
new opportunities.
Yes.
And the funds need to come in, obviously. That's going to be important.
Yeah.
But I just love the fact that you've got a vision for how you can expand what you're doing.
Yeah.
The mission used to, when I first came to the mission 9 years ago, we used to run a pantry. And we did have outreach into the community.
Yeah.
And what we realized was we've got some unique warehouse space. And so we really pulled back from that and focused now on distributing to 9 food banks to keep them supplied. And I'm grateful that the pantry concept hasn't died,
Right.
right? That we have
Right.
other options in the community.
Yes.
It's really good.
Yes. Yeah.
Because their
I love
families
it
have
too.
nowhere to go.
Exactly.
They need help.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
I really appreciate what you're doing, and I want to make sure that everybody who gets a chance to watch this knows how important it is that we collaborate
Yeah.
as a community. This is the need that the community has
Yeah.
to work together. These solutions have to be bigger than the problems, and we can't do it alone. So
I agree. I agree. And I think that's why I'm so intentional to reach out to others these days. You know, I'm a little busy, so that's not a good
yes,
excuse,
yes,
but I need to do better myself, you know, but just reaching out and making sure that we're staying connected,
yeah,
I think it is absolutely
awesome.
possible.
Yes,
We are a great community, and whenever somebody is, you know, even another nonprofit has a need, we're pretty good at trying to support and help
it's great.
if we can. Not just us, I mean all,
Right.
you know, everyone, yourselves too.
Yeah.
And so we have a great community.
I agree.
And we're going to even be greater.
That's great. I appreciate you making the time.
Yeah.
I know it's busy, but thanks for taking the time
Yeah.
just to share with the community what Salvation Army is doing. And because of the needs, we can sometimes get depressed or overwhelmed by that.
For sure.
But to know that there are groups that are making an impact in areas that are important, it's
Yeah.
encouraging.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree. You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thanks for asking.
Lisa Sargent from Salvation Army. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Scott Thielen with Union Gospel Mission in Yakima. And I have with me another guest, and I'm excited to have Debbie here. This is Debbie Walker, who is our Director of Hospitality Ministries and Meal Services at the Mission. And she has a very special role, but God has prepared her for this role in some unique ways. Can you just take a moment and explain a little bit about what it is you do, and also how God has prepared you for this kind of a role?
Okay, so we make meals. Sometimes we serve up to 180 per meal. We also serve the program side as well. I have a crew with me. They're great. Basically, my background is in general management and district manager, so I kind of know the areas of the food service industry, and that's pretty much what my experience is.
It's an awesome experience. But I think for me, what I particularly appreciate about you is that you have, because you've run food business before, you have an understanding not just how to feed masses of people, but you have an understanding of how to do it effectively and efficiently.
Yes.
And I really value that. That's so important, because we don't want to be wasteful with what we're trusted with.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like you're doing a great job making the most out of what we have.
Yep.
It's a little tricky, right? Because you
It
never know
is.
for sure what you're going to have to work with sometimes.
Yep.
And yet
That's the
you're
fun
creative.
part. Yep. You got to be creative. There you go.
That's awesome. I would like to, and there are other things we can talk about in relation to the future, but I'd like to get you to comment a little bit on the fact that you didn't come with lots of homeless experience necessarily, right?
No. Mm-mm.
How has God shaped you in the years now that you've been involved at the Mission? What have you learned about this work that we're involved in?
So, when I first came, I was in a place and I felt God led me, and I was petrified, and I
Me
did
too.
not even know if I wanted to go, and I couldn't understand why he was leading me here, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can do this. And so is what happened is I realized, like, poverty isn't just about like wealth and status. Like, sometimes poverty could be maybe is hungry and naked and homeless, and that's poverty more so. And so with the compassion that you can have for these people, it's just amazing that people who are homeless, they just don't have homes, but they're just like everybody else. So that's what I think.
That's so important.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when people encounter someone who's looking for help, they're homeless, they don't look safe, they don't know them, they're not sure what that means, and that's fair.
Right.
But when you work with them, and you have the opportunity to actually involve some of them in training and teaching them how to work in the kitchen and how to prepare
Yes,
meals.
that is very true.
And that's so good, because it gives you a different perspective than a lot of our community might have. What are some things, and I didn't prepare you for this, but let me just ask, what are some things about folks that you have in the process of getting involved in the ministry of meal preparation particularly? What is it you see in them? What is it that excites you about what you see in them as they go through that?
So I think what kind of excites me is part of even just been in restaurants forever. It's about just, I guess, caring for people too. So it's like I like to help somebody out or whatever. So they want a drink of water, or whatever. But some people, if they're really interested and like they just really want to work in the kitchen or something, I'm like, well, come on, let's try this out. I mean, I don't mind having people help at all or to teach them anything, because I think some people want to learn.
Yeah.
And so why not just excel on that?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. And it's so fun to walk in and see people that have come in as our guests, who are now at a place where they're able to help out.
Right.
And what that does to them in sense of their own value or how they see themselves.
Right.
They have value,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
but they
definitely.
maybe don't understand that at the beginning.
Yep.
I love that. So how does this whole focus of preparing good meals is an art all in itself?
Yep.
I am not a great cook, so I respect that. But in doing that, how does that effort of creating hospitality, how does that help someone who's homeless? What are the things that you've seen?
So I've got a couple of notes I'm just gonna do for you. But so food service includes the preparation of the meal and serving of the meal. But the hospitality comes in when you're serving it and preparing it and you're getting them involved. And it goes beyond serving, it's engaging all the senses and providing thoughtfulness and comfort in someone, and making even friends with them because they're people. They're just
Right.
like us.
I love that. Where they have, and so we sometimes describe what we do at the mission
Right.
as being the do-over family,
Right.
because a lot of our folks have had really difficult childhoods.
Yes.
They grew up with not great models, and we get the opportunity to do it differently with them. And for what you just described, for them to be able to experience doing this with you, that's got to be really precious for them.
I would think so. I think it's precious for me though too, because I really like to see the joy on their face because they felt like they accomplished something.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's, just off the cuff, what's the craziest meal you had to prepare? Because you never quite know what's going to be available in our food supply.
Very true. So that's always up in the air, and it's always fresh and new, and all of a sudden you have to come up with a recipe for what you have to work with. But the craziest meal, I think, or it wasn't crazy, but it was crazy, is like Thanksgiving, because there's so many people and there's so many volunteers, and it's really a joy though, because there's just so many people together and everybody cares so much, and it's always fun though.
You are a busy lady that day.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that's great. So for folks in the community that have never come down, if they wanted to come down and help and prepare a meal or serve a meal,
Sure.
Is that possible, and how does that work?
It sure is. Basically, they just call our volunteer coordinator, and she will get them through the process that they need to, and they just set times up through the computer, and then they come in, and hey, we're putting them to work.
Right.
So yeah, it's pretty simple though. It's pretty simple.
A lot of families want to bring their kids,
Oh, yeah.
and there's probably safety issues about who can be behind the kitchen.
Yep.
What kind of boundaries are in place that they need to know about?
Well, they need to stay. Their kids need to stay with them, so they can't just leave them in a separate area. And they should be a little older, not real little kids, so that they can actually participate. Kids just love to help. They just love it. And I don't know. We just put them to work, cutting or chopping or whatever, and they just seem to love it. And so the parents love it because now they have something to do with their kids. So.
But it's not unsafe, right?
Oh no, not at all.
Which is maybe
not at all.
an assumption that someone might have when they have kids.
Yeah, no, it's actually pretty safe. The mission is actually really safe, I think. It's not anything like I thought it was in the beginning at all. So yeah.
As you think about the future of what you're doing, what are some dreams you've got? Things that you're excited about? If you can open those doors or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if I can open them. So I really want to get the other kitchen going.
Okay.
We do have another kitchen,
Right.
and it is not being in use right now. So I want to get it health department approved, and
Right.
so we're working towards that goal. And I would really love to make it into a commissary kitchen and do a food truck out of it. So
Got
that's
it.
my goal.
Yeah. I'm excited about those ideas.
Yes,
And we'll see what God has in mind.
exactly.
Debbie, thank you for what you do.
Oh, sure.
Thank you for being just another bright spot in our staff, providing these folks an example, and knowing that they're welcome and respected for who they are. They don't have to earn their way,
Yes.
right?
No,
God
they
loves
don't.
them anyway.
Yep, you got that right.
Love it. Thank you. Appreciate
All right.
for all you do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh. I'm like, I was going to tell a story.
Recording in progress. Yes, yes, we can. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bethany. Hi, nice to meet you.
Okay. It'd be a lot easier to have a conversation. Can we do that? You have an appointment. You guys want to keep that one?
No.
6 minutes?
Yeah.
Is that's happening?
That would,
It's two.
it's two. It's three where we are.
Happening at 5 o'clock.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Thielen, CEO at Union Gospel Mission here in Yakima, Washington. And if you're joining us, we're in a 24-hour conversation with people in the community about homelessness and about how it impacts us and what we can do together. As I've shared before, the mission has been doing this for almost 90 years. We're going to continue to do this, but we can't single-handedly solve these problems. So this is an opportunity for us as a community to listen to one another and to have an opportunity to speak into the solutions. This is not simple. Homelessness is a complex and difficult problem, And one of the places where homelessness impacts is in our approach to how we keep law enforcement. And I have with us today Lieutenant Ryan Wisner with Yakima Police Department. And I've enjoyed getting to know Lieutenant Wisner over the past couple of years, and the work that the men and women who are on the force do in relation to homelessness. So I want to start with this question. You've got a long career, and I'll let you explain how that started and how long, but you've been with YPD for a long time. And I'm sure that you've learned things in the process. What I'm wondering is, from the things you've experienced and learned, what would the community benefit from knowing? I'm not a police officer, so what are the things that you think might be helpful for me or for others to know about your experience?
Sure. And first off, thank you very much for inviting me.
Absolutely.
It's a pleasure. I love to understand where you guys are coming from, and I love that you guys want to understand where the police are coming from when it comes to homelessness and drug use, alcoholism, and petty crimes, right? First and foremost, I'd like the community to understand, people listening or watching this, is we're never going to be able to incarcerate our way out of the homeless issue. I think a lot of people think that if you're homeless, the police should be able just to show up and throw you in jail for some type of crime or issue that you may or may not be committing. But that's not the case.
Yeah. And that does happen from time to time.
It does. It does.
But what you're saying is that doesn't solve the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Clearly does not solve the problem. First and foremost, if we did find that they're violating a law and that it was an arrestable offense and we booked them into jail, essentially they're going to be right out of jail within hours. So really you haven't fixed anything.
So it ties up your time, it ties up the jail's time.
The court's time.
It doesn't really produce the change that we all would want to see.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Just a little bit of background of me. I've been with the police department for approximately 24 years. Had a plethora of positions within the police department. Had a great career, fun career. My last assignment before promoting to lieutenant was I was the sergeant over the PROACT team, where we dealt primarily with homelessness,
Right.
open air drug use, firearms violations, wanted suspects, stolen cars, etc. Really just street level crime, but you would find in our day to day we would be wrapped into some type of homelessness issue.
That's a long career.
It is.
You used the word fun.
It has been fun. It has been fun.
Okay.
Being a police officer is very fun, and
Right.
and I want everyone to come to work and have fun.
Yeah.
And I think overall, with members of the Yakima Police Department do come to work and have fun. It's a fun city to work in, and we're never just sitting around, really. But going back to homelessness,
Yeah.
we're all human beings. We all deserve a chance. Everybody's landscape's different. Everybody's upbringing's different. And a lot of these homeless subjects that I've come in contact over the years of being a police officer started homelessness as a youth. Mom and dad were homeless, or mom and dad were couch surfing,
Right.
living in parks or living in their cars, living in motorhomes, and that is the only thing that they know. And they would mask their emotions with using narcotics,
Right.
or using drugs, because that's what they saw mom and dad do. I don't have the solution to it. I wish somebody had the solution to it, but we don't. And we can't program our way out of it either.
It's interesting that you see that trend, though, because we've seen the same thing at the mission, right? So the people who often end up at the mission are people who have a pattern that's almost predictable, which is when they were kids, they were abused, they were messed up.
Yep.
They didn't grow up in a safe environment typically.
Right.
And we try to be that do-over family for them, to show them a different way of doing that. But a lot of folks don't get that opportunity. And so you're saying that over the years of your work, you've encountered that pattern. You've seen that.
Right.
That this is sort of the result of maybe things they didn't even choose, but have affected them and have shaped their lives.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, if dad or mom were an athlete, you're going to end up knowing how to play sports.
Right.
If they're a good student, you're going to understand how to be a good student. But if you're raised by somebody that's never played sports, never went to school, you're kind of on the path to destruction. I mean, there's an anomaly where one or two may be able to guide their way out of it. And I wish that number was more frequent, but it's not.
Yeah.
So how do we deal with it? We deal with it by places like the Union Gospel Mission. You guys do great work. I wish everybody would take time out of their day to at least come down and see what you guys do. Do a tour, talk to you guys, ask questions, give you a call.
And we welcome it. That's really good to see for yourself what goes on. Because what you see on North First or Wenatchee's, that's not necessarily an accurate picture of what the community is trying to do to address the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the messages I do have to staff within the police department that I interact with is, if we show up to an incident where a person is committing a crime or is an unwanted guest outside of a business sleeping, we don't have to remind them that we're the police because they already know. And we don't have to remind them that they're homeless because they already know that.
Right.
So dignity is big.
That's great.
If you show them respect, they're going to show you respect. That is a proven fact. And talk to them like you would want to be talked to normally. Have a clear and concise message. Offer them resources. And going into that, down that road right now, let's talk about resources. A large majority of them do not want to accept resources. We have tried it.
Yep.
We have had organizations within the city that have came and ridden with us when I was on the PROAC unit, and we have deployed them out of our cars to talk to homeless individuals and offer them any resource that they'd want, and 99% of the time it's no thank you.
Right.
Or they just walk away.
Any theories, because we see the same thing, any theories on your end as to why that is?
I think I can attribute it to probably not wanting to get dope sick.
Okay. Because that's horrible.
It is
detoxing
terrible.
from these drugs.
Right.
Is a really, really awful experience.
And it's an understandable fear.
Yeah.
There's no way to get around it because you're going to get sick.
Right.
So if we do incarcerate somebody, we do offer them a path after incarceration, because a large majority of them are high on fentanyl, and that is what you're going to get sick from when you come down and aren't ingesting more fentanyl. And we let them know, hey, you're going to sober up while you're in jail. When you get out, you're going to be sober. That is your chance.
Yes.
To go to the mission.
Yes.
Reach out to Comprehensive.
Right.
A drug rehab facility
Try
of sorts.
anything.
Yeah. Right. And
so we have staff in the jail who are on average talking to 15 different people every week for this reason, because what was happening previously is that they would get discharged maybe 2 a.m. or something, and all of the bad actors are waiting for them, and they have a really difficult choice, and we want to be more of a support, right, to those individuals, and I think that's the community's desire. But if you're that person and you feel alone, that's probably not gonna help.
Right. You're getting out of jail, and you're outside the concrete walls, and you're looking left and you're looking right, and the only thing you know is that your buddies are a few blocks away.
Yeah. That's
Where
a
else are
strong
you going to
attraction,
go?
right?
Absolutely.
Right.
What else do you do if the mission isn't waiting outside in the van and saying, hey bud, hop in, let's go?
Yeah.
And they have to be willing to do that.
You said something a couple of minutes ago that really caught my attention, because you described yourself, and as I've gotten to know you as an individual, I can see this, that you look at these individuals as having value,
Absolutely.
of having dignity. They're caught in a situation that's really difficult, and we certainly believe the same thing. We believe that every human being is created in God's image and needs to be treated with respect. The reality, though, is that I think people in our community just want the problem to go away, right? And may not stop to think about these individuals as human beings. I'm curious, when you and the others on the force encounter homeless individuals, what have you seen? What's their reaction to law enforcement? You know, what do you think is going on in their heads as they encounter law enforcement?
It really depends on what they're doing at the time.
Okay, that's fair.
You know what I mean? If they're committing a crime and they know they're committing a crime, they're doing the best they can to try to hide any evidence of the crime that they're committing, or merely they're wanted and they'll just try to walk away if we can't identify them face to face, off of knowledge.
Yeah.
Some of them will stick around and chat with you if you want to chat.
Okay.
But we have to take the time as the police to sit and chat with them.
Which isn't automatic. You guys are under pressure
Right.
for time.
Yeah, there's other calls pending. You got supervisors that are saying, hey, you've been on that call long enough. You got 4 more stacked up in your beat. Why don't you go handle that? Which we do want the sergeants to do that. I mean, that is one of their main job functions, is to keep the call screen down and keep guys being proactive and interactive, right? Yeah, it's not necessarily welcoming. If I have nothing else to convey about that, but then again, not everything is a police issue.
Okay. Yeah.
If people run up against a wall or don't have an answer, we in society have become accustomed to calling the police. And I'm not saying a business owner that's a little worried about the gentleman or gal that's sleeping outside their front door when they come to open the door in the morning, and I wouldn't expect anybody to have to interact with that person because you don't know.
Right.
So yes, call the police, but we can't be the crutch for everybody for every issue all the time, because we investigate crime.
Right. That's fair.
Yeah.
It's also not convenient if somebody just wants the problem to go away, right?
Right.
And I think part of what we're learning as a community, and I'm going to presume here that I can speak for the community, but I feel like we want the problem to go away, but we're not exactly sure how to collaborate to make that happen. And I'm really proud of the effort that our community is engaged in, trying to have, and why we're doing these conversations too. I mean,
Right.
Trying to figure out how can we work together more effectively to actually help these individuals. And it is frustrating, to see something that you can't fix, particularly if it's affected you. I know when I talk to people who have lost a family member to overdose, for example, they're a lot more tender about the dilemma, but they're also wanting it to go away.
Right.
I'm not at a point where I have a solution to propose other than we need to work together.
Right.
And so I really appreciate the way that you're setting the tone in YPD. When YPD comes out to the mission, and we do have issues
Sure.
where people act out,
Sure.
and it's unsafe, and we need to have help appropriately. But we can't expect YPD to solve every homeless problem.
Right.
We're in that place where we're going to do what we can, and you're in a place where you're going to do what you can. But I really appreciate that you're trying to cast that culture downward of valuing these individuals as human beings.
Right.
We can't help them change unless we help them understand that they have value.
Right.
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 And so I just appreciate that from a law enforcement point of view, that's your mindset.
Right.
Thank you for that.
You betcha. And I do really respect the friendship we have with the Union Gospel Mission. Most of the Northeast sector officers know the staff at the Union Gospel Mission. Most of the supervisors know the staff of the Union Gospel Mission, because we work with you guys a lot collaboratively, and that is super important. If we did not have that bridge of friendship, and because we reach out to you guys for guidance from time to time, or advice,
and vice versa.
Right.
I mean, we've had you come in and do some training on specific issues that we need help with,
right.
And that's really, really valuable. So yeah, I want to just emphasize how important that is, that you have that mindset, because I'm guessing that's not the case in every law enforcement around the country, right?
Maybe not, right.
And I really think that's an opportunity for us to figure out how to work together more effectively.
Right, right. I think in society we like to drive by the problems, if that makes sense. If I don't look at it, it's not happening.
It's a lot easier.
It is easy. That's the path of least resistance, right? But if we don't address it, and we don't offer resources, and we don't show them sympathy, we can't necessarily show them empathy, because I don't think any of us have ever experienced homelessness.
Right.
But the sympathy portion is critical. Let them know that you actually do care, no matter if they're going into handcuffs or not. We're always going to speak to them on a level that we all understand.
That's awesome.
I was speaking with you guys before the camera started, and we were talking about a homeless individual that yelled at somebody.
Right.
And I said, well, man, I don't believe I've ever had a homeless person just get in my face and yell. And I can probably attribute that to how professional the Yakima Police Department is when dealing with the homeless. It's a respect thing. They know that if a black and white shows up, more times than not, they're probably going to get treated with respect, care, compassion, dignity,
Yep.
which is important. And I think straight across the board at the police department, we all have that same sentiment.
It's excellent. If someone encounters someone who's homeless and feels unsafe, what should they do?
Get away. And if they are believed to be committing a crime, call 911.
Okay.
Don't hesitate from calling 911.
If crime's involved.
If crime is involved.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
more times than not, I mean, some of these individuals suffer from some type of mental illness and maybe are talking to themselves or looking up in the sky and chatting with themselves. And that may not be the time that you want to stop and try to shake hands and
Right.
befriend this person.
Right.
So really just use common sense.
Okay.
What are the hairs on the back of your neck telling you?
Right.
Is
Is this
this-
a good time to have a conversation, or
Absolutely,
maybe not?
right.
Maybe not.
And most of them may not want to talk because maybe they're embarrassed, or maybe they don't think that the person that's going to talk to them is going to really care,
Yeah.
in a sense. But they recognize us. We recognize them. I'm talking about as a police.
Yep.
And if you've treated them well in the past, they remember that. They remember that forever. And you could interact with one today and show them respect. And 3 months down the road, you want to interact with that same individual. They're going to remember that officer was nice to me.
Yeah. That's good.
So yeah,
That's good.
that is important.
For folks in the community who may or may not have a relationship with law enforcement, is there any advice you would give about what they can do to help Yakima be a safer place?
It's
It's a big question.
It is a big question,
Yeah.
and I don't know if I necessarily can answer that.
Okay.
Because everybody thinks differently. Everybody thinks differently about what they can use the police for. Everybody thinks differently what they can use the Union Gospel Mission for. Everybody thinks differently what they use comprehensive for, or their friends, their family, or church.
Right. So it's not that simple.
It isn't. That's a tough recipe to put together and come out with a positive
That's
product.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Well, again, I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate particularly the mindset that you're trying to encourage in the force. It's obvious to me, from my point of view, that that's happening. I hope the community can catch that as well.
Sure.
And understand that it's going to take collaboration on these issues
Right.
to make this better.
Yeah, and I want to go back and thank you for what you and your staff do. That's a tough job. It's an extremely tough job, day in and day out. You guys are just hoping for the best.
We want the best.
Yeah, and
For
you're looking for
everybody.
wins.
One of the cool opportunities because I've never experienced homelessness as these folks do, but we get to work with people, see their lives changed, and then eventually hire them back. And we have people on our staff who have been homeless. They have been under the control of substances, and they love what they do because they get to be that interface with folks that are in a difficult spot. They have the ability to talk about that in ways that I can't, and I'm humbled by that.
Sure, and I hope you guys sometime throughout this 24-hour period have a chance to get a piece of this and tell the community, like when we sat down the other day and you
Yeah.
explained to me this other hub, I'm just going to call it a hub for lack of a better
Yeah.
descriptor, of what you're doing with transition of this. It's the people that want help.
Right.
Thank you for what you're doing and want to progress into society and get a job, be drug-free,
Yeah.
not use alcohol, not be wanted by the police. So yeah, you guys
Yeah.
are doing, I was amazed with.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about that.
Yeah.
So in the recovery process, I think what's been so helpful to us is to have people for a longer period of time. So we get them for maybe 2 years where we get to have a community experience for them, and that really makes a difference. But we're also in the shelter space. I mean, we've already had 29 people sign up to not be in a regular low barrier shelter, but step up in their responsibility and their growth. That's so exciting to me. So we're going to talk about that stuff.
Great.
We're going to have Jason Johnston down, and we're going to talk more about it.
Good.
Thank you, Lieutenant
Scott,
Whistler, for all you do.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure, and I hope we can continue down the road of
Awesome.
positivity.
Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Honor. Thanks, you guys. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Thielen, CEO of Union Gospel Mission here in Yakima, Washington, and we're glad that you're able to join in on this conversation. We have 24 hours of these taking place, and we are now into hour 22, I think. It's been great. We really enjoy these conversations. I have with me today another guest who brings a different perspective than what we've had up to this point, and I want to introduce Misael Hernandez. Misael is a friend. He is a pastor in the community. He's also doing chaplain work in the Washington area and also in our care center. And because of his perspective, I want to ask him a couple of questions that I think he's uniquely qualified to speak to. So the first question, thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you for having me.
The first question I want to ask is, as you think about homelessness as a Christian man, as a pastor, and someone, because you weren't always a Christian, God did something in your life.
Correct.
Feel free to share that story. But as a Christian, there's a perspective about homelessness that may not be common in the community's understanding. How would you describe how you look at the problem of homelessness?
That's an interesting question.
I should mention that you're on our board now also,
Right.
which is great, by the way.
Yeah.
Grateful to have you there.
Yeah, I've been serving as a board member for 2 years now. Yeah, which is a pleasure.
It's great to have you there.
A blessing. I grew up in Mexico.
Right.
So the homelessness problem, when I moved to the States, is when I realized how big it is.
Okay.
Typically in Mexico, you see people on the streets,
Right.
sleeping on a bench or things like that, but it's not as often it is here.
Okay.
Why? I don't know. That's
Okay.
a good
That's fair.
good question. Also for me, I know poverty it's a problem in Mexico.
Yes.
As a missionary in Mexico for 16 years, we went to different communities, different neighborhoods where people are poor.
Yeah.
They don't have a job. They struggle with health. They living on the streets basically, but in a neighborhood, kind of like a separate
Right.
section. So we went and did a lot of missions, providing medical care, food, like Christmas times, the Samaritan Purse program, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not typically something that you see on the streets in a daily basis.
Right. It is different from our community.
It is.
I remember going down, and it was the year 2000. I went down and I was asked to speak to a community, and I discovered as I was getting ready to speak with them that they were living in what used to be the city dump
Correct.
because it was land they could afford to
Correct.
to be on.
Yeah, and there's
That's poverty.
Correct. That's poverty. Yes.
That's hard.
So it is difficult, and it is something that it happens in Mexico, and it happens often. I remember years ago, we got a team from Canada working with us for 2 weeks or some time,
Okay.
doing evangelism on the streets, and these guys asked me a very interesting question. They said we were driving downtown Guadalajara, and obviously they saw these fancy cars,
Yep.
Mercedes and all that kind of stuff, and they said, I didn't realize that Mexico have these type of cars. And I was thinking,
Yeah, okay.
it is Guadalajara. It's the second largest
Big
city in the country, and obviously there is money in Mexico. It's a country that has a lot of resources. So, yeah, to have that mentality that because you're Mexican or you're Hispanic, it
Right.
means that you're poor,
Right.
or you have this struggle. it is very interesting to me. People think that way.
Being from that community.
Correct. Correct.
So when you came to the States, and you've been in the States how long now?
It's going to be 7 years
7
in
years,
January.
okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
So when you came to the States, you see homelessness in a different way.
Correct. Yes.
As a Christian, how do you think about those individuals? Because we don't know their stories, we don't know their backgrounds, but when you see homelessness, how do you think about them as a Christian?
Well, the Bible speaks about caring for those in need, and I believe that homelessness it's people that are in need.
Yeah.
But in my perspective, and I can speak from my experience and my experience with the Lord and knowing the scriptures, is I think homelessness is also a problem of the heart. Maybe people won't agree with me, but I believe the gospel is the solution for any problem.
Yeah.
Any problem. So when you look at the root of homelessness, what it is, what you find.
Right.
So it's a hard problem. Many times. Yes, you have the trauma and you have different situations and psychological problems and all of that. Right. Yes, you find that. But in my opinion, it is the gospel is the answer for the heart. God changing a person. Right. I was not homeless, but I was somebody that lived away from God, making bad decisions, and I think back, I probably wouldn't be ended in a really bad spot in my life if I wouldn't, Lord changing my life and
I'm the same way. I agree.
Changing the course of my life. It would be very different story for me.
Right.
So I think we Christians need to take care of those in need, despite of homeless or addictions, right, or whatever. Here at the local church, we constantly have people coming and asking for things, right, and some of them are demanding, oh, you are a church, you guys are Christians, you should provide for us. And not necessarily, depending, right? Like in my case, I never give away money. If I see somebody in need, I offer a meal. You want to grab pizza or you want to grab something.
Just for a moment, because people may not have thought about this, why
Right.
don't you explain why you wouldn't just give somebody money?
Well, and this goes back to Mexico. A lot of people, when they ask money, there's for drinking, drugs or something else, and you don't know. Right. And I know that probably there are people that are in real need of money. They have to pay the bill of the cell phone or rent or the gas or whatever. Right. But a lot of people don't, and that's the problem. How can you know?
That's good, and I appreciate you explaining that, because I think some people just think that out of their compassion or out of their hurt, they want to give somebody some money.
Right.
But in a way, it just makes us feel less guilty, and it doesn't actually help the individual.
No, it doesn't. Many times doesn't.
Makes it worse,
Right.
as you said.
Yeah.
The need is still there, and what I think I hear you saying about the Christian perspective is that we need to be seeing folks through the eyes of Christ, through love.
Correct.
Love is the way in which we go about this, but that doesn't mean that we just pretend that the behavior doesn't matter. Right?
Correct. Yeah,
there's a relationship there.
What's the difference of giving them money or a meal and not caring for their souls?
Right.
It won't make a difference. Long term. And thinking about glory, eternity, it won't make a change.
Right.
So I think we need to care for both things. The physical aspect, but also the spiritual aspect.
Right. And that's why you're doing chaplain work.
That's what I do, chaplain work.
Because they have real needs, but they also have spiritual needs.
Correct.
And you're trying to be available.
Correct.
And sometimes they're willing or needing or wanting to have a conversation.
And it takes time. Chaplaincy is very interesting. The first time I started doing chaplaincy, maybe 6 months into chaplaincy, somebody approached me and asked me questions that were important. But usually it was hi, ¿cómo estás? Things like that. But it wasn't deep. Now I've been doing chaplaincy for 6 years, so I do have good conversations. A lot of people trust me.
That's good.
We have built good relationships, not only relationships like in the work side, but also friendships.
Yeah,
So
that's great.
which is great, and I think that's what I really like to do, is building relationships that go to a more intimate situation like friendship. You know, getting
Right.
close to people.
Well, I really appreciate your heart about that, because I think when we talk about homelessness in this country, there are solutions at work where we're just putting Band-Aids on it. We're letting people continue in this pattern, I guess, and we're not helping them.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
But we need to do it in a way that brings love, particularly for us as believers, the love of Christ,
Yeah.
which is what motivates us, right? We've been loved, and so we want to share the love of Christ. But there are people who just want homelessness to go away.
Yeah.
And homelessness has always been with us, and it
Yeah.
always will be with us.
Yeah.
So it's really not about making it go away. It's about how can we engage it differently. And your interest in being available to talk about spiritual things
Right.
is such an important part of that.
Yeah, I think homelessness is never gonna go away.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Again, it's a hard problem.
Yeah.
And we're all sinners and
Yeah.
with a defective heart, you know.
Right.
So the Lord has to do a change in our lives in a way that we can recognize our need
Yeah.
and then move forward, you know, and move towards the Savior, you know, Jesus. And that makes a change, a true change.
Agreed. One of the hardest things I think for me to watch, as I've been involved in mission work now, is to see the damage that's done in a child's life.
Mm-hmm.
That the way that just creates such hardship for that individual over their lifetime. But what a joy to see that change when they begin to realize that God actually loves them.
Oh boy.
That they're
That's
not a
great.
mistake, and that they actually matter to somebody.
Yeah.
And God really wants them to have a different kind of a life, and we get to be the people who can share that with them and show them what that looks like, and to see some who are willing to say that I want that. That's good.
Yeah.
That's rewarding.
This morning I sent you a story.
Yeah, I saw that.
An
Yes.
email.
Thank you.
A guy I talked to last week at the clinic, he was, kind of like doubting, what you're doing here.
Yeah.
And I explained to him I'm a chaplain here at the clinic, and he shared a little bit of his story with me, and he was listening but not listening to me, and I knew that the conversation wasn't moving forward. So I just give him an evangelistic tract,
Okay.
pamphlet, and I say goodbye and God bless, and
Yeah.
and then at the end of the waiting, he was waiting for his wife. He came to me and said, "You know what? Thank you. I appreciate that you took the time. You took the
That's
time
great.
to talk to me and listen to me, and that you didn't judge me or point the finger at me."
Right.
He was appreciated of that love, the understanding.
That's good.
Wasn't trying to change his mind
Yeah,
at all.
right. But you were available.
I was available, and
that mattered, yeah.
always pointing to the cross, pointing to the gospel,
Yeah.
and I actually encouraged him to read the Bible. I said, well, you need answers. The Bible has the answers. You
Very
can
good.
go through the Bible, go through scriptures. So I think the attitude matters, and many times we don't have the right one. Many times.
I thank you for that story, by the way. I grew up in the United States. You grew up in Mexico. One of the things that in our community, at least half of our community is Spanish speaking.
Right.
So I'm working on my Spanish, brother.
Okay.
I'm not great.
Qué bueno.
It's slow, right?
Yeah.
But for the people who are here, and we have a lot of folks who come up to work in the farms and the orchards, and it's good work, and they're able to help their family back in Mexico. But we have other folks that live here, and this is their community, but they speak Spanish. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, as you've seen both sides, what's challenging for people when they come to our community and they're Spanish speaking? What are the challenges there? And does that contribute to homelessness in some way as well? What do you think?
Good question. I see many challenges. I think the first one and the most obvious one is language.
Right.
language acquisition, it's really, really hard for people. I'm always amazed that I have met people in the past that being in the States for 20 years and they don't speak any English. Not a single word. It may be
Interesting.
high, like basic, but and they don't. I don't know if maybe it's the community, maybe it's Yakima, but they don't seem like they need to learn the language.
Okay.
And it's obviously that you need to learn the language.
Yeah.
We live in the States. We live here in Yakima.
Yeah.
So if you need to find a better job, well, you need English.
Right.
Yeah. You need to find a school opportunity, college, go to, be trained or something. You need English. Definitely, I think that's one of the biggest challenges for the Hispanic community. And I think that makes things more interesting for the Hispanic community.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have that mentality that I'm Hispanic, and we're proud of it.
Sure.
But it doesn't. I mean, learning another language, it doesn't hurt. I mean, that's actually a good thing. Being bilingual. I'm still working in my English, but
you do quite well.
Being bilingual is an advantage.
It is.
Yeah,
Opens up a lot of work opportunities. For
yeah.
example.
So I think that's one of the challenges.
Okay.
Definitely getting educated.
Okay.
I'm not saying this in a bad way, but a lot of the people that I know here in the community are people that came from small towns, small communities that is not even a city, and they didn't even finish primary school,
Right.
or
So
not
this has
even
to be
school.
hard.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the challenging part, to teach them. Maybe they're not, like, okay, I'm gonna learn English because they don't even know Spanish well.
Sure.
And that's a
Sure.
big challenge.
Okay.
So to have the opportunity for the newer generations to learn a language, and I know a lot of second, third generation that they're more comfortable speaking English than
now.
Spanish,
Yeah.
and you can
Yeah.
notice, you can see their Hispanic,
Yeah.
heritage. But I don't know. I think it is challenging. Definitely challenging.
Okay.
Education is, so that's the other thing. So it goes, side to side, being able to speak and also being able to enroll in school. Maybe GED or something. For me, it was challenging. It still is.
Yep.
I went to the YBC, the local college.
Yep.
I took some classes, but it's English is hard.
I'm glad you see it that way, because you're right.
I'm gonna 100% honest. It is hard. Pronunciation is difficult. It is.
So a lot of my friends who've come from Mexico are hard workers. You're a hard worker. But I would imagine that for some, when they're out of their culture, their community, and they're in a place that they're not familiar with, they could run into barriers finding work, and that could contribute to homelessness. I don't know how to measure this, but I would assume that part of the struggle for folks like that in being here is not knowing how to connect with work, not knowing how to find the resources they need. Is that true or not? What do you think?
There is a saying in Spanish, and I don't know how to translate this in English, but we say in Spanish, "Dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres." So tell me you spend time with, and I will tell you who you will become.
Got it.
Something like that. I don't know if there's a saying similar in English.
Yeah.
So I think it depends on your relationships, your friendships.
Yep.
I don't think it necessarily has to do with where you work or how much money you make.
Okay.
So Hispanic community, it's a faith community. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. Could be Christians, could be Catholics, and that gives you a different perspective on, drugs and all of that kind of stuff. So there is some sort of respect about that, and people are careful.
Yep.
And you have the abuelita, grandmother, always telling you, don't do this stuff, things like that. And so there is that kind of respect. And people are moved to the States, they I don't think they came to the States to become addicts.
No, I'm sure
They
not.
come to work
Right.
and make money and build their houses in the little ranchito there in Mexico where mom and dad lives, all of that. So it is, if somebody gets to that point, addictions and stuff like that, I think it is big part of it is your friendships, your
Who you're
co-workers,
with.
who are you with.
Yeah. They either lift you up or they pull you down.
Correct. And I think we tend to imitate people.
Yeah.
We have, the vision of coming to the States and becoming somebody. We are already somebody.
Right.
But that's kind of like the vision, and it makes things tricky, interesting for a lot of folks.
But it's what I love about what we do at the mission, because we have a community where our Christian faith is lived out.
Correct. Yeah.
And they choose to be a part of that, and in that process, they find encouragement. But your church family also, you pastor New Life Bible Church, and you do those services in both English and Spanish.
Yes, bilingual church.
Which
Yeah.
makes that so much, I think, more effective for people who are trying to find their way.
Yeah.
And it's a supportive community.
Yeah, and people appreciate that.
Yeah.
I know that there are some folks in our church that don't like it, but that's the way we are. We're a bilingual
Same
church.
thing would be true in an English-only speaking church. If we
Right.
began doing them in bilingual, I mean, people become comfortable with what
Yeah,
they like.
and that's
But I appreciate the effort that you put into making that
and a lot
happen.
of things that have value are not comfortable.
So
They're
true.
uncomfortable.
So true.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Like
for us
this.
it's important. Yeah, like
Having
this.
a
Yeah,
conversation,
yeah. So
that's
yeah,
great.
it is important for us to be bilingual. I know we can. Pastor Elias Garcia,
Yes.
Elias, he was the one who, with the elders, decided to become a bilingual church, and the reason was a lot of the second and third generation that were just going away, finding other churches, and some they didn't even look for another church. So Elias said, "Okay, we need to do this. We need to. It takes twice as much time
Sure.
that a regular church, and
hard work.
effort and hard work. Yeah, but yeah, we were doing it, and I
great.
think people loved it. Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah. So
Well, I sure appreciate your thoughts about all of this, but I appreciate your willingness to be a part of the solution. You're at the Care Center helping to be a chaplain in other places. You're on our board. Your voice is important, and I think for all of the folks who aren't from Mexico or don't have Spanish-speaking family members, it's really important to remember that that's a transition for them too.
Yeah.
And we as a community have to work together to address our homeless problem.
yeah, and in a place where the Hispanic community is big,
Absolutely.
I think we can contribute a lot.
Yeah.
Not just getting benefits from the services and the community, but I think
Right.
if we get the people together and in agreement and knowing that we can contribute to our own community,
Right.
we can make a big change.
Agreed.
We can make a big
With
change.
God's help.
Yeah, with God's help, of course. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
No, thank you.
Appreciate you coming to share.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
Thank you very much. What's that? Great. Great. Okay. Good. Thanks. Have a good afternoon.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Teresa, come on, have a seat. Thanks for coming down.
Yeah.
So appreciate it.
Somebody hand that to you. Oh, so just keep it somewhere around-ish in here.
Yeah. Don't be bothered by that. It's just a microphone.
I know.
It's so we can capture your voice, right? That's
okay.
that's all it is. I really appreciate you coming down. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Mom couldn't find a place. She had to holler my name. Text Cassie. I don't know where this is.
That's great. I have to say, so I'm introducing myself. For those who are just jumping into the stream, I'm Scott Thielen. I'm the CEO of the Union Gospel Mission here in Yakima, Washington. And we're in these wonderful conversations. And I have the opportunity to introduce Teresa DeWitt. Teresa is one of those ladies that I have so much respect for, and I want to share this. These are the people that are so courageous, who are willing to confront stuff that maybe they didn't even choose in their life, but they've got to deal with it. And I'm grateful that we as a mission can come alongside and help them through that process. Teresa you've been at the mission for 2 years, 3 years?
3 years.
3 years. COVID makes me forget what actually happened, right?
Yeah.
But Teresa, you recently moved out, and
Yes, I
you're
did.
in your own place,
Yep.
and I saw the picture you shared. It's awesome, looks great. But that's not where you started. And so what I'd like to hear is just, for the sake of our community, for someone who's been through this, you've got lived experience, you've faced some really hard things.
Mm-hmm.
You're also in a better place now. And when we talk about restoration, when someone's life is being restored, what does that mean to you? What does that look like as you've been through this process now? It's a big question.
It is a big question, but for me, it's believing in God, because when I first came in after my husband passed away in 2021, I came to the mission in 2022, and that's when I started noticing God there, and that He's always been there for me. I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
And for me, it's just building my self-esteem back up and finding my identity.
That you mattered to Him.
Yes.
That was a message that you needed to hear.
Yes.
And it's true. And it's why the mission's there, right? But in your situation where you found yourself in grief and loss, that wasn't what you were automatically thinking.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you feel comfortable sharing anything about your story that might be helpful for people who are watching? Because others face those similar kinds of problems.
Are we talking about before I came to the mission?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I had a place, an apartment, in 2010, and I held it for 7 years.
Okay.
But I let my brother move in, and then my husband moved out because he was using, and he didn't want me to do it. But my brother was, and I didn't realize it. So, but long story short, I let my husband move back in, and not knowing that he was still using, and so after about a week or so, I'm just going to join them. And then I ended up in the hospital with an aneurysm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and had my surgery. And then a month after, about 3 days after I got out of the hospital, I went back in again for valve obstruction. So I had my second surgery.
Sounds horrible.
It was crazy. It was really hard. I was really, really sick.
So that was a low point for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then after that, when I got out of the hospital the second time, because then I was in the hospital, I told my brother, to pay the bills, and I gave him my credit card, which was a big mistake. He ended up not paying the rent or the bills, so when I got out 3 days later, I get an eviction notice. You got to move. And I tried to situate it with the landlord, but he wouldn't have it. So we ended up staying till August and moved out and became homeless. And then from there on out, we were homeless. We lived at the river for 4 years.
4 years.
Yep, 4 years. And then...
That also isn't an easy life.
No, it wasn't. But we kind of made it work,
Yeah.
to the best we could.
Yeah.
And my husband was, we fought a lot. So he was abusive towards me. So that made it even harder for me to have that in my life, amongst being homeless. But we were in and out of the river for, was it almost 8 years? Yeah.
That's a long run.
Yeah, it was.
And a lot of people don't make it. And that's hard. That's hard to live and survive in that setting.
Oh, yeah.
But it's interesting, as you were sharing your story about how this developed, it wasn't like there was some major decision to do something. This is just simple decisions that sort of set you up.
Yeah.
That ultimately end up making your life really, really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably true for so many people.
Oh, yeah.
It's your story, but there are probably others that are facing similar kinds of problems, not realizing they've opened the door to something that's going to make it hard for them.
Oh, yeah.
As you came to the mission, can you tell us about that? I mean, how did you end up moving from the river to deciding to come into the mission for help?
Well, at first we were staying in the trailer that we were going to buy, but and he ended up getting sick and he had to go to the hospital, but he came back, and I give it till Christmas Day is when it happened.
Oh, wow.
We were fighting, arguing, and he bashed my head with a glass, and then all of a sudden he started seizing because he has seizures, and he stopped breathing on me. And so, all that, he ended up passing away. And then I was deep into my addiction, it was just awful. The whole month before I came to the mission was just nonstop, every day.
Yeah.
And then when I came into the mission, I was actually walking down the street, and I kept walking down First Street, and then I hit the mission, and something stopped me there. Something stopped me there. And I knew who it was. I knew it was God, because he's poking at me, you need to go in there. So I ran, because I saw Chris, one of the old employees that used to work there. And I ran up to him, and I go, Chris, he already heard about my husband passing away. So, and I told him, I need to come in here. I'm not going to survive out there, because I'm just really grieving, and it's really hard.
Right.
And he got me in that night.
Wow.
But I had to get rid of all my paraphernalia, and I did. I willingly. I said,
It's
here.
a big step.
Yeah. Big step. And then.
Big step. That's what I mean when I say courageous.
Yeah.
That decision, that's hard.
Yeah, it took me 2 weeks to really detox, and on top of grieving, it wasn't easy. I wanted to leave twice, but I stuck it out. I stayed to see, what would happen. I know God's there because, he's the one who put me in here. But as I went further along in my discovery program, I started seeing it. I started, God's there. I started praying, started reading the Bible, went to church, and then our Celebrate Recovery things for.
So it all started to take shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it got more intense as I got into a new life. Mm-hmm. That was hard because you had to go through a Genesis process, and
got to dig deep.
Yeah,
That's hard stuff.
Yeah, it was really hard. I had troubles with some of it.
Yeah.
But really, do I really need to deal with this?
That's
Yes, I do.
too. Yeah.
You do.
Because you're digging up things that you've tried to hide and get out of the way.
Yeah.
But in order to move forward, right? In order to really be restored, to be transformed, you have to confront those things.
Yeah.
And that's hard.
Yeah, it was hard. It was
you
hard.
had to help to get through that.
Yeah, I had people there to mission. My case manager, Michelle, was there. She guided me through it, and then I ended up having Christy Bailey that was volunteering there. She finished my Genesis for me, and she really had me detailed on things. This is what you need to do, and I did it.
That's great.
And got it done, and I also had the help from the girls in New Life and
support. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, you maybe could, but it's unlikely that you would follow through on all of that on your own, right?
No, I wouldn't.
You needed these people in your life to walk with you because this is hard stuff.
Yeah, the mission really helped me out, and I'm so grateful that they are there to help people.
I feel so sad. I'm always amazed when someone shares a story like you just shared, that God is ahead of you and preparing the way, and he loves you, right? He wants a different life for us. Mm-hmm. But I'm always sad when I hear about people or think about people who don't have that opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Who are on their own, who are still out there, who don't have hope, or family members who have with someone they care about, but they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
They can't make them do something, right?
No.
They're just in a hard spot.
Yeah, they have to do it on their own.
It's why stories like yours are so important. I really appreciate you sharing it because, for one, just to celebrate what God's done in your life. I'm so happy for you and the things that you get to do now that you wouldn't have been able to do. But I'm thinking about the people that aren't there yet, who don't know, and how important stories like yours are for them. But there is hope.
Yeah.
There's a way out. It's not easy. It takes time. You need a support system. But what an amazing journey for you. I'm so excited for you.
It was a journey. And it still continues.
Still is a journey, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I still pray about things, but.
Yeah. So you've adapted pretty well to life on your own again.
Well, I'm getting there. At first, it was really hard because I'm used to having my husband there. He took care of things. He took care of the bills and all that, But I'm having to do it on my own now, so it was kind of rough at first.
Okay.
But I'm getting used to it. I'm getting to where I'm okay with myself.
Okay.
Being by myself.
That's good.
I have my friends there, but
yeah. being
just-
connected in those relationships is
Yeah,
still
I still go to
important.
the mission.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it's wonderful
lot.
to have you come down.
Yeah.
I love seeing you there, and the friends that you've established because of that process together too.
Yeah.
Such a cool thing.
Yeah.
I didn't have the experience you have, so I marvel at God's grace as it touches us in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really grateful that you would come and share your story. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
No.
Anything else that you would want to share about your story, about anything that that's on your heart? I just want to make sure you have a chance before we go.
I don't know. I have a lot of things on my heart right now.
Okay.
I just feel sad when I see people out there, you know, and I tell them, you know, I've told a couple of people that
Yeah.
you can go somewhere and be safe.
Yeah.
And there's a program there that can help you overcome this. And
Yeah.
they're always there for you. And they will always be there for you through it all.
Yeah.
You know, and
We just lost another friend last week to overdose, and every time that happens, it reminds us of how fragile life really is. And
Yeah.
please continue to stay involved with the mission. We want to help you continue to thrive and be able to experience life the way that you can.
yeah. And I do. That's why
Good.
I go to the mission to see my case manager, Cassie.
Excellent.
You know,
Excellent.
I keep in contact with her and Jan. You know, I go there to see the girls to make sure you
Good.
know how they're doing, and
Good.
so they know that I'm doing okay.
Awesome.
I try to get out and keep busy so I don't get depressed.
Yes.
So I'm out doing stuff.
And
you
you're
know,
you're in a process, and that will get better over time probably as you work at that. But
Yeah.
it's a thing.
Yes.
It's a thing.
It is.
Teresa, thank you.
Thank
so
you.
grateful that you came down
Thank you.
and were willing to share.
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right. That wasn't too bad, right?
No,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
no, you're welcome.
We have some other folks that are going to come share their story, and I think it's just an important part of what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, we're hearing from a lot of different kinds of people, but your story, these kinds Good afternoon. I'm Scott Thielen, CEO of Union Gospel Mission here in Yakima, Washington. And we're continuing our afternoon of interviews. We're going to continue all the way through noon Friday. And we might have a few hours where it's pretty low, but we'll see. We're grateful to have these guests with us. And today I have the opportunity to have Esther Magasis with us, who is the Director of Human Services at the Yakima County. And she has a unique perspective. And I want to pose a question and then really just give you some room to run. And I might have some curious rabbit trails, so we'll see. The question that I was putting to you was, how do local, state, and national policies, so these governmental policies, how do they influence issues like homelessness and mental illness, substance abuse, other related issues? So we know that there's a relationship. And I think it'd be just great for our community here, a little bit from the county perspective. How do those policies then govern how we go about addressing those things?
So you asked a super easy question,
Okay.
Scott, and I can't wait to answer. No, it's a really complicated question.
Yeah, it's not easy at all.
Yeah.
You had me for a moment.
Yeah, no. I wish it was an easy question. I wish it was something you could answer simply, but it's such a good question, and I really appreciate you asking it. So I think for me, there's probably 3 ways that I really think about government and legislative decision making impacting homelessness. The 2 are really tangible, and the 3rd is a little bit intangible.
Okay.
So the first 2 are of course, through policymaking, rulemaking, and funding decisions. We've got an example right now around funding with the federal government expressing that they're anticipating a shift away from permanent supportive housing as a model they want to support. That's going to be interesting for folks that are currently housed in permanent supportive housing because it's meant to be permanent.
Is that a serious possibility then?
I think it probably could be. I mean, I'm not a federal legislator, but
there could be implications to
but
that.
It's significant enough that it's something that I'm having to think about what happens next. I know members of our community who are providing these services are thinking, what would happen if this funding went away? And I think that's an example of the kind of funding-based legislative decision-making that could be really impactful because, of course, people who are living in permanent supportive housing, those are individuals who, it's not just anybody can live in permanent supportive housing. You have to be qualified, you have to have a long-term disability. There's a lot of stipulations and caveats before somebody gets to that point where a program is intended to sustain them on a permanent basis for the remainder of their life. And for those people who are in that program, that's really important. And
Not a lot of other options.
Right. If we lose a resource like that, you really could see folks going back out on the street without a way to stabilize and get back into housing. And so it's an example of kind of one of the funding and legislative decisions that can be made. And then, of course, the other one, policy. When we talk about housing laws and when we talk about laws related to all of the tangential systems things that impact the lives of individuals experiencing homelessness. When we talk about laws relating to the judicial system, laws related to the processes of employment, these are all things that can end up having knock-on effects for individuals experiencing homelessness and can impact negatively or positively their ability to reach stability. Laws related to treatment, whatever it may be. So, both of these, I think, are really tangible ways that our government can impact the landscape and the resources that are available to people experiencing homelessness and to people looking to stabilize and transition out of homelessness.
And predictability or lack of predictability then becomes a huge problem.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because then we don't know where the road's taking us.
Right, because you know better than anybody, as a person tasked with running an organization, providing these programs, you need to know what the laws are going to be. You need to know where your funding is going to come from. And so, all these fluctuations are not only impactful for these long-term programs like permanent supportive housing where you need stability for the program to work, but they're also impactful even on short-term programs where, maybe this program can wind down, but you not knowing whether or not you're going to have the funding to pay your staff, that's really meaningful.
Yeah.
And I think we as a community really fail when we approach policymaking, legislation, whatever it is, with the kind of single-mindedness of cheering on a sports team. Like these are such complex issues, such deeply complex systems, and the outcomes are so varied and so impactful, and not just on the individuals who are directly touched by those services, but on all of us, and on all of us as taxpayers, because that's where our money's going. And it's just too complex for us to approach it with the same energy that we approach hoping the Mariners get into the playoffs, which of course would be great.
But that's a fairly simple on or off scenario. These are very complex layered issues.
Yes, absolutely.
With lots of connections.
And lots of consequences,
Exactly.
And I think that kind of brings me into my third way that I think that government and lawmaking and policymaking and legislation can kind of impact the homeless response system and individuals in homelessness, and it's kind of the intangible one, and I think that's sort of just in culture. I think that we need to see government that is willing to listen to complex issues and approach complex answers collaboratively with all the stakeholders, with the individuals experiencing homelessness.
That doesn't
who need
happen
that help.
automatically?
I like to think it does. I try to make it happen.
And I agree.
yeah.
I appreciate the effort. And maybe we can talk about the 5-year goals as an example, but it is a lot more complex than it appears on the surface.
Yeah.
And politics can sometimes make that harder to actually parse. Because we're not actually coming in with all the same information.
Right. Yeah, you've heard me say it in some of our strategic sessions. I always goes back to a childhood book that I read when I was young was The 7 Blind Mice, and it's 7 mice, and they're all trying to figure out what's in front of them, and one goes out, kind of feels around, comes back and says, I think we're standing in front of a column. I felt it. It's so big, and it's a column. And the next goes out, feels around, says, it's a snake. I don't know what you're talking about. I see a snake. That's what I felt. It's long and it's writhing. Next one comes back and goes, you guys are so wrong. It's a fan. I see. We're right in front of a fan, and we can't be acting like we're in front of a column or a snake. And of course, all 7 mice go out. All 7 mice return with a different story, and it turns out they're in front of an elephant.
And yet it's true.
Right.
They just only have a piece of the action.
Each of them were right about what they perceived.
Right.
And it wasn't until they could all come together, acknowledge each other's inputs, understand each other's perspectives, until they could all actually be right about what was happening. And with an issue as complex and multifaceted and broad reaching as homelessness, it really affects us all, whether or not we're experiencing homelessness ourselves or a loved one is, which so many of us do have loved ones that have experienced it. But regardless of what our personal connection is to any individuals who have experienced homelessness, we're impacted by living in a society that has homelessness.
Yes.
We're impacted by living in a society where our neighbors aren't stable, or impacted in living in a society where our neighbors maybe don't feel safe. Right. Whether they're people experiencing homelessness who don't feel safe, or I know there are people who are walking down the street, seeing people experience homelessness and feeling afraid.
All of the above.
And that's impactful too.
Right.
So, I think that it's so important for us to approach this issue understanding that everybody's perspectives are a real version of the truth they see. And until we can be doing policy making and legislation and community coalition building, that we don't have to say everything somebody sees is true. I don't have to say I agree with what you're saying or seeing, but I have to at least understand that it's true to you and meet you there.
Yeah. I think the analogy of the 7 blind mice is great because it really does illustrate our problem. If we get into our echo chambers or we're isolated, and we don't step back enough to recognize that there's more complexity to this, then it is a problem. Yeah. And I as a taxpayer, I don't know that politicians are always good at this, right? So
I don't know that people are always good at this.
Or people in general, right?
Yeah.
And so in this case, it's easier in some ways for people to just blame or assign some kind of an outcome to what they see. It is a lot more complicated. Yeah. And it's one of the reasons why I'm really grateful to be able to have these conversations, because the mission has been, for a long time, doing work in this space. But it is a much more complex problem today than it has ever been. And we can't single-handedly solve this. We've got to have a community that thinks collaboratively, and that means government policy as well. I was going to ask you, do you see hope? But that's not a fair question because we don't control that.
Yeah.
But it is really fascinating to hear you, I think, explain it so clearly. It is a lot bigger and a lot more complicated than people want to acknowledge. So how do we as a community better cooperate with government and with service groups that are providing services? How can we collaborate more effectively? And I'm not sure you can answer that, but it's more of a rhetorical question, I guess.
Well, I'll try and answer both your questions, because I love your question, do I see hope? Because the answer is yes. Good. And it's an answer I like to tell people. Good. Yes, I do feel that there's hope. I do feel that there's hope to fix our systems. I do feel there's hope to help people achieve stability, sobriety, housing, whatever it is that they need. I wouldn't be doing this job if I didn't have hope. I know you wouldn't be doing this job if you didn't have hope. So I encourage people to hold on to that hope. I feel like I run into a lot of people when I have conversations about homelessness that that are really burnt out, that are really tired,
Right.
whether they're working in the system or they're just observing the situation. They feel overwhelmed. They feel that the problems are insurmountable. And I always try to dissuade that. It's
Yeah.
interesting. Of course, very famous quote, Martin Luther King had the quote, "The arc of history is long, but it bends toward justice."
Right.
I love that quote.
Yeah.
It feels great. I actually don't think it's true. I don't think that the
very
arc of history
ethereal, for
has
sure.
a direction. I think that
Yeah.
it's every generation's responsibility to steward justice. It's every generation's responsibility to steward healing. We can't sit back and just say it's gonna. And I know that's not what Dr. King was saying,
Yeah, yeah.
but I think that.
But as a soundbite, it can be
Yeah, right. But as a
made to
soundbite,
imply that, yeah.
But it also for me means that we can't give up hope because it's our obligation as a generation. And I think about the generations that came before me, even in my own lineage, and how dark some of the places that my own ancestors, how dark times have been. And I'm Jewish, so when we talk about
Yeah.
difficult histories
Yeah.
and dark places, it's something that I look around now at my community, and I look around now at my family, and I look at my friends, and I think I'm not living at all under the conditions that people who came before me lived under.
That's so true, right?
Yeah.
And yet, we have a different setting.
Right.
We've got to figure out how to interpret from
Yes.
what we've learned before
Yes.
and make use
Yeah.
of that.
But I still have hope. I still
that's
think
good.
there's never a condition that's so dark that it can't be overcome while there's still people alive. That's
I totally
what I
agree.
believe.
It's
yeah.
inspiring to me as an individual, but I think for the community,
Yeah.
that should be inspiring. That we have leaders who aren't cynical. It's hard not to become cynical sometimes, but the fact that you have hope that this can continue to be an evolving learning opportunity, that's really great.
Yeah. And your second question, I think, is a more important one for me to answer from a helpful perspective. That's just me kind of
but
philosophizing,
it's a good
waxing.
opinion. I like
yeah.
it.
But the second question is really kind of why I'm here, to talk about what can community members do to engage
Right.
productively in government, to engage meaningfully in government, and I think to demand that their government serve them, because that is ultimately, at the end of the day, I work for you,
Right. Right. That's the idea,
I
right?
work for our whole community. And
Yeah.
so, I think a big piece for me is definitely civic engagement. I know that government can feel frustrating and kind of obtuse and
You've heard this?
confusing. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, I work in government, so I think it's always easy.
Well, yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. It's a fair criticism that I think is common. It's not fair. It is a common criticism because it can change.
Yeah, and I think too, it's sort of a nature of government. I always say, like, really fast government, oftentimes that's a dictatorship.
Yeah.
A government that doesn't go slowly, bureaucracy can feel grinding, and sometimes bureaucracy, if taken too far, can be, really detrimental. But a government that doesn't have any processes, that doesn't have any systems, that doesn't go slowly, that doesn't
another
allow
kind of
for
problem,
input,
yeah.
that's another kind of problem. Because
Yeah.
if you've got any kind of executive quick leadership that goes too far, you've gone away from having a process that really tries to include the entire populace and all the voters. So I understand the frustration with government, and I don't think government gets it right every time, but I do think that just seeing that, there's a bureaucratic process, I encourage folks not to let that dissuade you
Okay.
from still staying engaged, trying to figure out, okay, it's sort of a system, it's sort of how can I learn that process so that I can hop into it, and whether your civic engagement is, being on a board, volunteering, just being a really informed voter, or running for office. There's so many different ways anybody can be civically engaged, which is the beauty of democracy, the beauty of America.
Yes.
That you don't have to be in a certain caste to be part of the government. Everybody gets the opportunity to try and step in and be involved. And I think also, for me, a really important part of civic engagement is a lot of what I talked about earlier, that sort of undoing within yourself the mentality of team spirits when it comes to voting, and being engaged
Right.
with voting. We have really low voter turnout in our community, which means a lot of us are just not being represented, and it also leaves room, I think, on occasion, without naming names, pointing fingers, assigning blame,
I think nationally we've seen more and more extremism creep into our political space in a way that can be really harmful, really counterproductive to actually having people like you and me sit down on a bench like
Right.
this and talk about what we can do
Right.
to help our communities
Right.
and to solve our problems.
It does feel like pendulum swing sort
Yeah.
of scenario, right?
Yeah.
Where we're reacting to reactions,
Yeah.
and there's got to be a better way forward.
And I think, you know, it's almost like the market. You know, voters and electeds, it's almost like the free market where it's like we get the electeds that the people
That's true.
demand.
That's true.
And so, you know, if my pressure to people is don't tune out, don't opt out, continue engaging, continue voting. Voting is not the only thing to do, but in terms of what you can do to engage with government, it's an important one. And vote for candidates with nuance. Vote for candidates who want to hear perspectives and listen to them. Don't just vote for the loudest candidate with the best soundbite, because
Vote for the polarity.
yeah, you know, that's how we end up kind of in this cold war of political candidates where people are like, that person was, to me, sounded so crazy. I need someone that's going to be a radical to combat that radical, and you end up with just unproductive fighting, and you end up with even people who want to come to solutions having to be kind of pushed along these lines, because now in order to get a coalition to pass a vote, I mean, bipartisan coalitions are so hard to build now because
Rare,
of that
seems.
sort of, you know, like tallying of like, if you ever cross that line, you know, like you're going to lose support, because we've really turned this into a team sport. And I just really, really encourage people to stay at the very least, you know, if you're not going to run, if you're not going to get engaged with a board, because so few of us are going to run, so few of us are going to volunteer on a committee or whatever. We don't always have the capacity, we don't have the time. But as an American, as a citizen, as someone who lives in a country who enjoys a lot of freedoms that people have fought and died for, you know, exercise those rights in a meaningful way. That's, in my opinion, that's your obligation to your community, you know?
I know you can't answer this question, but you mentioned the low voter turnout, and it seems symptomatic of perhaps disillusionment, hopelessness. So we have another election coming up.
Yeah, that's right.
It seems like this, you know, the cycle is always there, and we don't have the representation that really reflects who we are. I don't know if there's anything that you can say, but how would I guess you've made your point, which is take the opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think that's really wise counsel.
And I love working in local government. You know, I don't think I would do this job anywhere else or at any other level of government, because you really do get to be closer to the issues, closer to the community. And for folks who might want to run, I mean, you could be on city council. That's an achievable, you know, like I don't have to get tied up in whatever's happening in Congress, you know, and I have no interest in that. I do not want to get tied up in that. I really encourage folks, you know, like, stay engaged. Ask for a higher quality of candidate. Ask for, you know, demand with your vote, and show up at city council meetings. Provide your feedback. Provide your input. Watch what's happening. Watch what people are doing. Watch what people are talking about, and ask yourself if it represents what you want and if it's getting the outcomes that you want. But also, if there is somebody who wants to run, you know, you're talking about elections coming up, and feeling that level of disengagement, hopelessness of like, why would I vote? Who's on the ballot for me to vote for? You know, like. At a local level, you can run. You know, it is an attainable goal at a local level for anybody to kind of step in and start making those connections and start talking to their neighbors and start thinking about, am I the right person to be a candidate? And I encourage folks to do that. We need people to step up, and we need people to represent their community. And especially in kind of a smaller community like ours, those people have to come from somewhere, and they have to be competent. I mean,
I'm glad you're championing it. I don't know if you would want to run for office, right? It's a whole thing.
That's the joy of working for government, is that I don't get to run. Oh no.
I know that you put a lot of work, and it's shown in the 5-year goal process. And a lot of people don't understand it because they haven't been involved, but it was quite collaborative and broad in terms of expression of the community. We're about to enter a final phase now. How can the community become more, I guess, engaged with in terms of the issue of homelessness, especially? Right? How can they become more engaged with the county?
Well, specific to the 5-year plan, because you're right, we're just rounding that process out, and it was really exciting to see so many of our stakeholders show up from all sorts of sectors. I mean, we worked with homeless service providers like yourself and your team, but we also worked with folks from law enforcement, from housing developers, the medical field, education, elected officials, community members, people with lived experience in homelessness, businesses. It was just really great to see so many stakeholders come together, and my messaging is always, we all have one goal, and that's to end homelessness in our community. We have one goal, and that's to see less people sleeping on the street, and I don't care why that's your goal. I don't care if that's your goal because you have a heart for it. I don't care if that's your goal because you're sick of seeing people outside your business. I don't care if that's your goal because you yourself have been homeless. The point is we all have one goal.
We can agree on this being the main thing.
Yeah, and we're all going to work together to achieve that goal and to bring our strengths and talents and perspectives to it to figure out what the real problems are and what the real solutions are. And so for me, thinking about how folks can kind of continue to engage, our team is going to be publishing the results of those 5-year plans after the commissioners adopt them in December.
Great.
So they're always welcome to look at our website, to see just kind of some light reading, you know.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
What is it, 58 pages without the appendices?
But it's not just pie in the sky. There's some real meat there because it's been a process.
Right. But we are going to try and, you know, we're really excited. We're working on putting together a platform that's going to make it a lot easier for people to kind of look at a glance. The whole text will be available for folks who really want to do some late night reading, but we also want to make it more accessible, and we've tried to boil up to just some high level, here's some basic concepts. So at any level, folks are able to engage with that. And then if they want to sign up for the Homeless Coalition, we have a meeting that we do usually every other month. I think maybe we're going to quarterly next year, but that's open to any member of the community to participate in, to come, get engaged, get updates. You can come to meetings or you can just sign up for the distribution list, and when we have updates, we send an email out.
Simple way to be involved.
Yeah. And then, of course, you know, continue to volunteer and engage with programs like yours. That's not officially a way to work with the government, but a lot of the successes we have are funding programs like yours. And
right. But it's why so it goes back to this issue. This is going to be a collaborative solution, right? There is no one silver bullet that solves all of this.
Yeah.
And so I think that's great guidance. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for what you do, but also for making the time to come and share your perspective.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you for the invite, Scott. It's always such a pleasure to talk to you. I appreciate being included, and I hope you have a good rest of your day and a big nap tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks, Scott.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Thielen, CEO of Yakima Union Gospel Mission here in Washington State. And we're continuing our afternoon of interviews with folks, really representative of all around the community, just addressing the issue of homelessness and how we can work together to address this. And I'm honored to have a guest with us this afternoon that I have known for quite a few years now. Steve Griff is a retired pharmacist. He is a volunteer at the mission and is probably doesn't even know, but his influence is very, very important, and we appreciate so much his time with our clients who are in recovery. He also, you're going to see, is involved as a chaplain at the jail, and you are a busy retired man.
Well, I'm trying not to get too busy. I'm still trying to have some time, so.
Well, I really appreciate you making time to come down and just talk about this a little bit. I want to explore, as you think about being a volunteer at the mission, and how many years now have you done this, Steve? It's been what,
Probably,
5?
oh, you mean at the mission?
At the mission, yeah,
oh,
long
way
time.
back when it was at the old place back there.
Oh,
So
my
I would
goodness.
say probably almost 40 years.
Wow.
Yeah, way back when Jim Teal was there.
Wow.
And so it's been many a year.
I forgot that, but let me just say on behalf of the mission, thank you for being that kind of volunteer. I mean, it's hard to measure the kind of impact that God has had through your faithfulness, so thank you. I know from personal experience by watching what you're doing how much impact that has, and I really appreciate it. And I'd like to talk about that because there are other folks who either are volunteers or who don't understand what volunteers do.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to explore this a little bit. And then basically the question is this: as a volunteer, why do you keep coming? What is it that is worth you setting aside other things to make this a priority?
Well, I appreciate the fact that the mission doesn't just give a handout, they try to give a hand up.
Right.
They try to help people change their lifestyles and become productive citizens. I appreciate that, and I also like the fact that we don't just deal with physical needs, but we also deal with the spiritual.
Right.
And the fact that the mission is so open to the gospel.
Yes.
You know, we aren't hamstrung when it comes to sharing
That's
about
right.
Jesus. So I really appreciate that.
I thank you. That perspective maybe people in the community don't understand, right? We are a faith organization. We were started by a church. We believe in the gospel of Christ. We express our faith in Him by doing these things, by living out the love of Christ this way, but that doesn't mean that we aren't people of faith.
Right.
And so we want to give our guests the opportunity to know that. A lot of our folks who come into the mission really honestly had horrible childhoods, many of them.
Yes.
And it's heartbreaking to see that. But they haven't been able to be around people like yourself who can show them a different way of experiencing life, right?
Yes.
And in the context of that, as they begin to learn to trust someone, they begin then to be more open to hearing about Jesus and His love.
Yes.
We don't force anybody to believe anything, but we don't hold back on being who we are. And in the process, your life, your example, and your teaching are things that really end up communicating to those that God has prepared to be open.
Thank you.
And
yes.
Isn't that why we're there?
Yes.
I mean, we want to meet
agree.
physical needs, but we also want to care for the whole person,
Yes.
not just their body.
Yeah, we want to meet the physical and the spiritual.
Absolutely.
The spiritual is also very important. So.
And you lead in your work as a volunteer. You've done a number of things, obviously, but you've been leading Bible studies.
Correct.
With men and with women.
Yeah, I do two Bible
right?
studies, one with the women's program and the other with the Bridge program,
Right.
which is a combination men and women.
Right. And, Steve, have you found that people who are in that process of recovery, they're open to trying to change their life? Have you found that they've been open to study the Bible?
Yes, overall, I would say I definitely have.
Okay.
And obviously, there's going to be those that are very sincere and maybe those that know the answer you want to hear. So they're going to try to give you that answer. But overall, yes, most of them, I think, have been very sincere.
Okay. I'm grateful to hear that. a lot of folks never had the opportunity to even know what a Bible was, right? Or,
Yes.
Or to really read it for themselves. They've heard people
Yes.
talk about it or a preacher, but they've never opened it and really considered what is it saying. And they get to see God in a different perspective, right?
Yes, well, you know, when you mentioned that with rough lifestyles, I actually went to a Celebrate Recovery because one of the ladies on the bridge program was going to give her testimony.
Oh.
And oh my goodness, I was stunned at the terrible life she had. It was just shocking. So it was amazing she's doing as well as she is.
That's wonderful. And I'm assuming that you didn't have that kind of an upbringing.
I was fortunate. I wasn't raised in a Christian house, but I was raised to know the difference between right and wrong, and I had two very loving parents.
Okay.
So even though it wasn't a Christian household, I still was very fortunate.
You had a healthy, so to speak, a healthy support
Yes.
system in your home.
Yes, I did.
Where in her case, that was not true.
Oh boy, it was not true.
And
Yes.
isn't that humbling? You know,
Yeah.
even as a volunteer, you want to give of yourself, but isn't it humbling to know that God loves all of us? He values us regardless of the experiences we've had.
Mm-hmm.
For those of us who grew up in a more stable environment, for me, it's humbling to be around these folks. I find them incredibly courageous.
Yes.
To be willing to step out and take this risk of changing their life.
Well, one thing that's pretty humbling to me too is when at times I feel sorry for myself and think, you know, life's been awful rough on me.
Yeah.
And then I see what people who really have had a rough life, what they go through. Believe me, it's been very humbling to say the least.
I think that's a good word. I really do. And it's not that we're comparing ourselves with each other, but it's recognizing that these are folks who've had to overcome a lot.
Far more
But
than
how,
I ever
how
had.
awesome that you get to be a part of walking with them right through that.
Yes.
You can't do it for them.
No.
You can't do it to them.
No.
But you can walk with them.
Yes.
As they go through the process.
Yes, and that is very rewarding, especially to see when a life gets changed. It is very rewarding.
It's amazing. I got to be honest, a lot of the work that I do now is more administrative.
Yes, and I would expect
I kind of
that.
miss,
Yeah.
kind of miss being with the boys, right?
Mhm.
Or being close with the clients and having those moments where you can just see the light bulb go on.
Yes.
And they put things together for the first time. I love those moments where life begins to come into focus for them.
Well, and really, what you do is very important. If you're not there to do that, there's going to be no mission to give Bible studies with people.
And,
so,
and I recognize
yeah,
that. But I think there's just something special about being with the clients.
it is. You're
and,
correct.
And that dialogue is so important.
Yeah.
And it's also important for them to know that God already knows they're not perfect.
Yes.
I'm not perfect.
And
we're
I'm not
all
perfect.
broken. And so to start at the same place, knowing that Jesus is there for all of us.
Correct.
It takes humility to share that, and I appreciate that you bring that.
Well, and I always like to remember that Jesus is not a respecter of persons.
Right.
He's a respecter of hearts.
Yes.
So he doesn't look at our status. He looks at the condition of the heart.
Isn't it awesome that God can see in a person the value he can redeem?
Yes.
Right? And I think a lot of people go through life just feeling a lot of guilt and shame.
Mm-hmm.
And they've never understood that, maybe until they sit down with someone like yourself, but they have not been able to understand that God loves them unconditionally.
Yes.
And he's already paid for this this freedom. And when those light bulbs go on, when people see it, it's exciting.
Yes,
It's exciting.
and you see life changed,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. Well, I sure appreciate what you do. I don't know, with 40 plus years of volunteer work, I don't know how you improve on that. I would love to see others following your example.
Well, hopefully they will. Hopefully they will.
We are so honored by our volunteers, and often they just work behind the scenes. But I want you to know how much I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks for making the time, Steve.
You bet. Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Okay, well, You folks have a nice day.
We can all do something. we have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction. And he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visit me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life. And the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day. And there's only one question on the final. What did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question.
Right.
And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. Of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So, anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program in your community, that'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership and your involvement and influence for the kingdom. And I think a lot of the things that you shared and have experienced certainly apply to what we're trying to do here today in raising awareness of how followers of Jesus Christ don't stand on the sideline, but jump into the fray, commit themselves, support, engage, volunteer in order to share the love of Christ and live out their faith in tangible, relevant, and significant ways. So thanks so much. Appreciate all that you've shared with us and look forward to how that's going to impact those that are listening during this 24-hour period of Conversations on a Bench.
Well, thanks, Tom, and I appreciate what you and Citygate are doing to pull this off and get the word out and invite people to join what you're all doing.
All right, good. Blessings. Thanks again, Rich. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Thielen, CEO of Union Gospel Mission in Yakima, Washington in the Northwest. And we're continuing our afternoon of interviewing and conversation with individuals around the subject of homelessness in our community. And I'm honored today to have with us Buzz Rowe. Buzz is a man who's got a lot of investment in this community. He's a fruit grower. He's been one of our board members. And most importantly, now continuing to be involved in volunteering in our recovery program and in our chapels, in our shelters. So I would love the opportunity to introduce you to Buzz. Buzz, thank you for coming down and having a conversation about your involvement. I'm assuming that you've never been homeless, as I've never been homeless.
I've been totally blessed.
Yeah.
It's homelessness is, it's a tremendous challenge for all of us.
And I so appreciate your compassion around that. There's also frustration, right, that we can't seem to fix it. And so we live in this tension. But one of the things that I appreciate about you is that you are willing to take your own time and to take in your life as a volunteer opportunities to spend time with these men and women who are interested in change. But let's start first with the shelter space. There are times where you'll come down and you'll share a devotional from the Bible and from your experience and share about that with the group. And not all of them are interested in hearing that, right? And that's fine, but some are interested in doing that. So why is that important to you to be able to share God's word?
I think when I first made a commitment to Jesus, it wasn't really real in high school until later on I got into an evangelism program at our church, and I sensed the reality of Jesus when I was out of my comfort zone talking to people. And I want to honor the Lord because I've been really blessed. I grew up with two parents. I never heard them argue once.
Wow.
So going into the mission, and I use the term loosely, preach once a month to the people there, that I find they're really humble, and a lot of them are interested in learning. And it's been kind of exciting over the years because some of them will kind of come at it an unethical way. Maybe someone will come in the room and someone else will say, well, could you be quiet? And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. I kind of like the spontaneity of the situation, maybe a couple dogs fighting.
Right.
A lot of expletives that I'm aware of anyway, so no big deal.
Right.
But I just noticed the people seem to be humble, and in the last few years they've been very attentive, and I'm very appreciative of that.
I think as you do this regularly, you become known, right? You become somebody who's safe, and they begin to listen differently, perhaps, which is wonderful. I know it's not easy. It's not easy when you have people that really don't care. But that's not why you're doing it. You're doing it for those that are willing to hear it and consider it. But the fact that you're there, you're relationally putting the energy into it, you're available, opens up a new opportunity for them. And I don't know if we can put a price on that. I think that's really, really special. So thank you for doing that. And you've been volunteering in the mission for how long now? It's been a while.
I think 15 years maybe, about the time I
goodness.
retired at 60.
Yeah.
I'm 76 now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
People
Thank you.
are just, they're people like all of us. And unfortunately, a lot of broken homes, and they didn't get there by an accident. I mean, it was just
You've seen
chaos.
that pattern, right?
Oh yeah.
Where they did not have the experience that you and I had, and that has really impacted them. How important is it then for us to be able to show them a different way of living, right? A different way of being family that they don't understand, maybe they've never experienced, and to learn to get to know you and to trust you and then to listen to you seems like the right process.
One thing that has kind of worked for me, my childhood, I was not the conventional kid. So I was outside the law a few times, so I can relate that to the people. And yeah, they kind of relate to that. And since I received the Lord and being married, that usually tames most people down.
Yes.
And
yeah, that's a factor.
So I just again I can't encourage the people that I talk to enough. And the mission does an excellent job of encouraging people that have had a struggle, and they get them into certain programs if the people want to get committed.
Right.
And that's it in a nutshell. If people want to commit,
right.
And I just can't encourage these people enough. When I've seen some of them go through training at Perry and get ready for a good job, and they'll be in it for a while, but I think just their childhood experience, it's tough for them to stay in a permanent situation.
Right.
So
well, you're sort of, if I can say it this way, you're drawing attention to the importance of that community, that support system. We were just talking to a gentleman who was sharing his story. Thank you for talking to him. But to know that he finally in jail came to his senses and really wanted to change, but it was the people that went with him that made that possible. It's hard to do that on your own. And in our recovery program, as you know, we don't require them to believe what we believe, but we have a context that we've created, this safety, where they get to experience the fruit of Christian love, the fruit of what Jesus has done in our lives. And some of them have never been in a family. It's why we say we're a do-over family for these folks. They get to experience this recovery process with the gospel in the center of it. And many of them decide that that's what they want. And I love that. But you have also made the effort to engage them physically. And like I remember a time when we went on a hike together and you were willing to take the lead, and that is inspiring to these people. That there's somebody in the real world out there that takes the time and cares enough about them to give them that opportunity. You've continued to do those kinds of things, and I'm so grateful for that. What does that do for you? How does that impact you when you get to go and do fun things with these people?
Oh, it's definitely a win-win.
That's great.
I think back at kind of along the same line as hiking, Mike Johnson came here, and he had a program where he'd take people up hiking up the top of Mount Rainier.
Right.
And what an accomplishment. I mean, that changed lives because, I can do this.
Right.
Some of them didn't finish it, which they still had a positive experience from it.
Yeah.
Anything.
They did more than they thought they could.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And these programs that the people get in at the mission, there are big changes and there are relapses. It's
sure.
But some tremendous stories of. I know some of the workers there that were clients. I think this one gal was in every jail that Washington had, and now she's on fire for the Lord.
That's right.
Oh, it's all good.
That warms my heart, and it illustrates the courage that it takes for these folks to really deal with all of this stuff in their life that's been hard. And a lot of the folks who come to us and move into our recovery program, they've got legal problems, their kids are alienated from them, and all kinds of things. But because of the staff, volunteers like yourself, they have an opportunity to start over in a way. And we help them by walking through that, but you're doing that too. And things like opening up your cabin, creating space where they can come and be real people. Mm-hmm. Some of these folks have never been to the mountains. Yeah. How amazing to give them that opportunity and to experience life that they never had. Mm-hmm. And that we get to do that from our faith. And they begin to understand who Jesus is and why that matters. Really, really appreciate your leadership and your involvement. And I hope the Lord continues to give you many, many more years where you're able to do this.
Thanks, Scott. I just, again, feel blessed that we've had enough resources, and so we've had the chance to take some of these people in the program up water skiing.
That's awesome.
And
yes.
Boy, did they ever enjoy that.
That is
And
great.
it's a little bit risky.
Yeah.
One time I thought I should have had 2 life belts on this person because I thought we were going to lose them.
Okay.
But anyway.
But you didn't.
No, we didn't.
Oh, that's great. But I love that. I love that you're willing to try it. And it's hard. We're in a position where we don't always know how to measure the outcome from that. We don't always know the stories. We don't know what what really touched them. Sometimes we get to hear that, but often it's just the decision to serve out of faithfulness, and the Lord is the one that ultimately determines what's going to happen. And for that, thank you. Really appreciate it.
I think one thing that I've noticed over the years, we all know that sometimes when things are mandatory, people have pushback.
Right.
And since the prayer and sermon isn't mandatory anymore, so you get people that want to be there.
Yeah.
And because before, I noticed sometimes, I'm not the world's greatest preacher, but within probably 10 seconds, half of them would start going to sleep. And so, well, not quite the right attitude we're looking for, but it's good and humbling for me. Maybe I need to brush up on my sermons a little bit.
I don't know if that's it, but I do think that you're right. I think if we respect their choice, but we still give them the opportunity, then there's more likelihood they're going to be choosing to be interested, right? And we don't micromanage this. We can't control their lives. All we can do is be available and share the word. And I'm grateful that you do that. So thank you. And thanks for coming down.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Scott and the Union Gospel Mission.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lord bless you.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Yeah.
And stay warm in bed tonight. I'm Scott Thielen, the CEO of Union Gospel Mission, and I've got with me Mrs. Bernier. This is Autumn.
Hello.
And she is our VP of Enterprise and Analytics, and she's going to tell us a little about the thrift operation of UGM. So one thing that people may not recognize is that thrift involves ministry also.
Yes.
How have you seen God at work as you've been involved in leading this thrift ministry?
Yeah, so I think that's one of my favorite parts of my job in leading enterprise is seeing all of the ways that God works, not just in our ability to support the mission, but in all the ways that he works here at the stores, just in ways that we support each other and we support our community. So let's see, it's so many ways. So I'm going to start with my favorite. Some of my favorite things that we get to do are we do have opportunities to pray with our customers and donors. So we will have people coming to us who our customers can be going through a tough time. We do have employees who will recognize that and who will say, "Is everything okay?" And just engage in conversation. And if prayer presents itself, they will pray with them. We have had people who are oftentimes dropping off a lot of furniture and home items for folks when they pass away. And it's a really tough time for people. And so we've had opportunities to pray with people there and just to love on them and to thank them for thinking of us and for donating. We get to, I'll show you some things later, but
Okay.
There's a lot of different programs that we have here at the stores that where we actually outreach into the community to help support the needs of our community, just in schools and in churches. I also really love what we get to do just within our employee base. So we hire a lot of young people here.
I
If
love
you've
this.
ever shopped at our stores,
Yeah.
and if you've ever donated at our stores, you will find a lot of young people. And it is such a cool experience to be able to be part of kind of shepherding them
Right.
and showing them what it's like to be a Christian outside of youth group and outside of church and in the workplace, because we are a group who cares about our employees. We care about their growth. We care about them as a person. We pray with them. We love on them. We teach them
I'm sure.
because there's a lot of things.
But what a great
to
opportunity
learn.
for a first job experience,
Yeah.
right? To be in this kind of a setting where
Yeah.
they've got support and it's a Christian ministry.
It
Love
is.
that.
It is all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you want to take a look at
Let's-
some of the other things that we do,
let's do that.
for the community? Okay.
Absolutely, because the other part of this is when you don't think necessarily of the mission as the same thing as a thrift store, right? They're two different kinds of functions, but what you've done in the thrift arena is to provide ministry opportunities that directly benefit the mission, but also the community. And I think it's really important that we get an
Yeah.
opportunity to talk about that.
Yeah.
What's the impact that the thrift stores are having on the community?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
So I wanted to start out here on the donation dock because it all starts right here when the donor is giving us their donation. So not only are you supporting the mission when you do this, when you donate your stuff to one of our stores, but you have the opportunity to name another nonprofit. And you may be very close with a nonprofit in town, Young Life, Rod's House, Camp Hope. Many people will name their church or a school, the school in their school district, or teachers will name the school that they teach at. These are great folks to name when you drop off your donation, because what we do there is we attach the name of that nonprofit to your donation. And so let's say that you donate like 5 large bags in a donation. So we just put a estimated value to that. And at the end of each quarter, we add that up and we give $10 incremental gift cards to the nonprofits in town. And right now we have over 120 nonprofits registered with us. And last year we gave out over $6,000 in gift cards.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people will tell me, nobody asked me who I wanted to name. And that is very true. Like I said before, we hire a lot of young people. and training is always ongoing, and we do not get it right a lot of the time. And a lot of times things get so busy and they forget. So I would just encourage everyone to make sure that when they're dropping off their donation, all they have to say is, I want my donation to benefit, and then name your nonprofit.
Yeah. I know it really, for example, with churches, it gives them a tool, because they'll have folks who come who are in need, and they may not be in the practice of giving out cash, but they can offer some help in this form, and allow them to come to the thrift store and get some direct benefit. So
the nice thing too is we do attach that to your name. So every time you donate, as long as you give us your phone number when you donate, we will always make sure that that donation gets credited towards the nonprofit that you've named.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yes.
You want to show us some examples of this?
Yeah, so let's see here. Let's go in and we'll take a look at where things start for us when your donation comes in. The very first thing that we do is we make sure that we fill all the needs of the mission. So that's our main campus facility where we have our adult shelter and our family shelter and our programs. And so come with me and I'll show you how we do that. So we do receive a lot of donations, and it can get quite busy and quite hectic here. This is a very calm time right now, so this is a great time for us to go through. So as long anytime food comes in, or hygiene items, socks, underwear, anything that's just a typical item, that toilet paper, please bring toilet paper. That immediately goes into what we call our essentials. So we will typically fill up our essentials pretty quickly and these are at all of our stores. So we fill these up. You can see we've got toilet paper in here. We've got food that folks have dropped off. So these go, they can go down daily. We have trucks that are always servicing our stores. And so these immediately go down to the mission. They get sorted. They get taken to our pantry. They get taken to the medical clinic, or they get put straight into use. So a lot of times we also get specific requests. So one of the things that we've been doing a lot lately is sending down a lot of towels and bed sheets. And because we've started one of our a new shelter program where we have beds with sheets on them. And it was our first night last night, and someone came in to shelter, and she had to be shown sort of what to do with the sheets on her bed, because she told us it was the first time that she had ever slept on a bed that had sheets on it.
Amazing.
And that's the kind of stuff that makes us realize just how blessed we are and how important this work is. So anytime you have something and you want to make sure it gets used down at the main campus, all you have to do is drop it off at any store, whether it's food or hygiene items, and just say this is for main campus. If you put a note on it, that's even better, because then we'll make sure that it gets in the right spot, especially if it's kind of busy at the moment. And we will make sure that it gets in our essentials tote and it goes down to the main campus. So in addition to the things that people specifically tell us they want to donate to the main campus, and the items that the campus is requesting, we also have these clothing orders that we're filling for our shelter folks. And we used to actually have a full clothing room down on campus. But what we found was that it was really hard to keep all the right sizes in stock, and they never really knew what sizes they were going to need.
This is actually so much better.
And so we ended up basically having to have a mini store down on campus just so that we could have all the right sizes and all the right clothing. And so instead we decided to kind of bring that process back to the stores. Also, we didn't have the staff time. And so we felt like this was also a really good way to tie the work that our workers here at the store are doing back to the work at the mission, because it creates a really meaningful experience to be able to just put these clothing orders together. Another reason is because our folks write like their name on the piece of paper, and they write their pant size and their shirt size and like sometimes a little bit about what they like, you know, and so we'll try to find that for them.
Like Air Jordans. I'm looking for Air Jordans.
Yeah. So we're like, of course. So that has actually worked really well. It was very difficult at first. It took us like a full week just to fill all the clothing orders, because about 40 or 50 come in every week. And now we get them every Monday. And like I just went down there to check the table, and they've already processed all the orders for the week and sent them back to the mission. Right. So, and it's only Tuesday.
But you think about these folks coming in off the street, they may have been outdoors for weeks and have not come in and changed their clothes, had a shower.
Yep.
They need a new start, and for us to be able to provide something like that,
yeah,
through the process that you've got going in Thrift here is just, it's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can take you down that way, and we can take a look at the area where we fill those clothing orders. So this is the area where we put those clothing orders together. So we have individual pieces of paper for each one of our folks in shelter who are in need of a new outfit. So 40 to 50 isn't everybody. Right. Not everyone needs a new outfit, but many do.
Many do.
So typically we have, like I said, 40 to 50 orders a week. And so we take those, and we have these bins that we're pulling from. And then if we can't find it in the bin, then we head out to the floor and we'll grab the things from the floor that are needed at the shelter. And then that gets put into its own little package with the person's name on it. And we found that makes them feel really special, of course, when they come to pick it up, because it is something that's specifically made for them. And it has their name on it, which just putting someone's name on something has a lot of meaning to it.
And I just love that the community may not know this, but the way in which you're able to provide these needs for these folks of the mission first, is sort of like our tithe, right? It's making sure that what we receive is honoring the people that we're here to serve, and I love that.
And then we just found this tote, which just finished getting put together. If you want to come over here, I can show you. I think I'll get in trouble if I untape it, so I don't want to do that. But this is the list for this week. So on top of the clothing orders that we had this week, they were in need of many other things. And this typically comes mostly from our folks in program and from our family shelter. So we might get new families in each week, kids who need backpacks and things for school. We'll have obviously, all different sizes of people that we're working to get clothes for. So we do special fill those. You can see we also had a need for a coffee maker, a crock pot, can opener. So we keep track of all that, and we put it in our tote. And this is 1 week's worth. And so we're going to send this back to the mission and get everyone taken care of.
I love the care that was taken to put this together this way, too.
Yeah.
It's really very cool.
Yeah. So we've talked about mission needs first is what we talk about and teach here at the store. And we have another way that we help fill the needs of the community, and that is through not just the gift card system, because that's our most sustainable way, right? Because without the donations, we can't continue to do what we do. And so we do ask people to try to name someone through the gift card program, but we also know that there are those times when people just have those emergency needs. And this all started a couple years ago with some fires that the Red Cross had, and we realized we have clothes, we have household items, and there's a gap usually between when the emergency happens and when they're able to get this stuff from other places. And so one of the things that we started doing was allowing people in our area who are helping to fill emergency needs to submit a request for a voucher for a free item, and we fill those requests. Usually we'll give them a voucher for a certain amount of money or for a certain item or product or clothing, and then the folks come into the store and they can shop for those things and get them for free. We also have a coupon that we can offer if it's more of an ongoing need, but it's at a level where, even our thrift prices can be high sometimes. But even like, $4, $5, $6 for a shirt sometimes isn't affordable for people. And so we offer a 50% off coupon for some of those families as well. And a lot of the folks that we're working with a lot are the folks like the school districts. We work with so many school districts, or all through Yakima and Selah. We actually have, gosh, what was that number I told you? 54 schools.
Wow.
54 schools that we're working with.
And almost, 30 churches or more?
It was 48 churches.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, a lot. I didn't even know we had that many nonprofits in Yakima. The list is over 200 long. And yeah, the needs are high here. So Catholic Charities, Consistent Care, the Department of Corrections, Yakima Farm Workers Clinic, Rod's House, DSHS, and Trust. We work a lot with Trust and People for People, the YWCA, and then of course the school districts and churches. And those emergency needs, I don't think a lot of people think about. Like, to me, I'm like, okay, an emergency need, that sounds like a fire. Someone's house burns down. That happens sometimes.
Those are the big events, but there's a lot more.
More often, it is families fleeing domestic violence with nothing.
Right.
It is folks who are getting out of jail and have nothing. Folks that are just getting custody back of their children and they don't have anything for their kids. It's folks who are just graduating out of a detox program and they end up with nothing but, maybe a little bit of clothes that they have on, needing shoes. And like I said, we do a lot with the schools. And one of the reasons for that is there's a program called McKinney-Vento, and that is a program where schools can identify families who are essentially experiencing homelessness. And it may not be the type of homelessness that you think of when you think of the mission, because you're thinking of street homelessness a lot of times. Right. But the homelessness that we see in schools is often kids and moms and dads who are staying with family members or who are staying in their car. There's a lot of folks living in their car. Yep. And so we consider these emergency situations. And when the kiddos need clothes, and mom and dads a lot of time will need clothes for interviews, we consider that an emergency. If they have an interview and they need some nice clothes to wear to the interview, we'll make sure that they have the clothes for that. I mean, that's just so special to me. It gives me goosebumps to think about.
Yes, such an amazing way that the mission's able to help give back into the community.
Yeah.
And last year, how much in terms of value did that contribute to?
So this number really surprised me. I just had them pull this. So let's see here. Where did I put that number?
Just emergency vouchers and
this
coupons.
Is just emergency vouchers, not even the coupons.
Oh.
$41,591 in emergency vouchers were given out.
Real needs that are being met.
And that was since October 1st, 2024.
Okay.
So just a year.
1 year, yeah.
Just a year, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's really special.
And that's because of the generosity of our community and their investment by passing these things along. We're able to distribute these to needs in so many ways, not just clothing or goods, but literally giving the opportunity for people in need to come in and get what they need.
Exactly.
On their own.
Exactly.
To feel like they're able to do that.
Yeah.
That's great.
So to me, you can certainly give to the nonprofit that you feel passionate about, but if you are thinking, well, what can I do with the stuff that I have in my home? I want it to do the most good. Bringing it here, naming an organization, allowing us to use those donations to help fill needs in the community. And then, of course, the sales from our stores are what make the work that we do at the mission possible. Right. We're looking at about half of the funding for the mission being provided by the stores. And so without that support, we could not be doing what we're doing today.
Right.
There's absolutely no way. Yeah. And so
and I just want to emphasize again how important it is that the mission and the thrift stores are integrated. We share the same vision, and that's what we're working toward.
Yeah.
You might benefit us by just reminding everybody where the stores are and
Yeah,
how they operate.
absolutely. So we're here at Summit Thrift on 56th and Summit View, right next to Safeway. And then our Mission Thrift store is located on 20th and Lincoln. And then we have Lighthouse Thrift, which is located at 1606 North First Street. So North First Street, nice big lighthouse sign. And then you will see a new building going up in Selah. So the mission is not building that building, but we did partner with the folks who own the two plazas in Selah, and they loved the idea of us leasing a store for them. So they are building a building that we will begin leasing sometime in February or March. And we're really excited to come to the Selah community with a thrift store. And I think one thing that we've talked a little bit about that I want to make sure folks understand is that we provide services at the thrift stores through the things we do, like filling the clothing orders and giving out vouchers. However, we do not offer any services for our homeless community at the stores.
Right.
And so having a store in your community doesn't mean you're bringing homelessness to the community. You're bringing support
Exactly.
for the programs, but we do not offer services in the stores outside of vouchers.
That's such an important distinction because we're not creating shelters in the various communities. But I just love that the thrift stores are able to be little outposts of the mission in terms of our relationship with the community, and that they have easy access to be able to donate things, and it really does make a difference. Love it.
Good. I love it too.
Thanks
That's
for
why
what
I'm
you
here.
do. This is Autumn Bernier.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good evening. My name's Scott Thielen. I'm CEO at Yakima Union Gospel Mission here in Northwest part of the country, Washington State. And it's been a great day so far, getting an opportunity to interview some folks, to have some conversation around the issue of homelessness and how we can work more effectively together. A broad array of people actually, and it's been really rewarding so far. We look forward to the rest of the night. I'm happy to introduce Alicia Tobin, who is with Safe Yakima Valley, and another key part of our community effort to work together in providing safety, sure, but also new solutions, new ideas for how to collaborate more effectively. So I'm delighted that you're here. I would love for you to share a little bit about your organization as a starting point. Let's do that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys for having me. First of all, this is awesome. I'm super happy to be here. So as you stated, I'm executive director of an organization called Safe Yakima Valley. We focus on youth prevention work. We have a youth mentoring program, and then how we, I think, got to know each other was really through our coalition work. Right. And so we are very, very good at breaking down silos and working collaboratively, because as we all know, when youth struggle with adverse childhood experiences, they oftentimes will turn to substances to cope. Right. And addiction is an adolescent disease. A lot of people don't understand that when they see that 35-year-old person struggling with substance use disorder, that 60-year-old person struggling with substance use disorder, more than 90% of them started out using tobacco, marijuana, or alcohol as a teenager because they didn't know healthier alternatives. So our job in the community is to involve the community and educate more on parents and community are the number one protective factor we have out there.
That's awesome. Yeah, we see that at the mission as well. We recognize that the vast majority of the people who end up there grew up in homes that were horrible or in situations where they didn't get to experience life the way it should be, the trauma that they have to endure. And it leads to coping. Yep. You have to survive. And I think you're some of the most courageous people I've ever met. Oh, because those who choose to fight back and do something different, that's not an easy thing to do.
Well, and I took a unique path here. So most people don't know. They think I've been in prevention work for decades, and actually I was in banking for 26 years.
Oh, banking, okay. No, I did not know that.
Yes,
okay.
And I always volunteered in the community. I always gave back. I was fortunate enough, I started with a regional bank that some of you will remember called Washington Mutual Bank.
Of course.
And they actually paid their employees to volunteer 2 hours a week in the community. And that's how I got exposed to it, and I loved it. And so since 1999, I don't get paid for it anymore, but since 1999, through the banking industry, I always gave back to the community. I've accrued over 10,000 volunteer hours.
Wow, that's awesome.
And so I became passionate about it, and I started to see as our boys, I have two sons that are almost 28 and 26, they were losing friends to the fentanyl crisis. And so I kept saying, what can I do to make a difference? What can I do to make a difference? Because I felt like I could take my business skills into a nonprofit and make a difference. And so I just literally threw my name in the hat and reached out to our current city manager, who was not the city manager at the time, and said, if a nonprofit executive director position comes up, let me know. And 2 weeks later, the Safe Yakima position opened
2 weeks.
It was a God thing.
That's really cool. I would never have thought of the banking path.
Yeah.
Normally that's not how you would plan this out. Right?
Yes.
So the organization that you lead is focused on youth, but it's pretty diverse in things that it's trying to do. And that means that you've seen some of the challenges in our community. As you think about the Yakima community, and I think we agree that we need collaborative solutions for how we tackle these kinds of challenges. It's not one group or one organization that can solve all this. But as you think about our community, what are the things that you dream of that would make this better? How could we become a more effective community around these problems?
First and foremost, we need more community involvement.
Okay.
We need more people voting. We need more people volunteering. We need more people attending events like this, community events, and I would absolutely love if I didn't have enough seats at my coalition meetings for all the different sectors that were represented, for the different businesses and faith-based communities and health-based communities and law enforcement. There's a model that came out in the mid-90s called the Icelandic prevention model.
Okay.
Iceland was struggling horrifically with youth substance use. So again, tobacco, alcohol, marijuana were the top three. Upwards of 46 to 50% of youth were using. I mean, that is tremendous. In the United States, it's about 10%. So you can imagine. So they said, what are we going to do about this? And what they found is, and it has sustained itself since 1995, is they literally have a citywide coalition. It is community people building protective factors for their youth so they have something to do after school if they're not in sports. They have jobs, they're trained in jobs. They are engulfed with protective factors that doesn't use government funds. It's all donated from community hours and community volunteers. They took substance use rates. Now, mind you, this was over a course of 15 years, but they've been able to sustain it. They took them from 46%, for example, for alcohol to 5%. They took them from like 27% tobacco use to 3%, and cannabis use is 5%.
Amazing. I was not familiar with this study.
Yes, and so again, it is universal prevention says we need all hands on deck. And so I often will tell people that like to be noisy or make noise or complain about the issues is I always will ask them, well, what have you done to contribute to making change? Because if you're not going to be a part of the solution, then you shouldn't complain about the problem.
Right. You've read social media, right? Yeah, there's a lot of criticism and not a lot of proposal.
Right.
Yeah. Somebody else that I interviewed earlier also mentioned voting and the lack of support in our community. And I'm not sure how we fix that. That's certainly symptomatic of what we're struggling with, right? That we need more people at the table. We need more of a universal sense of ownership about this. And so, as a community, I guess I'm struck by this model, and what would it look like maybe in Yakima for that kind of a model to be applied, where we had a more comprehensive approach to these kinds of solutions?
So what most communities that are going to consider this, so some Native American groups have actually flown to Iceland, because when we talk about prevention work, we always say local problems require local solutions, right? Because what works in Yakima may not work in Seattle and may not work in Prosser, right? So we may have a completely different model on what that looks like. But ultimately, we'd be looking at different clubs and organizations. So maybe the YMCA says, okay, we are all hands on deck. So again, it's going to require some volunteer hours. Some people are going to have to say, I'm willing to volunteer and make some of these sacrifices. That maybe they are going to man basketball courts so kids after school can go shoot
safely.
hoops. Yes, and do so in a safe environment. Maybe there's somebody that is going to do some sort of art club, and again, it's going to require some donations of art supplies. And again, there's probably some small grants that supplement it on a regular basis, but overwhelmingly the model is supported by volunteers and community members. Similarly, of course, we had dollars, but you participated in Safe Yakima sequential intercept mapping process. And that whole process was, okay, what in our community at each intercept in the sequential intercept mapping process, starting with prevention, crisis, law enforcement, incarceration, reentry, all these things, what assets do we have, or what strengths do we have at each intercept, and what are our gaps? And so we brought in how many people in that room? There were 65 people in the room from different organizations represented, and they were number one or number two in their organization for the most part. And every single group got to identify their strengths and weaknesses for the community. And ultimately what it came down to is we have a shortage of housing, right, for our unhoused individuals and expensive rent prices. And we lack medical detox and MOUD in the field. And so as a part of that, we launched the OD Map project, which again was a collaboration with multiple groups, so EMS, fire departments, law enforcement agencies. And so when I took over in 2023, I saw that we had 89 overdose deaths, and I'm sure many of these were just right in your neighborhood. And that it was every single one of those is heartbreaking. But then I thought, well, okay, how many? I wanted perspective. How many people survived an overdose? So I called our coroner and said, hey, in 2022, how many people survived an overdose? I don't know. We don't track that information.
Yeah.
So I called the hospital and I said, all the people you treated for overdose, how many people survived? I don't know. We don't track that information. So then I called the Washington State Department of Health and said, somebody's got to be tracking this at a state level. No. Wow. So enter OD-MAP. And OD-MAP is an interface that automatically connects law enforcement's dashboards and first responders' dashboards to OD-MAP. So as they enter that they're responding to an overdose on North 1st Street in Yakima, they will mark that it's male or female, fatal or non-fatal, how many hits of naloxone, and time of day.
Such important data, yeah.
And what we discovered since we went live on that is we were underestimating the magnitude of the problem by 6,200%.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Wow.
So we're throwing money at a problem when we're identifying only the deaths. Well, as you know, sadly, we can't treat dead people. And so I think by having that information and going out in the community, as you know, there was a huge stigma against Narcan in our community. And we eliminated that stigma very quickly after the OD-MAP project, because we were able to say in 2024, we estimated we had 6,000 overdose deaths. Or overdoses. Right. We had 96 deaths. That means 5,904 lives were saved as a result of Narcan. Right. And when people realize that, like, oh, can't let all those people die. Right. And then enter MOUD. So that was part of this project as well, was bringing in another piece of the pie collaboratively. Had Opioid Response Network brought in an MD from the West Side that talked about, in his practice, how he microdoses buprenorphine, Suboxone, and in 15 years, he has lost 0 patients.
That's compelling.
0. How do you beat 0 deaths?
Yep.
And now, of those that have left the program, which he's had people leave early, he's had 3 deaths, but still significantly reduced, because what people don't realize is MOUD will significantly improve many of these individuals struggling with substance use disorders' lives. It will deal with those horrific withdrawal symptoms, and it will help with the cravings. And now they're more apt to go to treatment and be in there long term.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not addicted to substances, so it's hard for me to measure how hard this is. But I said earlier, these are some of the most courageous people I know, because it is hard to watch. It is really painful. And so the medical detox solution is also now something that's on the table. Yep. And that would not have happened if that hadn't been surfaced.
Yeah, if that project didn't happen, it would not be here. And so
I certainly hope we get medical detox. We desperately need that in our community.
100% agree. And I think right now we're dealing with the stigma of MOUD. People are saying, even physicians, that's just another medication for druggies. Okay. And, they're using language that is not appropriate, calling them druggies, addicts, and not understanding how that contributes to stigma. Right. But I always give the example of insulin, right? How many people that are diabetics live on insulin, and they're going to need it for the rest of their lives? Are we going to tell those people, you can't have it because you ate too much, you did this to yourself? Of course not. Right. And that is the case with MOUD. And one of the things I think that has helped tremendously is I share with people, as a banker who didn't have a lot of this knowledge, I was not an expert, but I've just immersed myself in the science and the facts, is I shared some of these views. I thought that Narcan enabled. I thought it contributed to the problem. I had no idea. I'd heard that people could overdose on buprenorphine, so I was anti-buprenorphine. And then I got the facts, right? I'm like, no, Narcan is not a treatment. It saves lives. It keeps people alive so they can go to treatment. And I get educated on buprenorphine by Dr. Perez, who said, well, actually, Alicia, it's scientifically impossible to overdose because the highest content it'll get in your blood is 40%, and to overdose, you need 80% content. So if somebody says, oh, that person overdosed on buprenorphine, it was a different substance they overdosed on. And so that's kind of been our mission now, is educating on that front, so that we're much more open-minded to just think, what would mobile MOU do for you guys?
Right.
Coming down to the mission and just coming on a daily basis. What would that do for your clients?
Yeah, absolutely. And for the staff at the mission, as an example, who have to deal with ODs, I mean, it's an emotional train wreck. It's so
100%.
hard, and then doing CPR on somebody and hearing their ribs crack under your treatment, and it's a lot. And so if there are ways to stem this earlier upstream and prevent, it's absolutely the right thing to do. I'm still curious about the Icelandic model, and I'm going to look into that more. But it sounds like, as a community, they didn't need a master plan. They created the master plan.
You got it.
As they went.
Yep.
Is that what you imagine can happen here?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Yes. So, we fill a room with people that say, I have something that can contribute and be a protective factor. And maybe it's 509 Boxing comes to the table and says, we're going to have kids at our boxing, and we have basketball courts. And we have Mercy that says once a week we'll pack the room with movie theaters. Yep. They also established curfew, so kids were not allowed to be out on the streets after certain hours, because what are they doing in those hours? They're typically getting in trouble. So they had different, very simple, low-cost changes. The other thing was that parents were highly involved, and so one thing with prevention work we tell people all the time: parents and caregivers are the number one protective factor that exists. If you talk about your strong disapproval and the risks of substance use, your youth will likely not use, even if you are an active user. So the number one question I get is, well, I drank in high school. It seems hypocritical for me to say that to my kid. Doesn't matter. You can say, we know so much more about the effects on the youth brain. We can say, if currently I'm an adult, I'm using, you can say, I still disapprove, I don't want this for you, and the child will more than likely listen. And so we talk about that, but the other thing that goes with that is community, and we can't be successful in prevention without community. And oftentimes when they talk about the Icelandic model, they're like, well, yes, it was in Iceland, but also when you look at an iceberg, a lot of the work you see with prevention, you don't see the results, right? So people are like, does prevention really work? Well, we all want it to be zero, right? We want zero users. We want zero overdose deaths. But resoundingly, the answer is yes. It's just below the surface in many cases. You don't see it.
Alicia, thank you. This is a compelling vision. I don't know how widely you've been able to talk about this, but I'm really grateful that in this conversation with the community, that you've got a voice and that you can speak to this. And I think the next step is to see where we go.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm excited about the collaboration. We cannot do this alone or in isolated ways. And so you have my support. This is good.
Thank you.
Thanks
for having me. Appreciate it.
Just in time for the helicopter.
I know. That was like
good timing.
Perfect timing.
Around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. I love the chance to collaborate, and specifically the idea of conversations on a bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an oft misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person. Mm-hmm. And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work. Whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, a Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news. That how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins. But just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion, and the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you are slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct, and what it means then ultimately, and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at Citygate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much. And I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists. So we would often think would be only proclamation, very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, and what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that.
Yes.
To marry those things together.
Yeah. Yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, 2 years ago, there was a 12% rise in homelessness. And this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved. So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on, is this systemic, is this personal, how should the government be involved or not involved, or all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates. can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in city gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith, not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray, yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school. and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped us. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says, what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. I appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter. Great to be able to continue with conversations on a bench and to have this conversation now with my good friend, Gabe Salguero. And Gabe is the president of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition and the pastor of The Gathering with his wife, Jeanette. And Gabe's been a good friend, I think, for almost 2 decades, Gabe. And it really is good to be able to journey together and to partner in ministry together. We had you at our annual conference this year as a speaker, and it was great as far as the impact that you had on our people, and they really appreciated it. So thanks for that, and thanks for taking time out to be part of this conversation as well.
Well, a big warm hug from sunny Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
A warm bench in Orlando, Florida, and always so honored to be a part of all the good work you all did and do. And it was great to be with all of you in Arizona to talk about the prodigal son and the forgiving father. So I'm part of the family if you'll have me.
Absolutely. And love that. And one of the stories you shared when you were with us that I thought might be good to maybe share as we kind of have this conversation and to get people to know you a little bit and even your background, that you're aware of what addiction looks like and homelessness looks like and how it's actually impacted you personally through your dad's story, and being able to even share kind of the hope of transformation that came out of that. Tell us a little bit about how this has impacted you personally, Gabe.
Look, like many people, I came up the rough side of the mountain. We were economically challenged. That might be a long form of saying we were very poor. And my father, as a teenager and a young adult, was struggled with substance abuse. He was addicted to heroin. And as you know, oftentimes substance abuse leads you to homelessness and a whole litany of other challenges that come from that. And so, my dad lived under a bridge in Puerto Rico and then later also in New York. And that reality he came from a dad who was addicted to alcohol. And my maternal grandfather suffered with alcoholism. And so those realities led them to a very challenging life. And so a lot of people don't make those ties that living with substance abuse often leads people to homelessness, to joblessness, to a whole other group of social challenges. And so my dad has an 8th grade education. My dad has an 8th grade education. He was formerly incarcerated, and he belonged to, I like to call him, he was a nocturnal pharmacist. That means he used to deal drugs and he was part of a gang. But Christ found him. And so I don't just talk about second chances and about redemption and how people could turn their lives around. He had a radical conversion experience when Christ found him. He went to a program called Teen Challenge, graduated from there. There he went to Bible school, learned, and later he became a pastor. And so, but those challenges of my dad's early substance abuse into his young adulthood presented economic challenges for my family. We lived off the social safety net. I know what WIC and SNAP mean, not just theoretically. I was a beneficiary of that. And so I'm fortunate, I'm blessed that the community intervened and saw hope where people said, oh, there's no chance here. And my dad became a pastor, put me and my 2 brothers and sister through college, is now running a prison reentry program. He's running a drug rehab program. So he himself is paying back the opportunities he received. And so I've seen God's grace, and I've seen what ministry and intervention can do to change not just one man's life, but the trajectory of a whole family.
Yeah, that's powerful, Gabe. And to recognize that God is a God of transformation. And many of the conversations on the more than 70 benches around the country today are those stories of transformation. And they do offer hope. And they do show us the power of healing and the ability to turn our life around as we choose to follow Christ. So really appreciate that, Gabe. Thanks.
Look, I'm my whole life is paying it forward because somebody took a chance, a gospel chance on my father. It changed his life, my mother's life, my 2 older brothers' life, my younger sister's life, and all the lives we've touched. My brothers are school teachers, my sister's a dean at a college, and so that has ripple effects. You touch one life, you don't know how many people, if you invest, if you take a risk of faith, if you say, hey, there's an opportunity to change a life. You don't know the ripple effects over decades that you can have on people.
Yeah, so true. And, we kind of look at when we see the situation in the United States today, often it isn't as much about people as it is around policies, and especially with regard to how we respond to drugs and addiction or to homelessness. And how would you kind of see Christ followers really needing to lean into caring and compassion, really over rhetoric, over policies? What does that really look like as you begin to think about the Bible coming alive in the lives of Christ followers?
The heart of God is people. God cares about people. Christ died for people. Now, of course, policies impact people. And so when people say to me, hey, Gabe, when you approach policies, how do you approach it? I say, well, I put people first because God put people first. I'm a pastor. And, scripture drives my engagement in every sphere of life, policy, family, education. And, John 3:16 is instructive and normative. For God so loved the world. And if you have love for people, you advocate for policies that help people, that lift people up, that heals people. Because at the end of the day, God is interested in the flourishing of people. You know, God told the prophet Jeremiah, seek the welfare of the city wherever I plant you, because in its welfare is your health, is your well-being. And so God told Jonah, hey, consider Nineveh that great city. It's a fascinating phrase from Jonah. He says, I have a lot of people there and cattle too. God was even interested in the cattle, which is economy, right? Which is also the economy of an agricultural society. And so,
Yeah.
and he says to them, shall I not love that great city? But that's true whether it's cities, rural, urban, suburban. God loves people. And there are policies that help people flourish, and there are policies that create obstacles to flourishing. If we are Jesus people and gospel-centered people, we look for policies that help people flourish.
Yes. Yeah. I love that, and so true. And that's being challenged certainly in different ways. And you see that, I think, in your role at the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, where firsthand there are people that are being marginalized. Our rescue missions are seeing numbers of people that are being dumped on our doorstep, ultimately as they're migrating from Latin America. And how does the church respond in having open doors for all people? How does that happen, Gabe?
Look, I think that we learn from Scripture and the heart of Jesus. Jesus gives us great teaching in Matthew 25. And what people may remember from Matthew 25, it's that it's not a text to an individual. It's a text to nations. It says that when the Son of Man comes and all his angels with him to judge the nations, in Greek, the ethnes, all the cultures, all the ethnicities, everybody, black, white, Asian, Latino, so forth. He says, he's going to say one thing to people: for I was hungry and you fed me, naked and you covered me, thirsty and you gave me to drink, in prison and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And so I'm driven, gospel-centered people and Jesus followers should be driven not by partisanship, not by polarization, but by the teachings of Jesus. The book of Hebrews reminds us in the 13th chapter, it says, remember hospitality. Because many of you have entertained angels unaware. The Greek word for hospitality, xenophilia, love of the stranger or love of the immigrant. And so good, well-meaning people can disagree on policy references. But what we can't disagree on is what Jesus taught us, to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the widow, the orphan, the stranger. And Proverbs says to speak up and speak for the poor. We may do this in different ways, but we have to be broken with the things that break God's heart, and that's people, whether they're from Latin America or Asia or Africa or citizens. And so that Matthew 25 kind of becomes the normative text for how I deal with people on the margins.
Yeah, I love that. And that's certainly then the call or the mandate or the challenge that Jesus gives to us. And then it becomes a matter of how do we see in the world around us places where we can engage, where we can step in, where we don't step away or necessarily step back in some way. What are some of the ways that you're seeing that welcome and hospitality of the stranger living itself out?
Impressed by the generosity of the people of God. You might remember that Paul talks about the church in Macedonia. He has that Macedonian vision of a man saying, come to Macedonia and help me. But later on in Paul's missionary journeys, he says, I am astounded by your generosity. I'm astounded by how generous people can be. And so I see that in ESL programs in churches, English as second language programs. I see that in citizenship classes that many churches and groups are doing. I see that in soup kitchens. When people are given food or in food pantries, we don't ask them where they were born. You know, we don't have a litmus test to give people the body and the blood of Christ. It's broken for you. This is my body broken for you. This is my blood shed for you. And so I see it in soup kitchens. I see it in food pantries. I see it in English as second language courses. I see it in shelters. I see it in foster care programs on how many U.S. citizen families are adopting immigrant children or refugee children. I see it in programs of refugee replacement. You know, there's Office of Refugee where we're receiving people from Cambodia and people who are fleeing religious and political persecution. And so I see the hands and feet of Christ. Listen, I have people in my church who come from shelters. And their first step of stability was that shelter. It helped them have an address. It helped them get a job. And so I see Christ in the sheltering of people, right? Part of God is that he's a shelter. Like literally one of the metaphors for God is, I am a shelter.
Yeah.
And so I see it in sheltering. And so I see it in so many ways, but I also see it in advocacy. When people speak up for people who have challenges to access to power and access to goods and access to food and food deserts. And so God is moving. Aslan is on the move. Aslan will always be on the move, but the challenges persist. We just have to be resilient in doing good.
Yeah, and being willing to have the courage and confidence to be able to step out and do that. And certainly a lot of that comes out of seeing all people in the image of God and bringing a sense of dignity and respect to all people, which therefore then opens all of us to embrace and open our doors to be able to welcome, as you talked about that. And how do you see or encourage people with regard to being able to see people as made in God's image, and so therefore it impacts how we interact together and even how we love one another?
Imago Dei is undeniable. It's undeniable. Look, when I run into people, our church has over 15 nationalities, right? And we have Haitians, and we have Colombians, and we have Nicaraguans and Puerto Ricans, and we have people with temporary protected status and DACA, and we have people who were born and raised in the United States. But if you ask them, what do you care about? I want my kids to have a better future. I love my wife. I love my children. All these things that unite us into this common shared destiny.
I'm the CEO of Union Gospel Mission in Yakima, Washington.
So when you look in the
we
mirror,
are continuing tonight
you say, hey
with
man, I
a
love my
series
kids.
of
This person
conversations
loves
that we've
his or
been
her
having.
kids. Hey, I want a better future for my family, so do they. But
and how
more
we as a
importantly than
community need to be better educated and how we can collaborate more effectively. One of the key parts of that kind of solution in the community is knowing how to really help address the needs people have physically and mentally. And I have with me the honor to introduce Dr. Christy Trickett, who is the Senior Director of our Care Center Ministries at the Mission. And Christy gets the opportunity to see things that we will never see because of her role as a physician. And I just asked her tonight to come and to share about maybe some stories about how these needs of mental and physical health end up being addressed as we care for people. So there's this setup.
I'm going to stand here with this on my chin and act natural.
All right, act natural. Yeah, that's great. We obviously care about these folks, and you see physical needs and sometimes mental needs that often just get overlooked as you work with folks. So help the community, help us understand how does that then guide the way we might help to address these people?
Yeah, and you say overlooked like we forget to think about it, but really it's all tied together, all of it, especially like pick any of our clients that's currently in program. The substance use and the mental health, you almost can't find them separated. Right. It's together. The problem is the resources, right? Because it's confusing to have somebody that has addiction, that has these changes from that going on, but then already started off life with a disability, with developmental delay, with a difference in understanding of how the world works. And so it's very hard to, it's almost like somebody who has a learning disability or that you would see like in a special education classroom, but then you need to treat them for depression or, it's confusing. And yes, and it's together, it's not separated. Right. And so it's hard because it's complicated and I was talking with somebody today and I had to stop for a second and say I'm not a psychiatrist because they know all the ins and outs of all these medications and the disease process, and I don't have that, and I do have an understanding, and I can tell you how it's going to respond, but not like a psychiatrist is going to. And I know that we need help, so I'm going to do what I can do, and then I'm going to ask for help.
Right.
In
the care center, you have 17, 18 different specialists.
So many.
That are addressing all kinds of needs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're always ready to address a new problem that shows up. Yeah. And it might be good just to stop for a minute and explain to people how the care center operates, because it's not just another branch of multi-care or something. It is a totally free medical clinic. And then we have a dental clinic as well, which operates a little differently, but both of those are available to people. And I'm not sure that people in Yakima who drive by even know that this is here, right?
Sometimes people who come are surprised that when they walk into the clinic that it's not a bunch of people who are experiencing homelessness. Right. Because in the clinic we're speaking Spanish all day and we're taking care of people who don't have other means or methods or support to be able to utilize insurance at one of our incredible clinics that can support that. And so we fill in a lot of gaps, just like that we do at the Mission. The care center is the same. And so the gap in medical care tends to be in our population of migrant workers. So that's what we do all day. The medical clinic is completely free, and it is incredible how much can get done in a free clinic with the resources that we are able to acquire and support from the community as well. Our dental clinic is not completely free. I don't know if you know, but dentistry is very expensive.
It is. Yes.
Twice, actually, as much as medical, patient by patient. But it's very reduced. So even our at cost is much cheaper than what you would find. And we don't take insurance, which is an issue all on its own because we're getting calls this week because people have insurance for dental and there isn't a place for them to go. There's not openings for them to get seen. We literally had 2 calls in the last week of somebody who have cancer and need to get treated, and there isn't a place for them to go. Yeah. Okay, well, this is a gap.
This is why we exist. To care about humanity in the crossroads where they're being missed somehow.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah.
You just came from the clinic. Are you tired?
No.
Okay.
No, it's. We have a medical student with us right now, a third year, who is amazing.
Awesome.
And this is his 3rd day, I think, with us. And so he was right up there till the end with me too, which was awesome. And he's just like, I can't believe all the things that's happening here.
I love it.
But there was just a lot of big things that happened in clinic, and a lot of them have a lot of weight. And, if I repeat a story, especially to a staff member, like from the front, who's like, are you like, okay? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm okay. It's hard work, but it's good work.
Rewarding, satisfying, stretching.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the best word is it feels like an honor. It really does feel like a privilege. There's some really, really hard stories. And for some reason, my panel does not have easy patients. I don't have just high blood pressure. It's like high blood pressure and a tumor in your uterus. This
is a lot more complicated.
It's heavy. So, but it really does feel like a privilege to participate, to be honest with you. So we have care center has the medical, who's completely free, and then dental, who's very reduced. And then we just collect patients' information about their income to determine how much to discount off of the price that we already have. On the dental side. And then we do take care of our clients who are homeless that are on our campus. Right. We wrap it in a little bit of a different package to make it a thing kind of to talk about. It just helped us kind of separate the different needs that would happen from our clinic patients, speaking Spanish and farm worker, to our population that are homeless and that has a ton of substance use, either current or prior, whatever, mental health issues. And so shelter care is what we call that with our clients. And so that's what we do towards the latter part of the day. So that's what I was running from right now.
Got it. So you were in the shelter care mode.
We literally, and my student was right there with us too. And
that
so,
is awesome,
oh man, he was so good at it too. Just wound care, but honestly, sometimes it's just conversation. And we had a challenging one today, who's somebody who's very early in recovery and still in the discovery process. It's been there for a month, which is incredible. And I always am like trying to find a way to high five because I'm like 7 days, 14 days, 30. It's
amazing.
My heart swells with the work because I know that's hard work.
They're courageous.
Yes. And so seeing somebody because they had an earache that they had actually the whole time they had been there, which I'm just like, I'm so really sorry because this is working against you. You're already doing the hardest thing you've ever done in your life. Yeah. And now your ear hurts, right? Yeah. Come to find out, ironically, in the exam, I was like, this is not an ear. This is a tooth problem.
Wow.
Like the same side of the ear that's hurting because there's not that much going on in the ear, and we're kind of talking about it with the student and what would we find, and no fevers or anything. Yeah, there's like 3 missing teeth on one side and then 1 on the other. I'm getting better at looking at the teeth as a family med doctor because I have lots of dentist friends.
Had your student ever seen this kind of case?
No, and I had my student go first, and this is a very experienced student who has a lot of clinical experience too, and so knew exactly what to look for in the ears, and the correct tests, which I got the same results in the test too. But then when I was like, hey, let's just open her mouth and let's just look inside, and the student was like, whoa, because. This is a running joke, but it is actually true. And I am telling medical students this because I'm spending a lot of time with our dental colleagues, which is so fun. But really quick into it, I learned that what we do in medicine is we open the mouth and we look past the teeth to get to the tonsils.
Interesting. But
we forget that the teeth are connected.
Because of this role that you're in, you have understood now this intersection of dental and medical in a way that I'm so excited about. Because there's a direct connection. And we're seeing more and more science saying that oral health is a lot of the reason why we have physical issues, right?
It's directly connected.
Amazing.
Well, and so it seems so simple, but the fact of let's look in your mouth when you have all of the positive signs for this to be on your ear, right?
That's interesting.
I think the student was like, wow. I'm like, yeah, this is the effect of dentists. You affect me. Right. Okay, but here's the thing in this patient though. They're in recovery. I didn't ask that part of her story, how many times we had been in recovery and how long it would last, any of those pieces. Yeah. I just know that 30 days in is pretty good. We're past the 2-week mark, we're past the 3-week mark, Yeah. Trying to figure out medications, trying to deal with anxiety as you're coming off of these substances that would have treated that already, right? And trying to figure out what feelings feel like. And then there's pain, and you're already going to have pain anyway because your receptors are all bonkers.
And I can't go numb my pain.
And then, and then to see in her mouth, oh my goodness, this needs to get fixed. And I want this for you because you already have so much work. I don't want this to be something else that pulls you,
I love that. I love that you're a physician. First of all, that you've made understand this connection between the oral and the medical, right? But that you have a heart to understand what this person's going through. I would love for all of the doctors that I've seen to have that mentality. Often it's just not the way it is. They've got their job to do and they do it well. I love that you approach it from a holistic point of view, and their challenge, particularly these folks going through recovery. This is hard stuff, and that you can include that in your diagnosis, make that part of the solution. I love that. That is so neat.
Okay, and this is how we change it. I know we haven't necessarily, designated exactly what is the problem of, the intersection with mental health and what, the problems of homelessness, but how we fix it though, is we bring students, because we are going to need decades to make a difference. And even just, I've had so many conversations just today with my student about just pieces that he's already seen. And but like one of them is like you push a button, meds to beds, like any tiny piece that might seem insignificant in the hospital that makes a difference once they leave.
Yes.
And provides, this small window, 30 days, before, insulin needs to be purchased or found or whatever. But it's the same thing in this situation, because in medicine, it's just like in police work, maybe, I guess. I haven't been a police officer, but there's ways that we tend to think about people, and we tend to like put them into boxes. And there's a natural tendency, like in everyday life for
Common
that.
sense,
Yeah.
In a way.
But you see the same stuff. And so sometimes it's hard to stay sweet. I don't,
I know
to
what you
stay
mean,
open,
To not
right?
to not let that repeated pattern make you cynical about it.
Cynical is the best word for that, because it's hard, because you see the same thing. Like you see, you did this yourself, and I know what's causing this, and like I know how you can fix it. And maybe it's drugs, maybe it's Pepsi, and your glucose, but right. And I love bringing students because I think seeing how our people, our employees, and our volunteers work with our clients, I just think that sticks with you, because you just need that one person, like that one idea in your mind, and that's how we're going to change it. Because just seeing that this person that you've seen 20 times have all these abscesses, and maybe they have meth cardiomyopathy and they're 25, and maybe they can't literally walk to leave against medical advice, but they find there's all of these things, right, that you're like, okay, that's ridiculous, you're doing this to yourself. Okay, yes, and that is somebody's, it's somebody's son, it's somebody's brother, and you see that when you come here. And so I just one day, just like one shift, I just need students to come, because I want them to see it. And and maybe that doesn't show up for another 10 or 15 years in their life or whatever, but seeing the patient that we saw today and being like, hey, let's open your mouth. You can have whatever judgments about whatever you've been using and why your mouth is the way it is. And if that one thing, opening your mouth, means that then you can treat that actual thing, and then that pain goes away, and maybe that's what gets them an extra 2 weeks, right? Like, what change?
The rough part. Yeah, no, it's awesome.
One student at a time.
But this person is still in process, and part of what we know is that they need a support system to see them through it. Folks in our work as a mission don't necessarily have all of this support in place internally to just do this on their own, like an outpatient, right? They need some support, and I love that in the care center functions that you have created a culture that cascades down to your team, that our folks who are coming actually feel cared about, not just cared for, right? There's a difference about being cared for and being cared about, and I love that that's where you're at. And I know you could tell story after story like this, which is so cool. I know that, like, having a student, so this student coming from one of the local universities?
Pacific Northwest University.
Okay. All right, so you're an alum of PNWU.
Absolutely.
And we have a wonderful relationship with them. It's a great school. They're opening new territory with their dental program and other occupational
PT
therapy,
and OT.
So many cool things. And I know that they're not us, and so we need a partnership and work at that. But I cannot imagine a more cool laboratory for student learning than the mission and the care center, because of the kind of people you get to work with. Am I right?
It's so, my student was saying that today.
Okay.
I guess a lot of my stories will be about that, because we just had a really impactful day. Because one of the things I was sharing too was we have an opportunity to have a student-run clinic for the first and second years. They have to get to a certain spot in their first year, but and it's a really early experience. Usually clinicals, when you're seeing patients, which is usually shadowing doctors, depending on what the rotation is, doesn't start until your third year. And it's great for students because they get excited because they're coming, they get to get their hands wet, they actually see a patient and it's their patient and they write the note, and cool. We supervise them and make sure they don't hurt somebody, but they know stuff, and just nice to practice it in a situation where they're not being graded. Like, your grade is the rapport that you're making with this patient of yours, and there are so many times with those early years that We had really important conversations. I remember a student who asked me, would you do this again? Like medicine in general. Like, would you do it? I was like, 100%. And they said I was the only doctor they've ever asked that said that.
Oh my goodness.
I know, doesn't that break your heart? It breaks my heart because I love it so much.
But think about this. I mean, so you see this all the time. I don't see it all the time. And I'm like most of the community members. But with these students who come to the care center and have this experience, these are the future physicians and nurses that are going out into the country in these various communities and doing things that will make this difference. And if they get that touch from you, that makes it worth it.
It's not me. It's that
I know.
UGM is a special place.
I agree. It's
and
a
you
special
just,
place.
it's just hard to
of
explain.
all of these things.
Yeah. And what I love about, that student, like, I'm like, just give me one shift with him, because I've been there. We've all been there. I think all of us going through medicine, and I bet you dental's the same way. It's just a lot of work. And so sometimes it's like, why did I do this? And it's stressful. And,
right.
And I alluded to the reason that we wrote our essay in the beginning. You like to get into med school. One of the things that you do is this paper of like, why do you want to go into medicine? Like, why do you want to be a doctor? And you're trying to like stand out and have like this good intro and all of these pieces. But it's like the heart of like, not going to be in your resume or in a letter of recommendation or something. But why is it that you have decided that like this very long, very expensive, very challenging journey is one that you're going to go on? And UGM does that. Like, it reminds you of literally the letter that you wrote.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we were talking about that today, and the student is like in his third year. So he's been doing this for a while already. And like, he was like, this is just like, and I was like, I tell people that all the time.
Wow.
Because there's just so much in our system that's hard. Medicine's hard, like dentistry's hard, like mental, like it's hard. And we're broken and messy, but it's hard work, but it's good work.
I love it. I'm just hopeful that the people who end up getting an opportunity to hear you, that this will spark something in them about the kind of work that we do, that you do. These are human beings. And the reason we care is because we believe that God created all of these people with equal value, right? We all are broken, but we all are redeemable. There's a special mindset that we have because we have been touched, and we want others to be able to experience that. And part of that is the way we care for their bodies and their minds, and express the love of God, putting it into action this way.
It's really cool to watch when you're saying this way. It just makes me think about our staff. I learned so much from our staff that are dealing. I mean, sometimes we boots on the ground, but there really is a lot of pieces that are happening, whether it's on campus or at a thrift store. But there's just something about our staff that I feel like no matter what kind of like darkness or ick or filth, or sometimes really filth, like actually smelling like pee and vomit, Yeah. And it's like they see the person that's on the inside. Like they see the person that most of us like see the shell or see that filth or whatever. And I don't know how they do it, but I still feel like I'm always asking questions and trying to figure that out, and that's why I want to just rub up against them, and I want to bring other people to rub up against them too, because that's when you're like, oh yeah, I forgot. This isn't a shell that's addicted. This is a person. This is a human that has a story and has a lot of sad parts in it. And we have to get past this part, and it's not called addiction for no reason, Our staff is pretty amazing.
I agree. And that includes you, and in the way that God has put together this amazing team. It is humbling to be part of something so special. Thank you. Appreciate you coming down and sharing.
Of course, always.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Good evening. My name is Scott Thielen. I'm the CEO of Yakima Union Gospel Mission here in the northwest part of the United States. We are continuing our conversations about homelessness with our community members, and it's really been a lot of fun to have so many different voices speak into this. And we're going to continue that now with Sean Gutierrez. I want to introduce you to Sean. Sean is somebody who I consider a friend, but he's also familiar with our programs, and he plays a really important role in the recovery work of our community. And so I want to allow for him the opportunity to share a little bit about that. And Sean, I'm going to start with, so if you want to share something about your story, that's fine.
Yeah.
But that's not why I necessarily asked you here. I really want to dial in on the fact that people in the community may not understand, and some do, but many may not understand what it's like to be in crisis, right?
Yeah.
And when it happens, it's real. And so what would you want the community to understand about that?
For myself, it was, and I see in Celebrate Recovery as well, is that there's always an underlying issue, right? And that underlying issue is a past trauma, right? Mm-hmm. And that past trauma is you're trying to, trauma is really is what it comes down to. Yeah. And we're always trying to take that away, right? How do we stuff that down? How do we make that go away just to feel normal, just to be around our friends or around family? Right. And so how do we do that? And that's usually how addictions start, right?
Right.
And that's the big one in our community is that we see that happening all the time. And so the underlying issues could be anything from abuse, sexual, mental, emotional,
all kinds,
all different types of abuse. Yeah. And those are the big ones we see. And then from another point is that we also see people that are just coming from a mental health issue, right? Yeah. And a lot of time it's drug induced,
right?
And we see that here in this community a lot.
Almost guaranteed.
Yeah, almost guaranteed. Yeah. And so, and then in that community, the people just don't fit in, right? And then they feel like they're the outcast, right. And it pushes them farther and farther down this hole that they just can't seem to pull themselves up out of. And when I talked to people the other day and they said, you work with people that don't smell good, right? That don't really have good communication skills, don't really have any favor. And how do you do that? And my only answer to that is that we're supposed to love above all.
Isn't
right?
that what Jesus did?
He did, exactly.
Right?
Right?
To meet people right where they were.
Meet them right where they're at, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're so divided in this world right now, at least in this Western culture, right? And from politics to what you drive to, it don't matter what it is. And we're not called to be divided. We're called to join each other, right? And to come alongside each other. And then how do we find this common goal of helping people, right? And building them up, investing into their lives. And that's what I found at the Union Gospel Mission. You said I don't have to mention my story, but I will. I found myself at the mission after going through treatment 19 times, and
just say that again. 19.
19 times.
Wow.
Yeah, and graduated each one successfully, but I could never get more than 60, 90 days, sometimes a year, and I'd be right back off again, right? And finally losing my home, losing everything, divorce papers, and I found myself at the New Life program. And
I remember.
Yeah, I remember. Right? And that was the only program I never did finish ever in treatment, right? And but in that, I took away so much more that taught me how to really be a productive person in society, and how to conduct myself, how to seek God, how to have moral compass, right? And
that's helpful.
And and I think that talking about a moral compass, I think that's really where a lot of people are going wrong, right? Is they lost what is moral anymore. You turn on social media, you turn on the news, you hear about it all the time, right? And there's just no sense of whatever your morals are, whatever you want, whatever makes you feel good, right? And the reality is that ain't gonna work. And we're called to be like Christ, right? And we're made in His image, and we're supposed to be image bearers.
Yeah.
And so what does that look like?
Yeah.
And
by the way, just let me stop you for a moment.
Yeah.
And just say, first of all, how awesome it is, the way that God has worked in your life.
Thank you.
I love it. And I know that when you were talking earlier about trauma, that was your story.
Oh yeah.
You grew up with that. That's
I
why
grew up with it.
You
Yeah.
went to treatment 19 times.
Yeah.
Because you were a mess, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was a
And,
mess.
and that's not putting you down. That's just the trauma had control of you, and you couldn't escape that.
I couldn't.
And I'm just so grateful that you're a fighter.
Oh yeah.
And you didn't give up.
Yeah.
And you kept fighting for what you knew you could reach.
Yeah.
And God made that possible. I think that's so cool.
Yeah.
So you know what crisis is.
I do. I mean, I've lived it, and for me, I was always wanting to be better and better myself, and be a better husband, be a better father, be a better employee, and I just couldn't. The grips of addiction just had me so deep from childhood. And I just grew up in that, and so how do you get past that, right? When that's all you know, you go back to what's comfortable, and throw your hands up and say, "Well, I tried it," right? And that tried it doesn't really mean that,
it doesn't lead to a better future.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, we have to pick up our cross daily, right? And sometimes that cross ain't that heavy, and sometimes you need 10 guys to help you carry that cross.
Yeah.
And so it was really the people that come around me in the community that probably was wondering, like, what's wrong with you, right? Right? And started showing me a way.
Yeah.
And I always tell my core team is that, how do you extend that hand out to people? How are you being the hands and feet of Jesus Christ today to those people, right? And that's what I love about Celebrate Recovery.
Talk more about Celebrate Recovery, because there are people that maybe they're in recovery themselves, or maybe they have a family member or a friend, or maybe they've never even heard of it, right?
Yeah.
But why is it so important to have a community of people who understand recovery and are supporting you? So explain that a little bit.
Yeah, so Celebrate Recovery is a faith-based recovery program, 12 steps, right? And straight from the Bible, from the Sermon on the Mountain.
Right.
And so for me, it was something that I found in my recovery, right? And it really helped me with what you guys were doing at the mission, and then going to Celebrate Recovery, and getting both aspects of that. But that community is that we've all been there, done that, and we know how to continue pouring into people because we've already been there. We can come alongside them, meet them where they're at, and say, hey, we've been there, we've done that. This is what I did, and we don't really give referrals to anybody. We don't do that. We just meet them where they're at.
I love
and
it.
say, what is your needs today? How can I help you today, right? And then sit there. I think the biggest problem with people today is that they want to just continue talking instead of just shutting up and listen, right? And find out where they're at, find their story out, right? Instead of saying, oh, well, you can't do that, right? And so we're not that group, right? We're that group of, we're going to continue to pour into you, we're going to invest into you. And then as you start getting along that, you start feeling better, you start getting your senses back, and then you want to start giving away what you've got.
I love it.
And, and when you give away what you've got, right, now you have a sense of being, right, a sense of belonging.
And purpose too.
Yeah, that's it. And it's the purpose is continue to live your life out, right, and then walking that out with somebody else. Right. And when you're walking that out with somebody else, that's where that image bearer comes out, right? And because I love the picture of iron sharpens iron, right? Yeah. We hear it all the time, right? It sparks, it clashes, right? Yeah. It's kind of like, for two humans, it's rubbing shoulders together, not really disagreeing all the time, but we're still hanging in there. But then there's times it's just like, man, I just can't find common ground with you on this issue. But that's okay, right? Like, we can work through things. And we continue to just live this out and walk this out and do what we can.
Yeah.
And so, how we do that. And
well, I think it's such an important ministry. So why would someone who's struggling with their own recovery, why would they want to go to Celebrate Recovery? Do they feel safe there?
Yeah. I mean, it's a safe place. If it ain't a safe place, then nobody's going to want to come.
Okay, so that's why they might be coming back.
Yeah, they keep coming back.
They're accepted for who they are.
Yeah, they're accepted for who they are. They're going to find people that's been there, like I said, done that, like-minded people, right?
Yeah.
And in every walk of recovery, I'm not the guy that kicks people out the door because they used earlier that day, right? I'm that guy that says, hey, come on in, welcome, right?
Let's get back on track.
Yeah. You fell down, but guess what? We're going to get you back up. We're going to go again. Yeah. And it's just so amazing to see that. And then you finally see people come out of that, but and then start living that life. I talk when we open up that night, every Friday night. I just say, hey, here's the deal. We're going to have our physical food right now, and then we're going to go in the big room and we're going to worship. And then we're going to have our lesson, and you're going to get your spiritual food, right? And then we're going to break off into smaller groups, men to men and women to women, and that's it. And we're going to connect, and we're just going to be vulnerable in those groups. You don't have to be vulnerable, but that's where the rubber hits the road, right? And just say, hey, this is what I'm struggling with. And you're going to find out that in that circle, there's other people that struggle with the same things, right? Or have in the past, right?
And there are groups like this all around the country, right?
All around the world. The world, not just the country, it's the world, right? Yeah, it's the largest faith-based group in the world.
Okay. Well, for someone who's experiencing crisis, or somebody who knows a person experiencing crisis, this is the opportunity for them to find out more about how to connect in Yakima, right?
Yeah.
And there are at least 2-3 different opportunities. So when does Celebrate Recovery meet, and where does it meet? Can you summarize that?
Yeah. So Tuesday nights out at Heights Foursquare Church out in Terrace Heights, 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And then ours is on Friday night now.
Okay.
At 5:45 at Westside Church.
Okay.
And then there's another one that's at Foursquare Church.
Right, on 40th?
On 40th. And
is it on hold at the moment, or?
No, it's growing.
Okay,
it's going. Yeah, and it's going through some leadership changes.
Yeah, okay.
Right? But yeah, it's cool.
Another option.
And they're at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And so there's 3 opportunities. There's going to be another opportunity here real quick with another mutual friend of ours.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so it'll be cool. I'll be glad to announce that for him.
Yeah,
when
yeah.
it's
I'm
ready.
looking forward to that. So we're keeping it as a mystery right now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But so people may not know that I had to kick you out of the program.
Yeah.
The mission.
Yeah.
And that was painful because
yeah.
we love you, and you knew that we loved you.
Yeah, exactly.
But it wasn't going to work. And you've been clean and sober now for how long?
9 years.
I love it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that does not mean that it's in your rearview mirror. I mean, you've got to deal with this every day.
Every day.
Get up and make
Yeah.
choices. And Sean, you're doing it.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I used to always tell people I'm the only one clean and sober in my family, and that ain't true anymore.
That's so
My
cool.
twin brother just got out of prison on the 30th of last month.
Really?
And he's living in a clean and sober house, going to Celebrate Recovery. Not always doing what I'd like him to do, but he's doing the deal.
Right.
And my son got out on the 24th of last month, and
that's awesome. Because for a father, you don't want to repeat generationally.
He's been to prison 6 times.
Oh,
you know?
dude, that is so cool.
And so he's out, and he's living over in Spokane, and he's trying to do the deal. He's
love
doing
it.
what he needs to do.
That's got to make your father heart swell, right?
Oh man, because I'll tell you what, I'm trying to hold back tears right now, but this is something I've been praying for years, right?
Yeah.
And I think it comes back to that model is just walk that out. How are you modeling that in your life, right? And it's contagious. It really is. When people know where the depths of you have been, right? And now 9 years later, here I am. I own a home and a few rigs and have a ministry that God's given me to oversee. And, life is great today.
Yeah.
I may not have everything I want, but I have definitely everything I need.
Well, you have my admiration, and I'm so grateful that you are doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
And I'm grateful that you came down tonight too. We're out of time. We got to move on to something else next, but I really appreciate you coming down, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. I will. All right.
But I'm not hearing anything, Timothy. So you tell me when. I hope I'm not talking over them.
Sounds good, Aaron.
Oh, hi there. We're still getting connected. We're all trying to get together. I don't think Yakima's video is on. Is okay. All right, you're just gonna get to look at me for a few minutes. You know, this is like herding cats. Like there are three of us. Yes, there we go.
Right?
I can hear you now. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. And it looks like we're gonna maybe put it on gallery so we can all see.
Yeah.
It's so good to see you guys.
Agreed. It's awesome. It's a good night. It looks like it's not.
Ask if our team can turn around my monitor, because I can't see you, I can hear you, but they're going to turn it around so I can see you.
Great.
There you are. Hey.
Hi.
We're all on there. So, you know, because we're all broadcasting, why don't we just each of us introduce ourselves and, you know, just, yeah, what mission are you from and what's your name?
Yeah. Kim, why don't you start us out?
Okay, I'll start. I'm Kim Cook. I'm with Bread of Life Mission here in Seattle, and we're down in Pioneer Square.
And I'm Erin Holcomb. I'm with Portland Rescue Mission here in Portland, Oregon. You can see us right under our Burnside Shelter sign right there in the heart of Portland at the crossroads of Burnside and the Willamette River, right in the geographic middle of Portland, Oregon.
It's a great location, Erin.
Yeah.
I'm Scott Thielen at YUGM in Yakima, Washington, and we are downtown in Yakima, right across, well, probably the most important landmark is Olive Garden, right across the street from the Capitol Theater, which is, we're in a community, a little area in the community called Millennium Plaza, and it is a pretty common gathering spot for homeless people. So we're here, we're going to be here all night, it's going to be fun.
That's great. Well, we didn't really plan much. We just thought we'd
Right.
get together and chat. And that's my favorite thing with all my CEO peers from Citygate. So how has it been? How has your bench event been so far? Scott, why don't you share first?
Okay, yeah, in Yakima, I was just sharing with Kim briefly, it's been actually really surprising to me, the very positive response that I've gotten from particularly like local government and from some partners. There are some people that did not choose to participate, and that's fine. I'm not sure of the reasons, but I booked it pretty solid. So they're back to back to back. It's going to get a lot lighter after 1 o'clock. That'll be nice. Maybe catch a nap somewhere, but it's actually been really helpful. I took the various question suggestions that Citygate provided, and really just thought about who could speak most effectively to each of those, and just created a lot of variety. So it's been really good. And I think for our community, we just needed to get past organizational isolation and get to talking as a community. So been really appreciative of that.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I think similar here, Scott. We've had a number of different people from different perspectives join me on the bench. So we started off actually with a couple of our policymakers, our chief of police. We've had program graduates. We've had other folks who serve in different organizations. And, you know, when you get that many different people talking about a hot topic, it can be dicey because people disagree about a lot of things. And I have just been so delighted with the common threads I am hearing, what we all agree on. And this is among folks, you know, who have probably very different political views, very different social views.
Right.
But what I'm hearing again and again is it really does take everybody being a part of the solution, and that the folks we're serving are need unique care that meets them where they're at and takes into account their specific stories. And those are things I share with folks all the time about this work and what the
you know, so many people are saying it's all about relationship and community, that we have to create community for those who are coming in recovery. And, you know, just there's such a need here in Seattle for women's shelter and recovery beds. So just hearing some of where are the gaps and where are we in agreement and where do we not agree, but in agreement and where do we not agree, but can we work together in it? And it's just been really fun to have those conversations.
It's really great to hear.
Yeah.
Especially as you're leaning in to focus more on the women's shelter piece. Wow, what a need.
Yeah, I was just telling the person that was here before, just working with women here in Seattle. When I walk to work and see them getting up off the street or still sleeping on the street with all the bustle around them and the trauma and the danger that they must be going through, it's just breaking my heart.
Yeah.
Scott, this is your first year doing this, right? Kim, I know you led the way a year ago. I'm curious what it's been like in Yakima. Who's stopping by your bench?
Well, that's just an interesting thing. Out of the blue, Brandon Thomas reached out. He wants to connect. So we're going to do that tomorrow. Brandon's the one that did this back, I think it was in Virginia. Mike Johnson picked up that next year. So we've actually done it for 3 years now.
Oh, okay.
But we've done it in December for 60 hours. And so,
whoa!
Can I just say
You're a
this is
glutton for
awesome
punishment.
in October? The weather's great.
Did you say 60 hours?
Yes.
One person on the bench?
Yes. Well,
wow.
we realized that was not possible, so we rotated out a lot. This
Got it.
year it just seems so attainable and simple. So we've had a great experience. We have not had a lot of people just stopping by. I do suspect that will happen more after things quiet down. But at the moment, that has not been our primary lead. It's really been these connections in the community.
Yeah. I feel like we should mention, we've talked about Citygate and we're talking about names of people in Citygate, but I don't know that everyone's tuned in with us understands how we work, because we are not officially coworkers, right? I mean, we are not on the same payroll, but there's some commonalities in what we do, and there's commonalities with missions across the nation. And Citygate is our national affiliate organization, which connects us all to have these conversations, not just today, but all year round. We have a national conference we can go to because we're approaching the same issues in a similar way. And then we have regional groups. So Kim, maybe you could talk about our regional group a little bit and how the three of us have connected.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, and the other interesting thing with Citygate is it is an association. And so we're members and they provide really great support for us, but we are all independent and we come up with our own policies and procedures. And we all have, even within the mission world, have different beliefs and ideas about how to approach homelessness. So that's important. But yeah, so we're part of the Evergreen District. And help me to remember, the Evergreen District covers Alaska, Washington, Oregon,
Idaho,
Montana, Idaho,
Wyoming.
and Wyoming.
Yeah.
That's a huge district.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And when I came here 2.5 years ago, I knew no one. And now I just feel like I have such a great peer support network. And it's all of you. And we get together, the CEOs get together once a month on a call and just support one another and talk about what we're seeing in our communities and what keeps us up at night. And, because as CEOs, we don't always have support or peers close at hand, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Kim, you've anchored it really well.
One of the huge values for us has been being part of Citygate, and the Evergreen Network in particular has been the opportunity to just compare notes on how we do the work we do. So we have gone and visited. We haven't come to either of you yet, although we need to, but you both came to Portland in August with some of your team, and we were able to talk about some ways we're approaching the issues here in Portland. And as we've visited other missions, we are inspired because there are great people doing great work around the Pacific Northwest, and it does feel like we're all in the same boat, rowing in the same direction, and we learn a lot as we see how you're doing the work.
I think each geographic context requires creativity in different ways too. And so it's inspiring. I like that word, Erin. We get an opportunity to look at our dilemma from a different perspective. And then there's that creative impetus that kicks in and we start coming away with great ideas.
Yeah. I wonder if we could talk a little bit about some of the uniquenesses of being in Oregon and Washington, because I think more than most states, these two states have a lot in common. What would you say are some of our unique challenges around issues of homelessness in the Pacific Northwest in particular?
There's just a different mindset about homelessness in these communities. And I think in a way, culturally, there seems to be it's just a different West Coast sort of experience than many other parts of the country. And Yakima is not experiencing things as most difficult as you might be facing in Portland or Seattle, but towns like Yakima, which are significantly smaller, live in the shadow and they try to emulate these larger cities. And so I do think that across the Northwest, we sort of are in this tug of war trying to figure out how to land things.
Agree.
I can tell you in Yakima, don't try to emulate Seattle.
Well, I know that.
I'll tell you that right now.
But all of our people go to school at UW and then they come over here and,
Yeah, right. Well, we're winning, but it's the wrong way.
Yeah.
Because I think that Seattle is number 3 in the nation for homelessness. And if it was per capita, we would be number 1.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you don't want to emulate us.
I think one of the factors that the policies that come through the courts that change maybe how our communities would engage folks who are struggling. I mean, particularly thinking of some of the not that long ago historic rulings around camping that have made it easier for folks to remain camping outdoors
Yeah.
when they're struggling, rather than getting moved into services. And I think that tends to be particular to West Coast, because we're in the Ninth Circuit. Now we're seeing some movement around that, where there are communities who are saying, yeah, even though we've done this for a while, we don't think it may be best for folks to leave them outdoors. We'd like to see folks connected with services. But I think, people say, well, I travel the Midwest, the East Coast, there's nobody camping there. Well, that's particular to some of the laws we have here that allow
Right.
that
Yes.
because of
That's
our
right.
court system.
So true.
Yeah.
And Aaron, one of the things that you're not experiencing, you will experience it differently, but Kim and I in Washington State now have a tax burden that is taxing even our advertising as nonprofits.
Right.
And
In my
that's
IT.
interesting.
So like I got an email, I didn't even know about this. I got an email from our IT company
yeah,
and said, I am so sorry, but we have to start taxing you. That is a lot of money just
Yes.
on that one contract, right? Because if you don't have good IT, a lot of bad stuff happens.
all of those services are getting taxed. Yeah.
Every
So-
one of those services.
Even though you're a 501c3, they're saying some of the activities you do are subject to taxation?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't found anything here that happens like that we get because we're a 501c3, to be honest. I came from New York and we did not pay sales tax in New York as a nonprofit.
Wow.
Yeah, none of that. And I came here and I went, what do you mean we have to pay sales tax? I just don't understand.
Welcome to the Northwest.
Yeah, I know.
You can come see us in Oregon. We don't have sales tax. We just
It's
have
a
income
beautiful
tax.
thing, Aaron.
Yeah,
Well,
we
you'll
don't
pay it in income tax.
We don't have income tax, but I can tell you they get it in other ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
it seems like a minor thing, but it actually hits pretty hard.
Yeah.
it really does.
I'm curious, as folks are asking you, from your perspective on the bench, what's giving you hope for Yakima, for Seattle? What are you sharing as far as your vision for your community? What keeps you moving forward, knowing that you're in the middle of a lot of hard issues?
For me, it's just seeing that organizations are coming together
Right.
and starting to really move in one direction. And everybody wants so much to help. And so having these conversations and seeing that even when we don't agree on everything, that we can find common agreement and work together. And really, this has been so helpful for me to talk to our guys in our program and have them saying the same things that I'm saying and that other providers are saying. So we're seeing movement in the right direction.
That's awesome. Yeah. Same thing here. The word that I keep using when our conversations is collaboration. And I think as a mission, what I'm trying to do is to position us as a leader in that effort. It's so easy to be isolated and caught in bureaucracy. And the only way to really fix that is to lean in or wade into the bureaucracy to try to make a difference. So that's the process we're in. But I believe it's bearing fruit, and it's going to be a long-term solution, not a quick fix.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah.
I think none of us are big enough to fix it on our own, right?
No.
There's no mission that can solve homelessness alone.
No.
And I think similarly here in Portland, there's a real spirit of collaboration around, particularly the faith-based community, of how can we do better together.
I love that.
So that we're not duplicating services, but truly reaching more people with the work that we have been given to do. And that's a holy calling. I take that stewardship really seriously because, people give to us in trust that we're going to make every dollar work as hard as it can. And so as we're doing that better together as other, a group of agencies here in town, I think that honors the donors. It honors the community that's investing in us, and we get better results because we're reaching more people.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's awesome. And I sense that from Matt and his name slipped on my mind.
Probably
now.
Lance over at CGM.
Yes.
Actually,
Yes.
Matt's right here. He's coming onto my bench next.
Excellent. Tell him I have not forgotten his question about thrift, so I'm going to get back to him on that.
Okay. I'll tell him.
Yeah,
I'll tell him.
That's great. But honestly, Aaron, that collaboration that you guys are doing in Portland, that's inspiring. I hope that that's something that we can see replicated in other communities. I really do.
Thanks.
So
Kim, you've got a different problem because you sort of live in the shadow of UGM Seattle.
yeah.
And it's hard to feel collaborative, right?
Well, it is, but it isn't. You know, I mean, I look at them as like a big brother.
Okay.
So, you know, they're there. It is a little daunting in that like everybody knows them and they don't necessarily know Bread of Life. So I'm trying to get out there and tell people what we do. We're very collaborative, and I'm looking for more ways to collaborate. And Scott Chin, the CEO, wants to. You know, we're neighbors, and so I just had somebody from his organization on the bench tonight.
Excellent.
So,
Good.
yeah, we definitely play in the same neighborhood.
Right.
But we have different things that we focus on, and I think there's room for all of us because, you know, there's such a big need. And, you know, while one organization can focus on one thing, the other can focus on something else. So they're really wide. They do a lot. So I figure, well, we'll go deep. And so we want to go really deep in our program and addiction recovery. And so I don't feel like I need to do a lot of different things because other people are covering a lot of things.
That's
So
good.
it's just what God puts on our heart, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm excited to send our recovery team down to Portland and let them do a deep dive.
Yeah, we're hosting you soon, I think, this month, right?
I think that's right. Yeah.
I think so. I have it on my calendar. And again, I think those are just opportunities we need to do as much as we can because none of us has all the answers. And you know, we might want to try things in our context, but we can't try everything. So when I go see, Kim, what you're doing and how you're serving folks, that's going to save me a year and a half of work trying an idea.
Right.
Because like I can learn from that. And Scott, when I see what you're doing. And then I just think for our staff, one of the biggest things for this is because, you know, we have 100 staff, but almost all of them have a different job, right? Very few people have the same job as someone else in the mission, but a lot of them—
Because we're lean.
Exactly. A lot of them have a similar job to someone at Yakima Union Gospel Mission or at Bread of Life or at these other missions regionally. And when they can connect and talk to that peer and share ideas and brainstorm solutions, that enriches our whole effort, on both sides of that conversation. So that's been a huge gift to us as our staff have built out their peer networks regionally, because they're not going to necessarily find that person in-house here, but they can find them at other missions.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
Aaron, I've been kind of curious with Portland getting so much attention on the political scene, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah. is all of the heat around the federal building, is that affecting your efforts as a mission at all?
Really not at all. I mean, it's very quiet downtown. There's one block where there's some activity. I heard a helicopter go over about 20 minutes ago, but it's very minimal and we're not seeing anything in our part of town. We're only about, 10 blocks from where that activity might be, but it's been very quiet. We don't expect anything other than just sort of same old around here for tonight.
Well, very cool. That's great to hear.
Yeah. I'm glad to be able to report no news is good news.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
You know, Scott, you said that it's nice to do this in October versus December.
Yes.
Last time I did it, it was in January, and I have to say, well, first of all, it was cold, but it was way quieter. So
that's a true statement.
it has been an activated neighborhood tonight, let me tell you.
It's busy behind
There's
you.
been a lot going on. We had somebody arrested while up the street a little while ago.
All right.
And we've had, we've got singing down the street and lots going on. So I'm not sure which I appreciate the best, the quieter or the cold.
I forget how illuminated that section is right behind you. That's amazing, all those lights.
Yeah, it really is. It's a great place to be.
Yeah, you're in the equivalent of Old Town, right? You're in the historic district of Seattle. There, Kim?
Yeah, we're right in Pioneer Square.
Yeah.
Actually, from what I understand, our building used to be a brothel. So
what a great turnaround.
Stories of redemption.
Yes,
right.
exactly. Yeah, we're right in a historic area. Yeah.
I'm curious who you all have coming on next. Who's lined up next to talk to you, or are you going to be waiting to see who's in the neighborhood?
Well, I am really excited about my next guest. It's Andrew Constantino. And Andrew, we call him Blue Hair Guy. He came and sat on the bench with me after midnight last time, and we just hit it off. and he schooled me in harm reduction. And I'm sitting there going, I disagree with harm reduction, but this sounds really good. And because, he just knew what they did. And in July, he wrote an op-ed in the Seattle Times saying, this harm reduction thing isn't helping us. We need to change what we're doing. And so he did a complete 180. And I'm just really excited to talk to him about his thoughts on that. So,
You mentioned that
yeah.
before, Kim. I think it's so cool to see, even though you didn't know and you didn't intend it, the reach that conversation ended up having in Seattle.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah.
It's really
So I'm
great.
really looking forward to, what the next step is there. So we'll have a good conversation.
I have a couple
Forward to
of
hearing about that.
former staff members coming, each in different organizations now, and then our senior director of client services, Jason, is going to be coming down, and we're going to spend an hour unpacking some of the shelter changes that we've made. And by the way, that's going very well.
That's great.
It's encouraging. We've gone to a phased sort of shelter model now, and we have 29 individuals who elected to get out of the regular shelter and move into some kind of a more aggressive and accountable space.
Wow.
So they get their own bed, they get their own, it's the right thing. And so he's going to come down and share about that. And then I've got a conversation with our senior director of operations about all the work that we do in distribution and food. We service 9 food banks and just a whole bunch of stuff. So it's going to be fun.
That's great.
That's great.
Well, and I have next up is Matt Stein. He works at Union Gospel Mission here in Portland. We've got another program graduate coming, and we've got a couple of our church partners coming to talk about how they're engaging in the community, serving folks who are in need. Every conversation has been such a good conversation, and we've had a few people stop by here just in the neighborhood, folks who go into the shelter behind me and are getting services there. It's just been really encouraging and uplifting to get to hear a lot of these, they're all unscripted, but some very unexpected conversations with folks. And again, hearing those common threads has been the coolest part about it.
That's really great.
That's great.
Super to hear.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate
I'm
both
excited.
of you. Thank you.
Yeah, same. Thanks so much for taking time to do the call. I'll just say, if anyone gets bored of listening to me here in Portland, you can tune into Scott. Or to Kim. We want you to stay here, but these are all happening across the nation. I think the Conversations on a Bench website has links to everybody who's webcasting right now.
That's great.
Yeah, they do. And if you tune in to me, do it before midnight because I scheduled a nap. I scheduled a nap between noon and 4 or 12 and 4. So.
Yeah.
I love your transparency, Kim. It's awesome.
That's right. That's right.
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, good to see you both. I'm
thank you
excited
guys.
to debrief with you on the other side of this.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, you too.
You guys have a great rest of your
appreciate
time.
you guys.
Good night.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. See you. Bye-bye.
Recording in progress.
I'm Scott Thielen, the CEO of Union Gospel Mission, and I've got with me Mrs. Bernier. This is Autumn.
Hello.
And she is our VP of Enterprise and Analytics. And she's going to tell us a little about the thrift operation of UGM. So one thing that people may not recognize is that thrift involves ministry also.
Yes.
How have you seen God at work as you've been involved in leading this thrift ministry?
Yeah, so I think that's one of my favorite parts of my job in leading enterprise is seeing all of the ways that God works, not just in our ability to support the mission, but in all the ways that he works here at the stores, just in ways that we support each other and we support our community. So let's see, it's so many ways. So I'm going to start with my favorite. Some of my favorite things that we get to do are we do have opportunities to pray with our customers and donors. So we will have people coming to us who our customers can be going through a tough time. We do have employees who will recognize that and who will say, "Is everything okay?" And just engage in conversation. And if prayer presents itself, they will pray with them. We have had people who are oftentimes dropping off a lot of furniture and home items for folks when they pass away. And it's a really tough time for people. And so we've had opportunities to pray with people there and just to love on them and to thank them for thinking of us and for donating. We get to, I'll show you some things later, but okay. There's a lot of different programs that we have here at the stores that where we actually outreach into the community to help support the needs of our community, just in schools and in churches. I also really love what we get to do just within our employee base. So we hire a lot of young people here. If you've ever shopped at our stores, yeah. And if you've ever donated at our stores, you will find a lot of young people. And it is such a cool experience to be able to be part of kind of shepherding them, right, and showing them what it's like to be a Christian outside of youth group and outside of church and in the workplace, because we are a group who cares about our employees. We care about their growth. We care about them as a person. We pray with them. We love on them. We teach them because sure. There's a lot of things.
But what a great
to
opportunity
learn.
For a first job experience,
Yeah.
right? To be in this kind of a setting where
Yeah.
they've got support and it's a Christian ministry.
Mm-hmm. It
Love
is.
that.
It is. All the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you want to take a look at some of the other things that we do,
let's do that.
For the community? Okay.
Absolutely, because the other part of this is when you don't think necessarily of the mission as the same thing as a thrift store, right? They're two different kinds of functions, but what you've done in the thrift arena is to provide ministry opportunities that directly benefit the mission, but also the community. And I think it's really important that we get an opportunity to talk about that.
Yeah.
What's the impact that the thrift stores are having on the community?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
So I wanted to start out here on the donation doc because it all starts right here when the donor is giving us their donation. So not only are you supporting the mission when you do this, when you donate your stuff to one of our stores, but you have the opportunity to name another nonprofit. And you may be very close with a nonprofit in town, Young Life, Rod's House, Camp Hope. Many people will name their church or a school, the school in their school district, or teachers will name the school that they teach at. These are great folks to name when you drop off your donation, because what we do there is we attach the name of that nonprofit to your donation. And so let's say that you donate like 5 large bags of in a donation. So we just put a estimated value to that, and at the end of each quarter, we add that up and we give $10 incremental gift cards to the nonprofits in town. And right now we have over 120 nonprofits registered with us. And last year we gave out over $6,000 in gift cards.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people will tell me, nobody asked me who I wanted to name. And that is very true. Like I said before, we hire a lot of young people, and training is always ongoing, and we do not get it right a lot of the time. And a lot of times things get so busy and they forget. So I would just encourage everyone to make sure that when they're dropping off their donation, all they have to say is, I want my donation to benefit, and then name your nonprofit.
Yeah. I know it really, for example, with churches, it gives them a tool, because they'll have folks who come who are in need, and they may not be in the practice of giving out cash, but they can offer some help in this form, and allow them to come to the thrift store and get some direct benefit. So
the nice thing too is we do attach that to your name. So every time you donate, as long as you give us your phone number when you donate, we will always make sure that that donation gets credited towards the nonprofit that you've named.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yes.
You want to show us some examples of this?
Yeah, so let's see here. Let's go in and we'll take a look at where things start for us when your donation comes in. The very first thing that we do is we make sure that we fill all the needs of the mission. So that's our main campus facility where we have our adult shelter and our family shelter and our programs. And so come with me and I'll show you how we do that. So we do receive a lot of donations, and it can get quite busy and quite hectic here. This is a very calm time right now, so this is a great time for us to go through. So as long anytime food comes in, or hygiene items, socks, underwear, anything that's just a typical item, that toilet paper, please bring toilet paper. That immediately goes into what we call our essentials. So we will typically fill up our essentials pretty quickly and these are at all of our stores. So we fill these up. You can see we've got toilet paper in here. We've got food that folks have dropped off. So these go, they can go down daily. We have trucks that are always servicing our stores. And so these immediately go down to the mission. They get sorted. They get taken to our pantry. They get taken to the medical clinic, or they get put straight into use. So a lot of times we also get specific requests. So one of the things that we've been doing a lot lately is sending down a lot of towels and bed sheets. And because we've started one of our a new shelter program where we have beds with sheets on them. And it was our first night last night, and someone came in to shelter, and she had to be shown sort of what to do with the sheets on her bed, because she told us it was the first time that she had ever slept on a bed that had sheets on it.
Amazing.
And that's the kind of stuff that makes us realize just how blessed we are and how important this work is. So anytime you have something and you want to make sure it gets used down at the main campus, all you have to do is drop it off at any store, whether it's food or hygiene items, and just say this is for main campus. If you put a note on it, that's even better, because then we'll make sure that it gets in the right spot, especially if it's kind of busy at the moment.
Right.
And we will make sure that it gets in our essentials tote and it goes down to the main campus. So in addition to the things that people specifically tell us they want to donate to the main campus, and the items that the campus is requesting, we also have these clothing orders that we're filling for our shelter folks. And we used to actually have a full clothing room down on campus. Right. But what we found was that it was really hard to keep all the right sizes in stock, and they never really knew what sizes they were going to need.
This is actually so much better.
And so we ended up basically having to have a mini store down on campus just so that we could have all the right sizes and all the right clothing. And so instead we decided to kind of bring that process back to the stores. Also, we didn't have the staff time. Right. And so we felt like this was also a really good way to tie the work that our workers here at the store are doing back to the work at the mission, because it creates a really meaningful experience to be able to just put these clothing orders together. Another reason is because our folks write like their name on the piece of paper, and they write their pant size and their shirt size and like sometimes a little bit about what they like, you know, and so we'll try to find that for them.
Like Air Jordans. I'm looking for Air Jordans.
Yeah. So we're like, of course. So that has actually worked really well. It was very difficult at first. It took us like a full week just to fill all the clothing orders, because about 40 or 50 come in every week. And now we get them every Monday. And like I just went down there to check the table, and they've already processed all the orders for the week and sent them back to the mission. Right. So, and it's only Tuesday.
But you think about these folks coming in off the street, they may have been outdoors for weeks and have not come in and changed their clothes, had a shower.
Yep.
They need a new start, and for us to be able to provide something like that,
yeah,
through the process that you've got going in Thrift here is just, it's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can take you down that way, and we can take a look at the area where we fill those clothing orders. So this is the area where we put those clothing orders together. So we have individual pieces of paper for each one of our folks in shelter who are in need of a new outfit. So 40 to 50 isn't everybody. Right. Not everyone needs a new outfit, but many do.
Many do.
So typically we have, like I said, 40 to 50 orders a week. And so we take those and we have these bins that we're pulling from. And then if we can't find it in the bin, then we head out to the floor and we'll grab the things from the floor that are needed at the shelter. And then that gets put into its own little package with the person's name on it. And we found that makes them feel really special, of course, when they come to pick it up, because it is something that's specifically made for them. And it has their name on it, which just putting someone's name on something has a lot of meaning to it.
And I just love that the community may not know this, but the way in which you're able to provide these needs for these folks of the mission first.
Yeah.
It's sort of like our tithe, right? It's making sure that what we receive is honoring the people that we're here to serve. And I love that.
And then we just found this tote, which just finished getting put together. If you want to come over here, I can show you. I think I'll get in trouble if I untape it, so I don't want to do that. But this is the list for this week. So on top of the clothing orders that we had this week, they were in need of many other things. And this typically comes mostly from our folks in program and from our family shelter. So we might get new families in each week, kids who need backpacks and things for school. We'll have obviously, all different sizes of people that we're working to get clothes for. So we do special fill those. You can see we also had a need for a coffee maker, a crock pot, can opener. So we keep track of all that and we put it in our tote. And this is 1 week's worth. And so we're going to send this back to the mission and get everyone taken care of.
I love the care that was taken to put this together this way too.
Yeah.
It's really very cool.
Yeah. So we've talked about mission needs first is what we talk about and teach here at the store. And we have another way that we help fill the needs of the community, and that is through not just the gift card system, because that's our most sustainable way, right? Because without the donations, we can't continue to do what we do. And so we do ask people to try to name someone through the gift card program, but we also know that there are those times when people just have those emergency needs. And this all started a couple years ago with some fires that the Red Cross had, and we realized we have clothes, we have household items, and there's a gap usually between when the emergency happens and when they're able to get this stuff from other places. And so one of the things that we started doing was allowing people in our area who are helping to fill emergency needs to submit a request for a voucher for a free item. and we fill those requests. Usually we'll give them a voucher for a certain amount of money or for a certain item or product or clothing, and then the folks come into the store and they can shop for those things and get them for free. We also have a coupon that we can offer if it's more of an ongoing need, but it's at a level where, you know, even our thrift prices can be high sometimes. But even like, you know, $4, $5, $6 for a shirt sometimes isn't affordable for people. And so we offer a 50% off coupon for some of those families as well. And a lot of the folks that we're working with a lot are the folks like the schools, the school districts.
Right.
We work with so many school districts, or all through Yakima and Selah. We actually have, gosh, what was that number I told you? 54 schools.
Wow.
54 schools that we're working with.
And almost, what, 30 churches or more?
It was 48 churches.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, a lot. I didn't even know we had that many nonprofits in Yakima. The list is over 200 long. And yeah, the needs are high here. So Catholic Charities, Consistent Care, the Department of Corrections, Yakima Farm Workers Clinic, Rod's House, DSHS, and Trust. We work a lot with Trust and People for People, the YWCA, and then of course the school districts and churches. And those emergency needs, I don't think a lot of people think about. Like, to me, I'm like, okay, an emergency need, that sounds like a fire. You know, someone's house burns down. That is like, that happens sometimes.
Those are the big events, but there's a lot more.
More often, it is families fleeing domestic violence with nothing.
Right.
It is folks who are getting out of jail and have nothing. Folks that are just getting custody back of their children and they don't have anything for their kids. It's folks who are just graduating out of a detox program and they end up with nothing but, you know, maybe a little bit of clothes that they have on, needing shoes. And we, like I said, we do a lot with the schools. And one of the reasons for that is there's a program called McKinney-Vento, and that is a program where schools can identify families who are essentially experiencing homelessness. And it may not be the type of homelessness that you think of when you think of the mission, because you're thinking of street homelessness a lot of times. Right. But the homelessness that we see in schools is often kids and moms and dads who are staying with family members or who are staying in their car. There's a lot of folks living in their car. Yep. And so we consider these emergency situations. And when the kiddos need clothes, and mom and dads a lot of time will need clothes for interviews, we consider that an emergency. If they have an interview and they need some nice clothes to wear to the interview, we'll make sure that they have the clothes for that. I mean, that's just so special to me. It gives me goosebumps to think about.
Yes, such an amazing way that the mission's able to help give back into the community.
Yeah.
And last year, how much in terms of value did that contribute to?
So this number really surprised me. I just had them pull this. So let's see here. Where did I put that number?
Just emergency vouchers and
this
coupons.
Is just emergency vouchers, not even the coupons.
Oh.
$41,591 in emergency vouchers were given out.
Real needs that are being met.
And that was since October 1st, 2024.
Okay.
So just a year.
1 year, yeah.
Just a year, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so that's really special.
And that's because of the generosity of our community and their investment by passing these things along. We're able to distribute these to needs in so many ways, not just clothing or goods, but literally giving the opportunity for people in need to come in and get what they need.
Exactly.
On their own.
Exactly.
To feel like they're able to do that.
Yeah.
That's great.
So to me, you know, you can certainly give to the nonprofit that you feel passionate about, but if you are thinking, well, what can I do with the stuff that I have in my home? I want it to do the most good. You know, bringing it here, naming an organization, allowing us to use those donations to help fill needs in the community, and then of course the sales from our stores are what make the work that we do at the mission possible. We're looking at about half of the funding for the mission being provided by the stores. And so without that support, we could not be doing what we're doing today.
Right.
There's
Absolutely.
absolutely no way. And so,
And I just want to emphasize again how important it is that the mission and the thrift stores are integrated. We share the same vision, and that's what we're working toward.
yeah.
You might benefit us by just reminding everybody where the stores are and
Yeah.
how they operate.
Absolutely. So we're here at Summit Thrift on 56th and Summit View, right next to Safeway. And then our Mission Thrift Store is located on 20th and Lincoln. And then we have Lighthouse Thrift, which is located at 1606 North First Street. So North First Street, nice big lighthouse sign. And then you will see a new building going up in Selah. So the mission is not building that building, but we did partner with the folks who own the two plazas in Selah, and they loved the idea of us leasing a store for them. So they are building a building that we will begin leasing sometime in February or March. And we're really excited to come to the Selah community with a thrift store. And I think one thing that we've talked a little bit about that I want to make sure folks understand is that we provide services at the thrift stores through the things we do, like filling the clothing orders and giving out vouchers. However, we do not offer any services for our homeless community at the stores.
Right.
And so having a store in your community doesn't mean you're bringing homelessness to the community. You're bringing support
Exactly.
for the programs, but we do not offer services in the stores outside of vouchers.
That's such an important distinction because we're not creating shelters in the various communities. But I just love that the thrift stores are able to be little outposts of the mission in terms of our relationship with the community, and that they have easy access to be able to donate things, and it really does make a difference. Love it.
Good. I love it too.
Thanks
That's
for
why
what
I'm
you
here.
do. This is Autumn Bernier.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hang on 1 second. Go ahead.
Good evening. Scott Thielen with Union Gospel Mission here in Yakima, Washington, right in the center of the state. And we've been enjoying a full day or afternoon and evening of really great conversations with people in the community. The subject is homelessness and how do we collaborate to make that more effective in our work. And so we're going to continue that tonight. I want to introduce you to a friend who has been a member of the staff at the mission, but who now works for another organization, and that's Derek Johnson. Derek, it's great to have you here. And maybe what we can do is start by letting you share a little bit about your connection with the mission, and then I've got a question for you that we'll jump into.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the introduction. So, yeah, Derek Johnson. I used to work at the Union Gospel Mission for about 2.5 years. For a year of that, I was the director of the adult shelter
right.
And outreach. Really had a blast with that, enjoyed that a lot, and found a deep love for for the clients and this type of work. Life happened, transitions happened, and now I'm working for Safe Yakima Valley as a community coordinator, working in drug prevention now. So kind of on the other end of that spectrum.
Which is actually really
yeah.
cool.
Yep.
That you get to take what you had gathered in your experience of the mission and bring that back up the stream.
Yeah.
I love it. And then you're doing some other stuff too.
Yeah. Yep. So currently I'm a student at the University of Salford in the UK online. I'm going for the master's degree in the psychology of coercive control, which complements the prevention work I'm doing and the homeless work that I did in the past that I'm excited about.
So are you busy enough?
I am absolutely busy enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate you coming down tonight.
Yeah.
And the question that I'd love to jump into with you is, because you have this experience with the mission, you know what the mission's role is in the community. What role do ministries like this play that maybe others might overlook? Things that maybe people don't know or understand, given what you know and having worked both sides of this prevention and sort of recovery chaos. What do you see? What are the things that people might benefit from knowing?
Yeah, so I'd actually like to start that question with a scripture.
Great.
And this is Matthew 25, Matthew 25, starting in verse 34. So then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. I was naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited me. I was in prison and you came to me." Then the righteous will answer him, saying, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? And when did we see you a stranger and welcome you, or naked and clothe you? And when did we see you sick or in prison and visit you?" And the king will answer them, "Truly, I say to you, as you did to the least of these my brothers, you did it to me." So when I first started working at the mission, it was just out of a desire to serve. I was at a time in my life where I didn't want anything else but to just serve. So I remember I had 6 months of conversation with you about getting hired.
You did, yeah.
And I was desperate to work there. And it's
Thanks for being patient, by the way.
Yeah. And it's I would have cleaned a toilet if I could have. I wanted to work there and just be a part of the ministry. And I was hired on as a program manager, and again worked as a director later in my career there. But I learned so much about the homeless population. I learned so much about God's love for them, and just recognizing that so many of them are brothers and sisters that are just stuck in these really hard cycles. And a lot of it is just going to be a result of childhood trauma, all of that. And I kind of go in a roundabout way to answer your question, what might other ministries miss when they're looking at the ministry that the mission does. And I think it's a way that we're able to relate to Jesus in a way that's hard to do anywhere else here in America.
Yeah.
Because I think of Jesus' ministry, working, ministering to the beggars, to the cripples, and he was just down there with them, in the dirt with them. And that's something so unique to mission work. And it's if I was to give a recommendation to, a church staff that's listening to this, it would be take a week or a month even and just really serve at the mission, not just serve in the kitchen, but really get down with these clients, enjoy them, go on outreach, sit down and really have a meal with them. And it could really be a life-altering and a ministry-altering experience.
I love your initiative there. Whether it's possible for everybody, I don't know.
Right,
but
yeah.
But I love the idea. What do you think they might take away from that experience?
Yeah. I think it's a humanization that, for me personally, was missing. So I've been a believer since I was 17 years old. Now I'm 34 now, so quite a few number of years. And for a really long time, I would see the homeless population, and just unintentionally, I would definitely be judgmental and not really understanding of the humanity of them. It's I would become desensitized to the life they're actually living. And another thing too is when you learn their stories, I came to really understand how the effect and the ramifications that sin can have in someone's life, especially a young person.
Yeah.
Knowing that most of us get the opportunity to have social skills, to have families that we can grow up with that are going to love us and, maybe teach us how to love the Lord or whatever it is.
Right.
But they sometimes miss out on the social skills. They miss out on that love and that personal connectivity that a lot of us take for granted.
Yeah, so true. I think one of the things we share as a perspective is that a lot of the people who end up at a mission, as an example for us, most of them have horrible childhood experiences. They have what we know to be high ACE scores, childhood experiences that are adverse. They have probably never witnessed a healthy family environment for whatever reasons, right? They didn't cause that, but they had to grow up in it. And now you're working in an organization that's trying to identify that and back upstream a little bit and help create prevention for those things. Has that been a hard transition for you to take, what you did with the adult shelter and then sort of transfer that information over to what you're doing now?
I think it's actually a really beautiful marrying of the
Okay.
work. And so I want to go to the prevention side real quick and then come back to the mission.
Yeah.
And this will be another piece that goes to your initial question about really the value of ministries like this. So on the prevention side, we recognize that addiction is really an adolescent disease. It starts in adolescent oftentimes because you are so much more likely as a youth to develop a substance use disorder if you start using before the age of 18. And if you have your first use at the age of 18, your chances of getting an SUD significantly decrease. And so it's really, really important that we catch it early and delay use as long as we can. I mean, with the idea of preventing would be ideal. But again, if we can delay use, we delay we reduce the opportunity for substance use disorder. And a lot of reasons why youth are going to use are going to be ACEs, childhood trauma. It's going to be lack of coping skills. And so, let's say you have a test coming up and you just broke up with your girlfriend and you have a test that you have to prepare for and all these things happening at once and you don't have the skills or the support network to support you through those, substances is one of the things that you can turn to.
Absolutely. It's so available too.
Yeah. And not that you should, but it's definitely an option. And if you don't have the tools, that may be what they turn to.
Right.
And then getting back to the value of what the mission does is so many of the clients that you guys work with haven't had the opportunity for that healthy family unit. I heard you say earlier on the live today when you were talking with Debbie that this is the do-over family. And so you have the opportunity through your programs to address the trauma, to build those social skills through your programs, and really walk them through their journey in a really healthy way and teaching them to love the Lord the entire way. I think it's a really beautiful thing.
I totally agree. It's so unique, and I think you're right that it's such an unusual place where we get to meet people that otherwise are overlooked or forgotten. And I understand what you meant earlier when you were talking about how you tend to be judgmental, or you did at one time. And I think the more you're exposed to these folks, right, the more you see the damage and the more compassion you have. But to think about these men and women who are in our shelter, those were all kids one time. At one time they were kids and something really didn't work for them. And here they are. And to think about the way we could just bless them. We have a family shelter, obviously. We have 13 rooms where we're able to bring families off the street. And every night that a kid doesn't have to sleep in a car or in somebody's couch or whatever, that's a huge breakthrough for that kid, potentially.
Yeah.
Everybody matters. And I think for us, and I know you share this, it's because of the way we see God look at them, right? We're made in His image. There's value inherently in who we are as human beings, and yet in society, parents who don't know how to handle pressure in life, or economics, poverty, we tend to create these strata of who's in and who's out, and that doesn't help these folks at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think something that I noticed too, and so I'm going to speak in general terms, not specific terms for a moment here, but I know the American church is really good at serving the middle class. They're good at serving the upper class, and they're even good at serving the lower class. But when it comes to the least of these, like Jesus is talking about, it's really, really hard for a church to serve well a population that is dealing with active addiction, with homelessness, with mental illness challenges, and all of this. And so it's really helpful when ministries like the Mission can come alongside, can educate, can walk with them, can go to church with them. Again, I think it's a really beautiful and important thing. It's like the mission is a part of the body that is really necessary. I mean, again, all these churches are doing really good things, but it's hard to address the whole person when we're looking at severe challenges like we see in the homeless population.
Right. And typically it's like a pastor might have somebody walk in who's out of money, needs help, but it's a very isolated situation, and the church community doesn't really get engaged, right?
Yeah.
And that's just, I mean, I don't know how you fix that, but I think you're right. I think the Mission plays the role of being an extension of the church, all of these local churches, and we are definitely talking about how to improve that. How can we come alongside and be an asset for the church? How can we equip people to know what to do? How do we help explain to them what to do when a family member is addicted? You know, what are the options there? And I would think the same thing for you. You've got some important ideas around prevention that somehow need to get delivered, right? And I would imagine the local church may not be real open to that because they don't realize the need for it. But hopefully that's where we end up going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I really, I miss you. I miss your involvement in the Mission, obviously. But I'm also really excited for you. I'm excited for the schoolwork you're doing and the way that you're stretching yourself, but also that you're making an impact in this community still, even though you're not at the Mission anymore. So I don't really like the plan of taking employees and sending them somewhere else. I'd like to keep people, but at the same time, I think it's really great that we get to deploy into the community and have more of an impact that way. So thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
It makes a difference.
Yeah. And it was a huge, huge honor to work in the Mission. I learned so much, and I'm really glad that I can still, be involved in small ways here and there.
Yeah. Agreed. It's great. Thank you for coming down tonight. I know you're busy, so I'm going to get you out of here.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Ask a question. Good evening. My name is Scott Thielen, CEO of YUGM, the Union Gospel Mission here in Yakima, Washington. And we are continuing a series of really great conversations with people from our community about the challenges of homelessness, but also how we can collaborate and work together toward the things that make a difference. And so really delighted to have the folks we've already had. And I'm delighted tonight to introduce Daryl Gill. Some of you may don't know Daryl, some of you may not. Daryl has been a member at the staff at the mission, but he has always been an influence in the community in the recovery movement. And I'm just so delighted that he's here tonight to share about his perspective on how important that is and why that's important. So welcome, Daryl.
Thank you.
Great to have you here.
Good to be here. Good to see you again, too.
Likewise, yes. You have been, I think, in a special way, playing a unique role because you have some lived experience, but you've also got just years of being the rock that so many people needed as a sponsor. And so there's an interesting spectrum of the kind of work that you're doing. And I would just love to have you talk a little bit about that, in particular because I think in our community, there are things that people don't understand about the work of recovery and helping people who are caught in where they're stuck. And why is that important? How does that work? And then why is sponsorship important as a part of that?
Well, a lot of, over the years, a lot of people have thought, you know, if you get 30 days, 60 days of sobriety or abstinence, that you're pretty much, you know, over it. And it's just not true. The nature of addiction is complicated, but at the same time, it's really fairly simple too. Especially the last 20 years, there's been just all kinds of improvement in the treatment and in the way that particularly alcoholism, opiate addiction, and stuff is treated, and also the long-term effects of it. A lot of people think, okay, I've got 90 days clean and I've got my job back and I've got my family back, and what's never really taken into consideration in a lot of places is that there's still no structure for long-term recovery. The brain dysfunction caused by long-term use is real, and it can take a year, 2 years, 3 years at a minimum to overcome the brain dysfunction caused by the drug that you've been taking all this time. And lots of times that gets ignored, and so the guy thinks he's going crazy. He thinks, you know, his emotional life is up and down and sideways, and a lot of that is caused by the drug or the drink itself. And a lot of people think, well, you stopped, you're okay now, and I'm really not. So to build a structure to where a person gets accurate information about what's happening to them, especially with the post-acute withdrawal, as the people in the field call it, is really helpful for them to understand that they're not going crazy. Their emotions are all messed up because their neurochemistry is all messed up.
Right.
The brain dysfunction is real. I know when I work with a lot of street addicts, people go, well, he's crazy. No, he's damaged because long-term alcohol, opiate, or amphetamine use damages the brain.
Right.
And one of the slowest things to heal in the body is nerve cells.
Right.
Skin cells heal pretty quick. Muscle cells heal fairly quick. It can take years for nerve cells to get healthy again and reproduce like they're supposed to. So where sponsorship is really important, you know, and I guess we could define terms too.
Yeah, please.
You know, I have people, well, you know, you're my mentor. And I go, well, then that means you're my protege, right? And they go, well, no, not really. And I say, well, that's, you know.
That's the relationship.
Yeah, that's the relationship. And I tell guys when they ask me to sponsor them, either in the confines of Alcoholics Anonymous or Celebrate Recovery, I ask them 3 questions. 1, do you really want to stop for good? 2, do you think you can do it by yourself? And 3, will you do what I do? And that can run into, well, what do you want me to do? Well, will you do what I do? And I also tell them that what I'm really going to try to do through this process is teach you how to sponsor others.
That's good.
That this is what we do. And the line of sponsorship that got me sober goes all the way back to the 1940s group in Cleveland, Ohio. So there's a long history of how to go through the 12 steps a certain way, and the way it's been done for 70, 80 years. So that's what I try to pass on to others too, is this, okay, this is a process. There's a lot of moving parts in it, but at the very basics, it's those 12 steps. You can find all 12 steps in the book of Ephesians, but they're not in order and they're not numbered, so it's really hard for a drunk like me to follow them. But they're there. The ideas of repentance, restitution, humility, total dependence on God. All of those things, are New Testament principles, and when they're used, they work. But
would you say that it's common for people that are struggling with an addiction? Would you say it's common for them to believe that they can do this on their own?
One of the baffling features of alcoholism is nobody thinks they have it.
Okay.
It's one of the addictive diseases like that. The truth looks like a lie and the lie looks like a truth, and the addict lots of time is unable to differentiate the true from the false.
Yeah.
So when I tell him something true, it doesn't sound true. It sounds like some outer space kind of proposition, or it sounds like an outright lie. I don't know how many people, and initially taking them through the process, whether it's in counseling, or as a sponsor, is I ask them what they think their number one problem is, and they never say addiction. I've had 1 or 2 people out of hundreds.
Wow.
It's always, if I need a job, I need to get my wife back, I need to get my kids back, I just need to get healthy again, because I'm really sick. And it's never, I have alcoholism. I remember when I was early on, I told my sponsor, I said, I have all these issues. And he goes, no, you don't. You don't have issues. You have alcoholism. You need to deal with it. And he was right. I was in such denial about the true nature of what was wrong with me. And there's a mountain of misinformation on what that actually is.
Plus, our culture continues to celebrate the unlimited use of substances. Right?
Yeah. Just look up and down the street.
Right.
Drugs, drugstore,
right.
Take a pill, cure this, cure that, It's always something, Look at the evening news, all the drugs. And what I try to tell people lots of times, not everything's chemistry. A lot of it is chemistry, but it's not all chemistry.
Yeah.
And there's no magic bullet.
Well, you mentioned earlier that you ask 3 questions of someone that's looking for a sponsor, and it sounds like, I don't know what the stats are, how many of them really catch it, but it seems like they're at least looking for the right thing, which is I need help. Maybe they haven't come to that realization of owning their dilemma, but it does seem to underscore how important it is that we have a supportive community, that we really do need other people in our lives in order for this to be achieved.
Well, we have a saying which says that I can't stay sober, but we seem to be able to.
It's a great saying. I miss your Daryllisms. These are good.
and it's true, I can't do it alone. If I could do it alone, I'd have done it a long time ago.
Yeah.
And there's another aspect of it too, and that is that our culture always seems to come back to self. And self is what's wrong with me. I'm my own worst enemy. And there's also, especially with alcoholism, there's a a biosocial, psychosocial aspect to it that a lot of people don't realize. That the first thing I have to realize is that my body as an alcoholic processes alcohol different than most people. That's why they're able to call it an addictive disease, because my body has a reaction, and the way it metabolizes alcohol is different from the general population. A lot of people that are hardcore drinkers, heavy drinkers, are still not alcoholic. The effects that it has on a person that's alcoholic is in a class that is very distinct. I can recognize it.
Yeah. But when you're in it, you can't see it often.
No, and lots of times too, it's the solution. It's not the problem. I have all these problems, but my solution is a drink.
Right.
So here again, I'm unable to differentiate the true from the false.
Yeah.
And lots of times, you know, people appeal to a guy and they say, well, man, you've got this beautiful wife and your children. Can't you see what you're doing to yourselves? And I'm like, no. What? What am I doing?
Yeah.
I can't see it. And to flip that, I think most of the time, if not all the time, 100% of the time, is I need the Holy Spirit to show me that, because I can't see it.
Right.
And when working with others, I can try to get them to that point, but it really takes a spiritual experience to where they go, oh my God, what's become of me? I didn't want to be this guy, you know. And I think that's 100% a function of the Spirit of God. When I realized I needed help, it was as a direct result of other people's prayers.
Okay. You now can look back and
I can see it now.
That.
I couldn't see it at the time. But I do remember the first time when I realized that I was an alcoholic, and it was in a treatment facility, and I was absolutely devastated. Not just what it meant for me to be an alcoholic, but what it meant for my future. There's something fixed and operating in my soul that has caused a great deal of problems. And not just problems, it was killing me. I had late-stage liver disease at 38 years old from drinking.
Wow.
And I'm going to be 70 this month, so...
Praise the Lord and congratulations. Right?
Well, you know, it was a miracle.
That's wonderful.
And I've seen other miracles. God healed my liver.
Yeah, wow.
And it was miraculous healing. Well, he doesn't do that to everybody for whatever reasons that only he knows. But at the same time, it happened. And I remember the doctor scratching their heads going, well, you know, and I said, look, man, those guys dragged me in the back room, they laid hands on me, they prayed for me, and you've got the results. You've got the biopsy, you got the ultrasounds. And
well, and I don't know all that the Lord had planned, but it's really wonderful that because that occurred, you have continued to be available to others to play a role in helping them through these difficult things.
Well, one of the things that was impressed on me early on is that my sobriety was contingent on my work with still suffering alcoholics. That it was the greatest insurance policy I had against the next drink.
Yeah.
And I haven't stopped doing that.
Yeah.
I have 32.
That keeps you focused.
Well, and I don't know any other way to stay sober.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
You know, I just don't. I'm still doing what I did the first 6 months of my sobriety.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, well, I've arrived. I have a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of my spiritual condition. That's a quote out of the book Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's really true. We have a saying too, you know, that the things that takes guys out every time is finances and romances. Why?
Yes.
I've got a job. Who needs God? I've got a job. Who needs God? I've got a girlfriend, you know?
Right.
And it's really true. I become
pattern,
and I also become self-focused again. I did this. I've accomplished this, and I haven't done anything. God's done it.
Yeah.
And
That's a hard humility to hang on to. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's, you know, I think one thing that's really misunderstood lots of times too, both in recovery circles and in Christian circles, is the idea that it's one day at a time. You know, in the book of Hebrews, it talks about while today is still called today, you know, that's when I surrender. I have to do it in the now. God's always in the now.
Yeah.
You know, it's always now to God.
Yeah.
Right now. Time and eternity intersect
You're
right
relevant.
now.
Yeah.
You know.
Right, right.
And most of us have one foot in the past and one foot in the future, and we're
Yeah.
making all these wonderful plans. And I tell guys all the time too, you know, you really want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. You know?
Today is the day of salvation.
Today is the day of salvation, and it's always today.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it's kind of a hard concept for people to grasp hold of, you know. They used to ask me early in my sobriety, well, what's your 5-year plan? And I said, I don't have a 5-year plan. I don't even know if I'm going to be sober tonight. But if I'm doing what I'm doing right now, I will be. I don't have the luxury of long-term planning and that kind of thing. And that's what I try to impress on the people that I'm working with. Right now, if I don't drink, guess what? I'm going to be sober.
It's a pretty good
Right,
plan.
right, yeah, right now.
Yeah.
And I've also discovered over the years too that God can run with that. I become pliable. I become movable.
Yeah.
If you have a great big semi truck and you try to turn it without the engine running, you know, you just got to really fight. Or even if, but man, it starts rolling just a little bit, and you're able to turn the wheel.
Right.
So the same thing kind of works. If I'm just moving a little bit like that, God can steer me into all kinds of places where He wants it to go.
Yeah. No, that's
So
it's so great to hear, you know, the wisdom that you've gained through all of this. It's not wisdom that you have, you know, on your own. I mean, God's given you these experiences, and you have been pliable, as you said, to be shaped by all of that. And I can't imagine. So I don't have the same life story that you have. I don't have the experiences that so many have, but you have become, in your own outworking of your sobriety, an example, an encouragement, a model, and a resource for other people that really are looking for change. And I wish that it was easier to put all that together. I think, you know, AA, NA, CR, Celebrate Recovery, these are really important sources, I guess, of encouragement and help. And I'm grateful that you're involved in those things.
It's kind of the we part of it.
Right.
And lots of times, for me especially, it was a back door into the church.
Okay.
You know, because I had to admit that there was a power greater than me.
Yes.
And I also had to admit that I couldn't do it. And it's in that I began to open my ideas to the possibility, you know, that God was real. And then I had a spiritual experience where I knew He was real, and then I was like just freaked out by the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know, oh no,
What are
He's
you gonna do
real,
with
and
that
all
now?
that stuff. All that stuff my mother told me about God is true. Then I'm in big trouble, you know.
Right.
But it was a way to walk in to really take the claims of Christianity, especially, or the claims of Jesus, serious.
Yeah.
And the Holy Spirit just did His thing, you know. And that's what I'm always looking for. I don't know what it takes for that person to get to that place where he finally says, I quit. I can't do it. And then the Holy Spirit runs with that, just runs with it. Now pretty soon I'm like, oh wow, you know. The 12th step of a 12-step program is having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. We tried to carry this message. What message? That I've had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. All of a sudden I'm awake to the Spirit of God. One minute I couldn't see Him anywhere, and the next minute I see Him everywhere, and I went, what happened to me? You know, why couldn't I see any of this before? Yeah. And a lot of people treat, you know, Christianity or even religion in particular like a set of propositions that I can either choose or not choose, instead of the actual reality.
Right, the reality.
The realness of what's really real.
Right.
And I think lots of times too that, you know, again, here comes a lot of misunderstanding and stuff. I was really skeptical at first. I read the 12 steps, and I was a long ways from being sober. They just handed me a sheet of paper, and I go, well, I know what this stuff is. I've read the Bible, you know, I know what and I ain't going to join and I ain't going to join your stupid club either, you know.
Right.
And I don't belong to clubs, you know. And, but it took the Spirit of God to open my eyes to what was going on. To really,
and that's isn't it true? I mean, that's really the origin of like the 12-step movement. God was in the center of all of that.
Yeah.
I think over time our culture has found ways to edit him out in some process. It's one of the reasons why I really love that the mission in our recovery program take our clients to as many Celebrate Recovery meetings as possible, or AA meetings, because they need to put into action the things that they're wrestling with in the community.
And that's so true. You know, and in regards to, you know, like the whole idea of homelessness and things like that too, it's, you see a lot of people on the street and they're around a lot of other people, but they're still very isolated.
Yes.
They're still living in their own head. They're still seeing things through a lens that none of us are seeing it through. One of the problems I had at the mission sometimes with people who would want to come in and volunteer, they would try to reason with people thinking that they were thinking like they were thinking. And they weren't thinking like they were thinking.
No.
They were in full survival mode. And there's actually, you know, a biochemistry thing about that, where the limbic system is actually calling the shots because, you know, I'm in survival mode. I have to be.
Right.
The world is a dangerous place to be.
Right.
So it takes a while for my prefrontal cortex to analyze things and put them up. So,
when in your process did you begin to learn about the brain, what was happening? Because this is something a lot of people in the community maybe haven't engaged yet. Yeah.
Fairly early, because I was really sick. You know, besides the liver disease, you know, I had certain brain dysfunction that, you know, that had to be treated.
Yeah.
And so early on, I was really interested in, you know, once I realized, okay, you know, I'm an alcoholic, but also I began to understand that the damage that I had done in a relatively short period of time was real. One of the things when I worked at the mission and doing the Genesis process was one guy in particular, I remember, he come in and joined the program, and he had all these facial tics and everything. And people was like, yeah, there's something really wrong with that guy. Well, right off the bat, I realized what it was. It was malnutrition. He didn't have enough magnesium and vitamin D in his system to control his muscle movements.
Yeah.
So I went downtown, got some, multivitamin, some magnesium, and some vitamin D, and in 4 days, it all stopped.
Amazing, yeah.
And it was because he didn't eat. He drank.
Right. And you could do that, but that's not good for you. Yeah.
Well, there's just a lot of other things going on, especially, you know, for street addicts, because they are living hand to mouth, and, you know,
that's right.
With amphetamine addicts, there's a lot of mental damage because of sleep deprivation and malnutrition. You can treat that before you ever get to the rest of it.
Yeah.
You know, just with proper nutrition. And it really doesn't take that long to pull somebody out of that if you recognize that's what's going on. And
well, I think it's neat that you early on began to realize and explore the brain, what was going on there. And the science over the last 20 years has been amazing in terms of brain research. What's encouraging to me, Daryl, and you get your thoughts on this, there is damage that's done, and some damage is irreparable. But the brain is also an amazing organ that can remap some things, right? So it's not that we're without hope often. There is a way to come back. And
it's treatable.
For people to hear that and understand, this is what we've learned, we can do this. You know, maybe for somebody that isn't ready to surrender, maybe that's the thing that begins to get them to think about it.
Yeah, and the whole idea of surrender, you know, again, there's a lot of misunderstanding what that actually is. We kind of over-spiritualize it.